the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in 2018. State Prosecutor Advocate Joel Caesar says Malema has shown no remorse for endangering people's lives.
The outcry because of that shows that that should not be tolerated in a civilized society where people's lives are placed in danger for people who are in a celebratory mood firing shots. And in most cases, these people are unqualified to fire such shots. In this instance, accused did not just fire one shot and left it at that, which we can consider to be an accident. His actions constituted extreme danger to the 20,000 plus people that were present, not even mentioning the community right around Mdantsane, which.
Meanwhile, Malema's lawyer, Advocate Lawrence Hodes, said that a jail sentence would be inappropriate for his client.
We as a team and the state as a team, and I believe your worship too, were unable to find any case of any single individual who's ever been prosecuted for firing shots at a funeral or at an event or a celebration, despite TV on the news, etc., etc. We therefore say, Your Worship, that a more appropriate sentence, taking everything into account, would be to take all the charges together that arise from one incident and to impose a non-custodial sentence which may incorporate a fine and a suspended sentence.
The ANC says it will announce the remaining members of its new KwaZulu-Natal task team next week. Mike Mabuyakhulu is the new convener of the PTT, replacing Jeff Radebe, who will be redeployed elsewhere. The ANC says the changes come after the old 67-member PTT's time having lapsed. The Secretary-General, Fikile Mbalula, announced the 6-member PTT after meeting with the outgoing PTT members in Durban yesterday.
Comrade Mike Mabuyakhulu is now the provincial convener of the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal. Comrade Bongisi Tole Muloi is the first deputy provincial convener. Siboniso Duma is our second deputy convener. Comrade James Ngomalo is our provincial coordinator in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Comrade who's not here, Sipe Sihlemdaka, is the deputy coordinator to Comrade James. Nomakugus Melani remains the fundraiser of the ANC.
In other news, mixed reactions to the appointment of Rolf Meyer as South Africa's ambassador to the US are continuing. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the appointment on Tuesday. Meyer will replace Ibrahim Rasool, who was expelled from the US last year. The African Transformation Movement has described Meyer's appointment as deeply worrying. Vuyo Zangula is the party leader.
We view this as political regression that shows a government that is willing to appease, a government that is led by Donald Trump, a government that went on a misinformation drive against our country about the so-called genocide, which does not exist. And this comes at the expense of our sovereignty and liberation legacy as a country.
And finally, the US says it's discussing a possible second round of peace talks with Iran in Pakistan. The White House press secretary has expressed optimism about the prospects of a deal. But under a fragile ceasefire, Iranians are wondering whether a deal with the US is possible. The BBC's Luz Doucet is in Iran.
We kept hearing those reports from Tehran that the Pakistan Army Chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, has been in the capital bringing proposals to have another round of direct talks in Islamabad, possibly within a few days, possibly extending the ceasefire, which is set to expire on Wednesday, even talk of narrowing the gaps. You hear from President Trump, he wants to do a deal, but he's also preparing to resume the fight, and that's what we hear from Iran's leaders too.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema will today know his fate when the Magistrates Court in Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape delivers sentence in his firearm case. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM sports headlines. Soccer action, Kaizer Chiefs making it 5 in a row as Amakosi punish Magesi to keep their top 3 push alive. And we also have rugby news with Jake White quitting his job at a Selborne College in East London, citing a lack of support from the headmaster. We'll find out details at around 6:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're on your way down to Durban over Van Reynolds Pass, just one lane open. A truck has dropped a load along a section of the right lane. So all the truck and vehicular traffic just using the left lane to get past that at this stage. There is a delay further south of Van Reynolds as you get through the Escort area. One lane open around the Escort South area, and that's for some roadworks, and that is quite slow going on your way to Durban. And then into Durban, if you're Durban bound this morning, coming up the M4 Southern Freeway, only one lane open on the ramp to the Esplanade. There's some roadworks of a sort going on there, so a bit of a squeeze getting off the M4 and turn onto the embankment into Durban CBD as we get through rush hour this morning. Gauteng looks all right. The N1 coming through Pretoria down towards Montana. No sign of any roadwork disruption. That's good news. And Cape Town, Simonstown will be busy today and tomorrow. That's the first couple of days of closures ahead of the SA Navy Festival. The festival itself runs from Friday until Sunday. There'll be terrific pressure, particularly on Saturday with spectator traffic and event goers. But today and tomorrow there'll be closures of the main road through Simonstown for parade events, 7:30 until 9 this morning, and then 8:30 until 11 tomorrow morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Good morning, South Africa. Welcome to the National Briefing. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana. I'll be with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. What can you expect today? Well, we're going to begin in KwaZulu-Natal, where the future of Tongaat Hulett, a pillar of the sugar industry, now hangs in the balance. A looming liquidation is threatening not just the company, but entire rural economies, thousands of jobs, and a value chain that has sustained livelihoods far beyond the factory gates. Those that are opposing the move say this is not a failed business, but a failed rescue. We'll speak to the voices at the center of this battle to understand whether there was ever a viable path that was not taken. The question we want to ask you on this particular story: should the government step in to save strategic companies like Tongaat Hulett at all costs? The emphasis on the at all costs. We'll take some of your responses to that story as the show unfolds. At the same time, on the Cape Flats and other gang-affected areas, the deployment of soldiers is raising tough questions. Despite boots on the ground, the violence continues, as we've been tracking over the last couple of days. Critics are warning that without intelligence-led policing, the state risks appearing present but not effective. In the 7 o'clock hour for our big story, we'll speak to the former MEC for Community Safety, Leonard Max. Will interrogate whether security response that is not intelligence-led risks becoming symbolic. We'll also assess the risk of repeated deployments without systemic reform and how those erode rather than reinforce state authority. And then in our final hour, we head to Hammanskraal, where a community's patience has all but run out Residents disrupted a meeting with the city of Tshwane demanding accountability for a water crisis that has now stretched over nearly 2 decades. In Municipal Watch, we bring together the government, community voices and the other stakeholders in this matter. Of course, as the show unfolds, we'd love to hear from you. The number to you for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages to 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. It's Thursday, the 16th of April. Thank you for tuning in, and we're looking forward to stepping into your day with you.
Why is there a horse in your driveway?
You right, Savvy. Why drive a Mustang when you can ride one?
What the missus say?
Well, she had a bit of a long face, but now she's stable.
If you need a backup plan, WeBuy Cars can sort you out.
Nah, Savvy, this thing is eco-chic.
Stop horsing around, cowboy. Rather get one of these from WeBuy Cars.
What's the horsepower on that thing?
More than one, Doff. More than one.
Don't be Doff, be savvy. We buy cars, geared for adventure, geared for you.
The Proteas women are in good spirits to kick off their T20 International Series on a high note. But the women in blue are in Mzansi with a mission to triumph. This is the first T20 International. Experience the thrilling action between South Africa and India on Friday, 17 April at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC3 with reports on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's a pleasure to have you tuned into the National Briefing this morning. So let's take a look at some of the newspapers and what they're running on their front pages. I'm going to start with the Business Day. This is quite a significant story. NSFAS to review the loan scheme criteria, and it's as missing middle students are still missing out, with only 1,500 qualifying this year. So it seems that the exclusion of the missing middle is part of what is prompting the review of this particular criteria. This figure is contained in a written reply that the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Buti Manamela, gave this week in a response to questions posed to him in Parliament by the IFP MP, Zanele Zondo. So if we look at the total number of applications to NSFAS, that figure sits at 26,538 students who applied to be funded. 900,000 bursaries were awarded to those students. However, only 1,561 students who are considered to be part of the missing middle were successful in their application. So as you can tell, it seems that it's only a drop in the ocean when it comes to the overall figure or number of bursaries that are being awarded. So we're then going to take a look at the other story on the front page of the Business Day. Oil majors' grip on SA fuel industry faces a legal challenge. That's the Transport Minister, Barbara Creecy. She's facing a legal challenge over a decision to grant a lucrative 25-year operating right to oil major at the Island View Precinct, South Africa's largest hub for petroleum imports. The Island View Precinct facility, housed in the port of Durban, accounts for about 75% of South Africa's petroleum imports, and the country importing about 13 billion litres of crude annually and 19 billion litres of finished petroleum products. So that's said to be an ongoing battle. And then, of course, the story that made headlines yesterday around Rolf Meyer being appointed as South Africa's ambassador to the US. That then also making the front page of the Business Day this morning. You would have seen, as the day unfolded, the criticism and the opposition to Meyer's appointment, particularly coming through from the likes of AfriForum, that are saying, one of the descriptors I saw said he was an ANC cadre and that he basically was the wrong person for the job. So it seems to have also drawn the ire of some within the political sphere. So the Business Day then just looking at some of that reaction. Well, let's take a look at what's on the front page of The Citizen this morning. And it's the court case of Julius Malema in the Eastern Cape. Excuse me. So it's the Julius Malema court matter. The show is over for Juju, reads the Citizen headline. But it's a picture of him emerging from his car among the crowds that have gathered to support him. Inside the paper itself, the Citizen also going further to unpack the rejection of Rolf Meyer as a choice to the US as ambassador. Taking a look at what's on the front page of some of the other papers, let me go into the Sowetan. The Sowetan is going with a story around the UIF. 662 ghost workers used to loot the UIF. And it's an investigation by the SIU that says that there is a particular company that is being named there that is specifically named for having taken advantage of the UIF release scheme. I'm not saying the full name of the company, but the SIU says Manuel's company received first payment from COVID relief funds in 2020, and by 2025, only 74 Rand was left in the account. The business was only registered in 2023 and is among beneficiaries who fraudulently earned funding worth 148 million Rand. Company registered in 2023. This was relief for employees. How is it that they would have been able to garner the kind of track record with employees to justify that 148 million Rand payout? So that's the story that the Sowetan is going with this morning. I think we'll pause it there. That's a look at just some of your national publications.
The National Briefing on SAFM.
Well, let's take a look at your weather for this morning. We have a yellow level 2 warning, severe thunderstorms with heavy downpours, lightning, hail and damaging winds, resulting in localized flooding and damage to settlements and infrastructure. Those are expected over the central parts of the Northern Cape, the southern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the central parts of Mpumalanga. There are no fire warnings and no advisories. In Pretoria, the weather is cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 14, maximum 25. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. In Johannesburg, it's cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 13, maximum 22. In Vereeniging, cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 12, maximum 22. In Mbombela, it's partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, minimum 16, maximum 25. In Polokwane, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 16, maximum 24. In Mahikeng, cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, becoming partly cloudy, minimum 13, maximum 25. In Vryburg, cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, becoming partly cloudy, minimum 13, maximum 26. In Bloemfontein, morning fog, otherwise cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, a minimum of 11, maximum 25. In Kimberley, cloudy with morning fog, becoming partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, minimum 14, maximum 27. In Uppington, fine, becoming cloudy with scattered afternoon showers and thunder showers, minimum 15, maximum 30. In Cape Town, the weather's fine, your wind light and variable, becoming moderate southerly by the afternoon, minimum 13, maximum 23. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In George, cloudy becoming partly cloudy. The wind light to moderate easterly, becoming westerly from the evening, minimum 13, maximum 24. In Gqeberha, cloudy becoming partly cloudy. Wind light to moderate easterly to southeasterly, minimum 16, maximum 24. In East London, it's cloudy becoming partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers. The wind moderate to strong northeasterly, minimum 16, maximum 26. And in Durban, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, minimum 22, maximum 26. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Richards Bay, it's cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, becoming partly cloudy. Wind moderate to fresh southerly to southeasterly, becoming northeasterly, minimum 24, maximum 27. And in Pietermaritzburg, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers, becoming partly cloudy, minimum 15, maximum 24.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Locally, we've seen an increase in petrol, in diesel, in paraffin. We inevitably are going to see an increase in food prices.
This current time needs for us to move to highly structured financial conversations in our households. We need to account for our money, stick to our budgeting, understand where are the leakages. This is the time to maybe perhaps sit and look at your bank statements for the past 3 months and say, where's my excessive spending?
Siba Njoba joins us, certified financial planner and wealth manager.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Let's get into our global brief for this morning. Escalating conflict in the Middle East is doing more than redrawing the battle lines on the ground. It's also reshaping the balance of power globally. As oil and gas markets react to rising tensions, Moscow has now moved to swiftly position itself as a stabilizing supplier, offering to plug any potential energy gaps for Beijing. The pledge, delivered by Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov during high-level talks with President Xi Jinping in Beijing, signals more than just economic cooperation. It also points to a deepening strategic alignment between the two global powers. Now, both Russia and China have framed their partnership as unshakable, even as they brace for the economic fallout of the escalating U.S. military involvement in the Middle East. Dr. Oscar van Heerden is a senior research fellow for the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. Good morning, Dr. van Heerden. Thanks for your time. Are we seeing that this conflict, this U.S.-Israel-Iran conflict, is serving as a catalyst for global realignment and perhaps even deepening of ties, as we're seeing with Russia and China?
Good morning, Kathy, and to your listeners. No, absolutely. There is a realignment taking place, and China is featuring very prominently in that realignment. We've seen, besides this official visit by Minister Lavrov, in recent days, we've seen the leader of Spain, of Vietnam, all of them meeting and having engagements with Xi Jinping and the government of China. So clearly, people are beginning to see that there is a problem with the United States of America. They've got a problematic leader that is bullying everyone and wanting to engage in conflicts all over the place, is imposing tariffs and wanting to weaponize trade, clearly has weaponized the US dollar. And part of that is a realignment and saying, where else do we look for a stabilizing phenomenon? And I think it's clear that people have identified Beijing as that stabilizing force.
It's interesting because in the next month, we are expecting meetings between the U.S. president and the Chinese president, the U.S. president and the Russian president. How can we begin to make sense of this matrix and potentially then what the alignment going into those meetings might be?
Yeah, look, a big part, Kathy, as you know, of the international relations is playing the chessboard and perceptions that's out there globally. It's quite interesting that, as you know, the meeting between Moscow and between Beijing and Washington was supposed to have been earlier this year, but that was postponed because of the illegal war in Iran. And it's interesting how Beijing is now saying, let's first have the visit by Putin, official state visit, and then we are going to engage with Donald Trump. So I think the Americans must be upset about this. The fact that Lavrov has already now gone to make preparations for the visit of President Putin to China. And as you say, it's going to make for interesting politics, because we'll have to see. What we know about the Americans is that they are wanting to negotiate a very deep, long-term agreement with China. They need China at this point in time. Regardless of the rhetoric and the saber rattling, the fact of the matter is the United States economy is in serious crisis. They need China. China has been dumping and selling off US bonds because of the struggle with the US dollar and the weaponization of the US dollar. They know that China exerts enormous influence in the BRICS formation, of which South Africa is a part. So it's going to make for interesting viewing to see how exactly Trump is going to deal with Xi Jinping, because at this point in time, in terms of global politics and the global economy, China is certainly at the top.
And just very briefly, what does this mean then for countries like ours, Oscar? How should we be positioning, navigating this moment?
We've been quite consistent, Kathy. You know, yes, we are being bullied by Trump, and it's because he's frustrated. We are the junior partner of BRICS, the weakest link, if you like, and therefore we've been targeted. Besides that, there's also the issue of the case that we instituted against the state of Israel for genocide in Gaza. And so for that, they've now decided to have a punitive political campaign that is targeting South Africa. I think we have been acting very maturely. We've been wanting to stabilize relations with the Americans. We don't see it as antagonistic. We are emphasizing that we have an independent foreign policy, and we've also made it very clear that, like America, we see China as a very important trading partner, our biggest trading partner, in fact, which is the same case for America. And we are not going to be told who should be our friends and who shouldn't. So we need to continue positioning ourselves with China, because actually that is the future. The Far East is the future. Even though I'm saying that, we still need to have bilateral relations with America and the Europeans.
Dr. Oscar van Heerden, Senior Research Fellow for the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. Let me bring you some of the voice notes you've been sending through as it leads us into the 6:30 headlines.
Good morning to you, Sister Ketty. So, Sister Ketty, as known, Hammanskraal is crying again over the water crisis. Do you recall, Sister Ketty, a couple of years back when the head people there, knowing nothing, were suspended, and within a couple of months, even I should say a couple of weeks, they were reinstated, and what? Hammanskraal did nothing. Yes, then when Mr. Cyril Pinocchio put them back on the job, nothing was done. And who did those people of Hammanskraal and we around South Africa, whom are currently weeping, vote for? Does that not tell you what the consequences are? Pepilon Aldos.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is this morning set to continue his cross-examination before the Matlanga Commissioner of Inquiry. He and members of the EMPD are accused of theft of precious stones in Rosebank, Johannesburg in February of 2023. EFF leader Julius Malema will today know his fate when the Magistrates Court in Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape delivers sentence in his firearm case. Yesterday, during arguments for mitigation and aggravation for sentence, the state said it wanted a prison sentence while the defense preferred a non-custodial sentence. And the ANC says it will announce the remaining members of its new KwaZulu-Natal task team next week. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Good and bad news from Pretoria. The good news, the M1 South through Sefaka-Makato around Montana moving okay this morning. The bad news, Dustport Tunnel heavily backlogged at both directions. Crash on the M1 South just past the Golden Highway exit in Devlin seems to be sorted out. Of course, some early morning disruption, but it's okay now. N3 coming away from Germiston and Alberton on the road to Bedford. You already jammed from the Elons interchange up into the restrictions around Van Buren. And a bit of traffic on the M1 North up to Gordon Road this morning if you're leaving Soweto. That is going to get you away. Durban, breakdown on the N2 South into Spaghetti Junction has been cleared. There are some roadworks on the Southern Freeway inbound, ramp to the Esplanade, so watch that. That's likely to cause some disruption this morning as you approach the city centre. And Cape Town, quite a heavy backlog on the N2 inbound passing Khayelitsha. That's a crash just before you get to the R300, pushing queues back towards Spine Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Well, a very good morning to you, Zai Khan. We're going to start with. I want you to say it with your own mouth, Zai. Chiefs is what? What is Chiefs?
Chiefs is what? Chiefs is cooking, Kathy.
Chiefs is on fire. Is on fire.
I'm telling you, I don't know what to say, but yeah, they are something else. Unbelievable. It's definitely a team that is on fire now. They're not chasing this season. They are shaping this season and looking, I think they're a big threat to the top two because they're third now on the log. That's Kaizer Chiefs after their 4-1 victory over Magesi at the Peter Mokaba Stadium last night. Early goals from Flavio da Silva and Wandile Duba exposing defensive chaos before Mduduzi Shabalala and Kanyini Samayo added to the tally. Magesi did pull one back, but they remain rooted at the bottom of the table with relegation concerns growing there. Chiefs now on 45 points and are building that momentum for the top 3 finish. More soccer with the concerned TS Galaxy head coach Adnan Beganovic has raised concerns about the club's Ivorian goalkeeper Elise Tape ahead of him coming out of his line. He's had a habit of it and saying it's proving too costly for the team. Now, there was also glaring mistakes, and that's when they lost 2-0 to Kaizer Chiefs at FNB Stadium. Here's Beganovic.
Have more chance, but in the end it's nothing serious. We don't have 100% any chance today, and then we allowed to concede goals. It's not first time. I think it's second or third time how we concede goals. Keeper go out without reason, and then he leave empty goal, and then we concede the goal, and then after that it's already. Game is finished in 5 minutes. It's very, very difficult to come back.
Now, action last night. Arsenal are through to the UEFA Champions League semi-finals after a goalless draw with Sporting in London. The Gunners progress 1-0 on aggregate and face Atletico Madrid for a place in the final. Now, in the other quarterfinal, Bayern Munich edged Real Madrid 4-3 in the second leg at the Bernabeu, stealing a 6-4 aggregate win. Harry Kane scored his 50th goal of the season, while Luis Diaz struck late to end Madrid's hopes. Bayern will now take on Paris Saint-Germain in this semi-final. Tennis action, the American second seed Ben Shelton is through to the quarterfinals in Munich after a straight sets win over Alexander Blocks. He'll now face Brazilian teenager João Fonseca, while top seed Alexander Zverev remains on course in the draw. In Stuttgart, Iga Swiatek advanced comfortably with a 6-2, 6-3 win over Laura Siegemund to reach the quarterfinals. And finally, swimming, day 2 of the SA Championships in Gqeberha, delivering 6 Commonwealth Games qualifying performances. Amy Canny and Rebecca Meader both impressed in the 200-meter individual medley, while Peter Coetzee and Rowan van Reenen qualified in the men's backstroke events. Jessica Thompson set a national record, and Erin Gallagher claimed the 100-meter butterfly. Chad de Clos won his race but missed the qualifying time. Don't miss out. We've got your next sports bulletin and headlines top of the hour. For the national briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, a very good morning. We're starting off with China's economy. In fact, coming off back of the conversation we just had in the global briefing around how that country is positioning itself as a stabilizing factor. The Q1 economy seemingly expanding faster than expected.
Good morning, Kathy. Now, the world's second largest economy grew 5% in the first 3 months of 2026, beating forecasts and driven mainly by strong exports, while domestic demand remained weak. Retail sales and investments both missed expectations, with the property sector continuing to weigh on growth. On the bright side, industrial production stayed solid, highlighting manufacturing as the main driver of the economy. However, rising energy costs linked to the conflict in the Gulf are slowing trade and increasing factory expenses, raising concerns about softer momentum ahead. Now, this matters for South Africa because China is a major trading partner and one of the biggest buyers of key exports such as iron ore, coal, and platinum group metals. Now, if Chinese demand slows, it could reduce export earnings, put pressure on mining production, and weigh on the rand. A weaker Chinese economy also tends to dampen global commodity prices, which directly affects South Africa's revenue outlook and broader economic growth prospects. Meanwhile, the World Bank says the shock from the conflict in Iran is likely to persist. President AJ Banga warns countries should prepare for disruptions lasting several months, even if a ceasefire holds and key shipping routes reopen. Speaking at the IMF spring meetings, he warned it could take time for oil flows through the strait to stabilize, leaving global energy markets under continued pressure and uncertainty. He says the World Bank has set up a war chest of funding that could provide between $20 and $25 billion in support, rising to as much as $100 billion over the long term if the conflict persists for up to 15 months. Banga says countries should first focus on controlling inflation before prioritizing growth recovery. He adds that governments must ensure price stability is managed before shifting attention to expansion and investment. Now turning to markets action, stateside stocks were mostly in positive territory, with the S&P 500 closing at a record high overnight, as strong earnings from big banks reinforced the view that the U.S. economy remains resilient for now. The mood was different at home, with markets mixed. The all-share index ended the day 0.45% lower. The rand, however, holding steady this morning at 16.33 to the dollar, 22.18 to the pound, and 19.29 to the euro. On the commodities front, oil eased as investors looked ahead to another round of U.S.-Iran peace talks, sitting at around $95 a barrel this hour, with hopes for greater calm in the region. That and better than expected Chinese growth figures fueling gains across Asia this morning. And that's where I leave things with you this hour. I'll be back with another markets wrap at 7:30.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
Advocate Mantula, the conversation taking place at the United Nations General Assembly around the true size of Africa to be reflected on the map accordingly. It's quite an interesting one, and I just wonder, why has it taken so long?
Indeed, Sisketi, refreshing morning and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. The Foreign Affairs Minister of Togo, Robert Dussey, is the one who is putting this motion, but under the collective of the African Union, to say, can we reflect on the true size, and that we ditch the 16th century Mercator projection. You notice, this is a debate that Africa has been calling for years, that they will bring it at the UN General Assembly in September, where there will be a vote to say, can we reveal the true colors of the African continent? If you look deeper, that will change even our young people at the schools, how they go in geography, what you call natural science. How do you look at correcting the map? What impact does it bring when you look at that Africa is bigger than US, Canada, Greenland, Russia? But look at where Africa is, as it will always be in this African narrative of Africa rising, Africa not rising. So there's an issue that the true size, it says Africa 14 times larger than Greenland, 3 times larger than Canada and the US. And that's what they are demanding even from the World Bank. We might think this is geography, but it also translates to political identity, economic currency, cultural dignity also, Sisketi.
One just thinks about the impact that something like that would have, because it's not just about how the world would continue to see us. It is also about how we would see ourselves, that in fact we are so much bigger than we give ourselves credit for. Let's move on to Cameroon, where President Paul Biya, he signed a bill this week to restore the vice presidency.
Remember, I spoke about in the name of the Father and the Son. Now here we see he has appointed his son, Frank Emmanuel Biya, as the vice president. This post was around in the late 80s, 1984. That was the last time that we had this post, and now it has been brought back, and it was replaced by then by the role of the Prime Minister. Now, Paul Biya signed this bill in Parliament this week because last week Parliament has voted on it. And this is something that you can see is the elder preparing for the monarchy of the family, like Frank Emmanuel Biya, who also is being given a role on the defense in the military leadership of that country. You will recall there have been issues about Paul Biya's competency, even post the elections of October 2025. But we still see, for him to sign off the law, it's like the seals is case that it will remain in the family. We have seen it in Gabon before. We've seen it in other African countries that we see sons of presidents, they are emerging into the State House.
There's just such an emerging pattern, Advocate Mantula, just even over the stories you've looked at in the past week. At some point, we need to ask ourselves as a continent some very serious questions around government and governance. Let's move on to Mozambique. Rwanda's troops are there to fight terrorism. What happens if they leave?
This is a worrying factor. The EU, probably next month, it might be withdrawing the funding on this peacekeeping mission or managing what they will call critical minerals. In Africa, we call them natural resources. Remember, Rwanda was deployed in the Cabo Delgado, Musiwa, Wadi Braya. SADC pulled out his cases, and when SADC pulled out, that SADC mission, the Rwanda mission, comes in. Now, they've been funded since 2022 until now, over 20 million euros. And that has been added for the past 2 years. Every 2 years, they will add. Now, it seems 2026, it is tough. Now, that question that remains is that what option is Mozambique left with? They will have to, they will have to bow and come back to SADC against this case because of our proximity. Because of also we are sharing the same borders. I don't think they will have to go far. They can want to say to go to Tanzania, but South Africa and also neighboring countries, they will have to play that role. And I think for SADC mission, should it get into Mozambique again, they should be coordinated this time, Ms. Katie. It must not be few countries that end up have to bear that brand in terms of supporting the land of Samora Machel, Mozambique.
16 April 1960, a day that I know many South Africans will be familiar with.
Indeed, and I'll take them through this memory. Let's take them through that memory lane before we can get into the text and the content of this historical archive.
When, by ending the system of white minority domination, humanity will have ensured that never again shall the scourge of racial tyranny raise its ugly head. You will all be welcome. You will all be welcome to attend those historic victory celebrations. I cannot complete my speech without referring to our comrade President Oliver Tambo.
Sis Kate and the listeners, that was Tata Rolihlahla Madiba Mandela. Just after his release, saying thank you to the world and thank you to the elder Reginald Ower Tambo, because remember, Ower Tambo was the president of the ANC even when he was in exile. But this was at the Wembley Stadium also, where he said that speech where there were 72,000 people and millions watching over the TV and others being physical there. I can tell you one South African who's there and he says, he was there, Sis Casey. Tracy Chapman was there. Peter Gabriel was there. And Simple Minds were there. That was in celebration of Tata Rolihlahla Mandela, after almost 86 years ago, when he said thank you to the world for their contribution to the struggle of South Africa. Asante sana, Sis Casey, SAFM still leading the true nation.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You may or may not know the difference between gelato and ice cream, but you do know a great Outsurance deal when you see one. Get a car insurance quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash. SMS out to 30754 That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very heavy Dustport Tunnel in Pretoria. Big queues either southbound on Trans or southbound on Bremer or north on Trans-Oranje. It's all backed up into the tunnel area. Joburg's Mike White extending a queue from Boysons right through until about Oxford Road in Parktown, and a ton of lights down on Malabongwe from North Riding through Stratham Park. So that is heavy. Inanda Road in Durban coming out of Newlands. Unusual queues towards the N2 highway this morning. And Cape Town, a crash on the N2 inbound before the R300 causing a pushback through Khayelitsha. Traffic standing back at Spine Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Well, let's get into one of the key stories we're tracking this morning. The future of one of South Africa's oldest agricultural giants now hangs by a thread, and with it, the fate of entire rural economies. The Durban High Court is set to hear a critical application this morning to place Tongaat Hulett into final liquidation, a move that opponents warn could trigger a devastating chain reaction across KwaZulu-Natal's sugar belt. At stake are not just the company's assets, but thousands of direct jobs, more than 15,000 small-scale growers, and a value chain that supports hundreds of thousands of livelihoods. Those opposing the liquidation argue that this is simply not a story of a failing business, but of a rescue process that may have gone wrong. Andrew Russell is the chairman of the South African Cane Growers. He joins us on the line. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for your time. At the heart of this are really some serious questions. Number one, has the business rescue process been exhausted in good faith?
Well, we believe not. We are opposing this liquidation application on the basis that there are other alternatives. As you have said, it's critically important that those 3 sugar mills and the refinery that's attached to them remain in business, that their doors don't close, and that those 18,000 farmers that deliver their cane to those mills, including 15,000 small-scale farmers, it's very important that we keep those doors open and that we continue milling and continue maintaining the value chain where those mills are operating. We do believe there are alternatives to liquidation, and we have joined the IDC, Industrial Development Corporation, as well as the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, in opposing this liquidation application.
Why do you think that the liquidators have not exhausted all options before coming to this final application? It's been 3 years of an opportunity that they have had to bring in some worthwhile interventions.
Yes, and I think they have made considerable effort during those 3 years. They had a potential purchaser of the assets, and they had post-commitment financing from the IDC. But when that sale agreement lapsed, and when the financing arrangement with the IDC also terminated, they were left with very limited alternatives other than to apply for provisional liquidation. And so at that time, it didn't look like there were many alternatives. But subsequently, there has been significant work behind the scenes trying to make sure that there is another alternative to this liquidation process.
Of course, coming to this moment has also revealed something else, that perhaps government is well limited in the kind of interventions that it can offer. Many South Africans, of course, would ask a question around whether government really should be doing everything that it can to save an entity like Tongaat Hulett.
Well, yes, I agree. We've got to be very careful about saving a specific entity. But in this instance, that entity is part of a significant value chain. It's not only the business itself, but also, as you've already mentioned, the thousands and thousands of farmers who deliver their cane to those mills, the people that are directly employed by those farmers and by those sugar milling entities. And the value chain is enormous and particularly important in the deep rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal. One of the mills is close to an urban area, and the standalone refinery is in the center of Durban. But the other jobs are all in deep rural areas where there are not a lot of other alternatives in terms of economic activity. So it's more than just saving a business, it's about saving the value chain.
If we look at, again, this moment, Andrew, just to wrap up, what do you think it's revealing about the state of our industrial policy as a country? And again, this question around the protection of strategic sectors. Because I think when we understand the entire value chain and the size of Tongaat Hulett, there is, of course, that big question mark around how were things even ever allowed to get to where they are?
Yeah, well, aside from the governance issues on how Tongaat directors were allowed to incur such an enormous debt, that's a separate conversation and subject to a civil legal case that's currently before the courts. But in terms of our overall economic policy, I think what it shows is a lack of cohesion and a lack of consistency. It's really important that we have a more holistic view on South Africa Incorporated, and that we align our various policies to support those industries that are significant. The sugar industry has a tariff which protects it from cheap alternative imports. That tariff is due for review. It's taken over 2 years since our initial application to have that review even start. We're also subjected to the health promotion levy, which is purported to assist our citizens to improve their standard of health, but it's put an enormous burden on our industry without having any evidence whatsoever of improving the health of our citizens. So while we fully support interventions that will take care of our people, we also need to make sure that those interventions are aligned and that they're fact-based and that they're based on research and inputs that are relevant to our very unique circumstances in South Africa.
Andrew Russell, he's the Vice Chairman of the South African Cane Growers Association. As you've heard, a lot at stake in that particular matter. So we'll stay then in the KwaZulu-Natal region and move on to the expanded public works program. It's meant to provide a lifeline to the unemployed. But in that province, it's under intense scrutiny amid claims of corruption, political interference, and the exploitation of desperate job seekers. We're now hearing news of reports of a Sex for Jobs scandal. Joining us is Martin Meyer, the MEC for KwaZulu-Natal Public Works. Mr. Meyer, good morning. Thanks for your time. You've described Sex for Jobs as a reality within the EPWP program in that province. How widespread is this issue? Good morning, Martin. All right, it looks like we're having an issue with Martin Meyer on the line there. And it's been quite a concerning story that has resulted in the National Department now actually saying that it will withhold the allocation for the KZN province for its EPWP program until this matter has been resolved. Martin, I understand you're on the line. Good morning. All right. Unfortunately, we seem to be having an issue connecting to Martin Meyer. We'll see if there's an opportunity to bring you the story yet again as we get into the rest of the morning. Of course, we also want to hear from you as the show continues. I'd be taking your calls on 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Good morning to the SAFM listeners. Sis Kathy, if this Middle East war does not end, we are really heading for more challenges as South Africa. Transnet has just released a statement indicating that they will impose more charges on the containers that are coming in their ports within their terminals in the harbour. And it's not only that, the fuel prices are high. Of course, once the fuel prices are high, everything will be high. It's difficult. Sekwanele Pretoria.
Hello, I'm Zig of Randburg, remembering the racial and political might of the EFF leader Julius Malema outside the Southern Gauteng High Court, where he paraded his glory of racial power with armed guards, 3 of them in black suits and red ties and assault rifles, threatening the might of that court. Can you imagine his victory parade if he gets off without a jail sentence?
All right, Zig in Randburg. Well, that's as those sentencing arguments continue in the Eastern Cape. It's 7 o'clock.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Mkhwanazi to continue Madlanga testimony and Julius Malema to know his fate today. Good morning. Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is this morning set to continue his cross-examination before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. He and members of the EMPD are accused of the theft of precious stones in Rosebank in Johannesburg in February of 2023, but Mkhwanazi previously denied this. He testified that members of the Johannesburg Metro Police Department and the EMPD had conducted a joint operation in Rosebank. Sibahle Mota reports.
While Julius Mkhwanazi has maintained that the police operation involving precious stones in Rosebank, Johannesburg, was a joint crackdown involving members of the Johannesburg Metro Police Department, evidence before the commission suggests otherwise. Only 2 EMPD members, Keisha Lee Stolz and Aidan McKenzie, were at the crime scene. They were joined by Etienne van der Walt, a member of a private security company. Mkhwanazi later conceded to the commission that the operation was not a joint effort with JMPD members. Mkhwanazi, Stolz and McKenzie have been linked to an alleged rogue unit operating within the EMPD.
2 suspected ATM bombers have been arrested in Soweto in Johannesburg. The first suspect was arrested in Orlando East, where he was found in possession of dye-stained banknotes. Further investigations led police to a second suspect in Diepkloof, where explosives were found. Police spokesperson Dimakatso Nebuhulwi.
Both suspects, aged 26 and 38 years old, will face charges of possession of explosives and suspected stolen money. They will further be linked to the ATM bombing case of Klip Rivier. They are expected to appear before Orlando Court soon.
EFF leader Julius Malema will today know his fate when the Magistrates Court in Kokompo City in the Eastern Cape delivers sentence in his firearm case. Yesterday, during arguments for mitigation and aggravation for sentence, the state said it wanted a prison sentence while the defence preferred a non-custodial sentence. Malema had been convicted for discharging a firearm in public. The incident had happened during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in 2018. State Prosecutor Advocate Jules Caesar says Malema has shown no remorse for endangering people's lives.
The outcry because of that shows that that should not be tolerated in a civilized society where people's lives are placed in danger for people who are in a celebratory mood firing shots. And in most cases, these people are unqualified to fire such shots. In this instance, accused did not just fire one shot and left it at that, which we can consider to be an accident. His actions constituted extreme danger to the 20,000 plus people that were present, not even mentioning the community right around Mdantsane, which
The ANC says it will announce the remaining members of its new KwaZulu-Natal task team next week. Mike Mabuyakulu is the new convener of the PTT, replacing Jeff Radebe, who will be redeployed elsewhere. The ANC says the changes come after the old 67-member PTT's time have lapsed. The Secretary-General, Figilemba Lula, announced the 6-member PTT after meeting with the outgoing PTT members in Durban yesterday.
Comrade Mike Mabuyakulu is now the provincial convener of the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal. Comrade Bongisi Tole Muloi, the first deputy provincial convener. Siboniso Duma is our second deputy convener. Comrade James Ngomalo is our provincial coordinator in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Comrade who's not here, Sipe Sitlem is the deputy coordinator to Comrade James. Nomakugus Melani remains the fundraiser of the ANC.
And finally, a court in New York has found that the entertainment company Live Nation, which owns Ticketmaster, has been operating as a monopoly. This is in relation to the selling of tickets for big concert venues. The ruling could have far-reaching consequences for the whole music industry. The BBC's Nadia Taufik has the details.
Lawmakers said that the company basically exploited their power and dominance in the industry to stifle competition and to raise ticket prices, which impacted fans, independent venues, and even artists in a really negative way. So this ruling that Live Nation was an illegal monopoly now opens the door for a judge and those states to work out how to put more competition into the industry.
Recapping the top stories, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is this morning set to continue his cross-examination before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You may or may not know the difference between shares and bonds, but you do know a great Outsurance deal when you see one. Get a car insurance quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash, SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's, and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer action from last night. Kaizer Chiefs making it 5 in a row as Amakosi surge into the CAF contention. And it's more soccer action with Bayern Munich knocking out Real Madrid in the Champions League. An absolute classic. We'll have the details around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Kick it off in Joburg with a crash on the R21 opposite the airport. The crash scene just before you'd off-ramp to the R24. So between Voortrekker Road and the R24 split, that's where it is. The R21 South pushing a queue back as far as Pomona Road, looking quite heavy there. The N3 North queuing from Elands Interchange up through the restrictions towards Van Buren, and then a breakdown the other side of Galuli's up by Modderfontein. So heading up through Edenvale, very heavy backlogging there. The N1 North under pressure this morning through Diepkloof down to Uncle Charlie's, and the N1 North quite heavy from Randburg moving through towards the Fourways area. Pretoria's Dustport Tunnel, heavy backlogs both ways. Might be worth avoiding the tunnel at this stage. Durban, the run out of Newlands on Inanda Road is slowed down through Parlock towards the N2. The N2 running north now with a breakdown just past Spaghetti Junction. So extra delays as you line up from the M7 Bluff exit through towards that breakdown and then into the roadwork zone. Looking okay around Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg, no problems if you're that side. Today, Cape Town N1 into town, very very slow from Belleville through to the Coburg Interchange. N2 from the airport backs up to Hospital Bend already. M5 looking heavy with queues coming up from Ottery all the way through towards the N2. And if you're leaving Durbanville, a crash on the Tygerberg Road down by Bloomendale. So quite a heavy backlog out of Durbanville on that wine route routing. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
The emotions are brewing and the thirst for victory is increasing between the Proteas women and the women in blue. This is the second T20 International. Witness the spectacular clash between South Africa and India on Sunday 19 April at 13:55. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3 with reports on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Postbank is improving your banking experience as part of the April card replacement rollout for social grant beneficiaries using SASSA Gold cards. From the 13th of April until further notice, Postbank sites inside Checkers, ShopRite, USave, Pick n Pay, Boxer and Spar will not assist with lost or stolen cards or PIN resets. Postbank apologizes for the inconvenience. You can still access your money through available channels. For help, call 0800 535455. Postbank will never ask you for your PIN or OTP. Postbank, an authorized financial services provider.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
As we get into our big story at 7 o'clock, I'm watching breaking news on SABC. This is on channel 404, and that's on another deadly shooting in Cape Town, this time in Delft, where 4 people have been gunned down. This is the breaking news story that SABC 404 is running. Now, it leads us into the story we've scheduled for conversation this morning, which is the deployment of soldiers onto Cape Town's streets that's intended to project authority and also to restore order in communities that have been gripped by gang violence. However, there are questions about whether that show of force is translating into real impact. Despite the presence of the military, the shootings have continued in some of the most affected areas, and this is raising concerns that the intervention may be reactive rather than strategic, and that it lacks intelligence-led policing, which is needed to dismantle the organized crime networks that are behind it. To unpack it further, we're joined now by Leonard Max, who is the former MEC for Community Safety. Dr. Max, good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. Critics are warning that if these gangs and if this violence remains undeterred and if it continues at the scale that we are seeing, the state risks undermining its own credibility, because the failure here will also be seen as a failure of the SANDF.
Good morning, Casey. You're quite right. Any government got a priority to safeguard its citizens. And I and myself, as well as other commentators, warned before the deployment that this show of force is not going to make any difference. The president's statement during the State of the Nation address made promises. That the army is going to join the police and they will eradicate this gang violence. That created a hell of a lot of expectations amongst the communities who suffered on a daily basis of gang violence. Now, my information is also since the 1st of April, plus minus 100 people were killed, whilst the SANDF were deployed. So it appears to me clearly that there's a lack of strategy. We were promised that they will try intelligence-driven operations. And as far as I can see in my assessment, is that that information lack.
Dr. Max, is this intervention working in your view? Because, of course, there will be the argument that, well, we have seen escalating violence, right, especially in the areas most affected by this violence. So we shouldn't be surprised that that escalation continues. But the fact that it continues, what does that tell you specifically?
Yeah, that is an indication that the government, the state, doesn't have the ability to protect its citizens. There are various reasons why these things escalate. First, that these gangsters don't fear consequences. They don't fear jail time. So much so that if they want to eliminate a witness in a case which was supposed to testify against one of the gang members, then the best place to get this witness and to kill this witness is at court. They go to court and wait for the witness to arrive at court and shoot him or her, or inside court. No, that is an indication that they don't respect the laws of this country. On the other hand, is that there are corrupt police officers as well who actually informed or might inform these gang leaders about the intended operations, and that gives them time to remove their unlawful firearms and ammunition and other drugs. So that is a very complicated situation. But on the other hand, people got killed. Even those gang leaders, they mock the army in Mitchell's Plain. They challenge them, actually openly, to arrest them. So it is a violent situation which we experience in Africa, and especially in this crime-infested and gang-infested areas. But, it is for some time that I mentioned and recommended the coding of ammunition. One of the reasons is that as we speak, there are gang leaders who got licensed firearms. And yesterday I had a business lunch with a friend, not a friend, but a businessman who is in the security business. And he said to me that he listened to my interviews on TV, and he said that I'm totally correct about gangsters with licenses. Because last week he went to a gun shop just to buy for himself ammunition for his company, and two gangsters with valid licenses actually picked up and bought ammunition. So, that was as a result of the corruption which were in the police and investigated, and that is one of the reasons why one of the detectives of Kania were killed, because of police involvement in gangsterism.
What needs to be done differently in this moment for there to be a significant turnaround? Because I think that's what communities are desperate for right now.
Yes, you see, they talk about crime intelligence driven operations, but I think they must also use crime pattern analysis together with technology, and as I said, coded ammunition. Because this coded ammunition, let me explain a quick on this particular issue. This coded ammunition, the concept was already in 2019 tested by the police institution, and they recommended the ballistic department, and they recommended the implementation of coded ammunition. But the police, for some other reason, I don't know why they don't consider it. And we also forwarded this proposal to the current minister, the former minister, who's been on special leave, and the current acting minister. And we hope that the acting minister, Kachalia, will definitely have a look at this and consider an investigation to see whether it is implementable or not. So if you take that into account, the technology as well as close integrated approach with SAPS, anti-gang unit and the Metro Police, if they work together as a team, not in isolation, I think there will be better results. But the thing is, and it remains my point, that if there's no fear for consequences, then it is not going to stop. Because the more serious the crime committed by the gangster, the more respect he earned in the gang family. So that is the problem.
You're bringing me to my last question to you, Dr. Max, which is around how these gangs and have been entrenched in the communities, and the fact that you were describing how they're openly challenging in some instances as some members of the SANDF. Do you think that that's part of the reason why we're now seeing the sustained onslaught, that the messaging behind it is intentional, that those that are behind and that are supporting what is very organized crime networks through these gangs are challenging the state, and they're saying, we are not going anywhere?
Yes, the state doesn't have an answer to gang violence. You are totally correct. That is a real problem. And the police actions is very predictable. And the gangs work around the deployment of the army and the police. Yeah, as you said, it's war. Let me tell you, it is war. And the other thing which I also proposed was a national guard, that the government should put together a unit as a national guard from the reserve army members who actually are trained on a regular basis in terms of the laws applicable in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, the Police Act, as well as the National Transport Act. And they exercise also crime control together with the police, public order police, so that they are fully trained and know exactly what their rights are as well as their limitations and how to perform policing duties as army members. So there's a lot to be done, but on the other end, you must understand, and that is my problem, the Constitutional Court pronounced just shortly after 1994, democracy, that the death penalty is not authorized by the Constitution, as prohibited. The state cannot use its force to kill somebody. But on the other hand, those gangsters assume the responsibility and the right to kill innocent people. So we have to decide whether the Constitution is really protecting the rights and the lives of our people in South Africa. And, the right to life is absolute, and it cannot be limited by Section 36 of the Constitution. But on the other hand, these gangsters take innocent people's lives.
Okay, Dr. Leonard Max, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning. Let me thank you for your time. He's, in fact, the former Western Cape Police Commissioner. He's the former Western Cape Police Commissioner, correcting myself there from what I said earlier, saying he was the former MEC for Community Safety. While listening in on that conversation is Aaron Hyman, Senior Analyst at the Southern Africa Observatory at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. Aaron, what is it that is underpinning the violence and the operation of these gangs, that they are able to even challenge the state in the way we are seeing?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Well, Gangsterism is entrenched, and it is primarily a socioeconomic issue with a strong connection to apartheid, spatial planning, forced removals, and economic exclusion, and the subsequent inability to meaningfully address those conditions. And it requires not only good policing and prosecution, but a wide range of coordinated social interventions. The persistent high rates of violence are worsening gangsterism day by day, and reducing the levels of violence is a crucial step to allow for a reduction in trauma and stress, so that social interventions can start building resilience within these communities. The Western Cape, I mean, it's not unique in South Africa in that regard. There are gang-ridden communities in Gauteng, in KwaZulu-Natal, in the Eastern Cape. However, the Western Cape is a high density of rival gangs, owing to a substantial drug economy and a relatively large population living under the control of gangs.
What then must happen in a moment like this? Because the kind of coordination that you're talking about across national departments, it simply isn't there. I don't know that the coordination is even there within the SAPS and SANDF under Operation Prosper.
Yeah, so I mean, if we had to measure the success of this current deployment against its stated objectives, then its stated objective is to stabilize violence in these communities, and maybe it's too early to say whether it's been effective, but certainly we've seen persistent high rates of violence coinciding with the deployment. So it doesn't appear that the limited number of troops that have been deployed have been used in a strategically effective way. Gangs have had time to reflect on the state's strategy during the first two deployments, and gang members and drug dealers interviewed for our Gang Monitor, which is a product that we publish every quarter. They said that they did not see the army deployment as a meaningful deterrent. Gangs adapted and strategized for this deployment ahead of the deployment, but it does not appear that the state has adopted a useful strategy to disrupt violence. It appears that the planners and the coordinators do not have a clear understanding or a clear strategy, as I said, of how to use the limited number of troops in such a way that it actually stops violence before it occurs. The current rate of ongoing violence indicates an intelligence failure. As a starting point for disrupting the violence would be to find and disrupt the distribution of illicit firearms and ammunition. And then secondly, and perhaps the most glaring intelligence failure here, is the inability to proactively detect where violence is going to occur and to deploy the limited number of troops to those hotspots. I mean, to put it in the simplest terms, as one of the interviewees for our recent Gang Monitor piece on this army deployment put it, gangs simply avoid operating in front of troops.
Aaron Hyman, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning. Thanks for those insights. Senior analyst on the Southern African Observatory at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime.
SABC2 is bringing the heat. New shows, new faces, and stories that hit home like the one I'm in. It's called Pinball, and that's where you can catch me, Clementine Musimane, Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every bit, the pulse of SA.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
The National Briefing on SAFM.
All right, we continue the conversation on the national briefing this morning. Let me invite Tsepo Mungai, our SABC economics editor. Tsepo, we've brought you on because there are all of these concerns and reports circulating on social media. People getting very nervous about the increasing prices of petrol and diesel. What do we know factually about what it is people can anticipate?
Well, good morning, Kathy, and to your listeners. The picture it is a bit worrying if you're looking at the recent numbers that the Central Energy Fund has released. These are preliminary numbers. They are based on the movement of the US dollar, the rand against the US dollar, and the international oil price. Remember that the price in South Africa of fuel is regulated, so it is fixed for the whole month. But what happened on the other hand, Kathy, is that the movement of international oil price and other logistics of bringing in fuel into the country, they keep on changing. And international oil companies based in South Africa that import oil, obviously, they occasionally find themselves having to buy fuel from the international market at a higher price than what is allowed to be sold in South Africa. So we end up having what is called under recovery. That is sometimes balanced by the slate levy where necessary, if, of course, those international oil prices incur higher cost. I think it's about 250 million rand. But otherwise, those prices would have to be adjusted on an average, and then the oil companies are able to not to buy oil at a loss. But there are instances where you would find that the price that is being adjusted for a given month is actually much higher. So you end up with over recovery. So as a result, we would have a lower oil petrol price that's adjusted. But what we are seeing currently, Kathy, is that the price, we are in an under recovery. If you look at the numbers that were released on the 14th, these are not final numbers, I must say. They are still subject to changes in the international oil price, and I must caution that there's been some quite resilience in the price of our rand, or the rand price. It's been quite resilient at around 16 rand 40 to the US dollar. So this morning it was around 16 rand 32. But if you go back to last year, April, as well as March, the rand was around 19 rand 50 to the US dollar. Of course, the GNU was being shaken, and the tariffs were also having to show some significant impact on inflation. So, but the rand has been quite resilient. The only issue that we are having to deal with, is a major concern, is the international oil price. The Brent crude is currently at around $95 per barrel. That's a significant improvement, and one would have hoped for a much better outcome if you look at the under recovery.
Right.
But I think it's still early. Things could improve. We might see that those steep prices that we're anticipating for May being reversed.
Tsepo Mungai, SABC economics editor.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, 4 people, including a 13-year-old child, have been shot dead in Delft on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says they appear to have been killed execution style in a suspected gang-related incident yesterday. EFF members are set to continue to show solidarity with their leader, Julius Malema, who will be sentenced in the Magistrates Court, Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape today. Malema has been convicted for discharging a firearm in public. The incident happened during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in 2018. And suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is this morning set to continue his cross-examination before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. He and members of the EMPD are accused of the theft of precious stones in Rosebank in Johannesburg in February of 2023. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just an update on the run through Dustport Tunnel this morning. Very heavy backlogs. There is a stationary bus. TMPD are on the scene there, but it looks like stop-go controls with the run off the mighty Mopani Highway on Bremer Street into that Dustport Tunnel is gridlocked, and there's a lot of gridlocking of local routes just to the north of the tunnel. Some heavy traffic coming north on Trans-Oranje. Just trying to avoid Dustport Tunnel this morning. Crash on the R21 opposite the airport, causing a delay from Atlas Road, Pomona Road, in fact, all the way down to the R24 split. That R21 is heavy. If you're on your way to the airport, make sure you've got plenty of time to get through. And a breakdown on the N3 north at Modderfontein, backlogging traffic effectively from Germiston. Durban, another day of a breakdown on the N2 north after Spaghetti Junction. So you've got that breakdown and the roadworks. It means a queue that's already pushing back towards the M7 Bluff exit. M4 inbound, some traffic restrictions on the off-ramp to the Esplanade. That's the run-in from Umbilo and Congela. Very slow approaching the Durban CBD. Only one lane open on that off-ramp to get into the city centre. And Cape Town, fairly heavy on the M1, queuing up from Plattekloof all the way through to effectively city centre. And if you're leaving Durbanville, a crash on Tygerberg Road near Bloomingdale, causing delays as you head out towards the Richwood area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, things might be looking good for Kaizer Chiefs right now, but they do have a grueling schedule coming up.
Kathy, that's exactly it. They may be cooking right now, but the next stretch, that's going to be a big test for Kaizer Chiefs. And as we say, form is temporary. Who will define their season for them, or will Chiefs define it for themselves? Well, we can tell you that they did have a big win last night, and pretty excited are the Amakhosi fans. 5-match winning streak, lifting them into the top 3, but Chiefs have a push for a CAF spot and they face a serious test. 6 of their final 7 matches will be played away from home, including tough trips against Orlando Pirates as well as Mamelodi Sundowns, and there is concern that even with their target, they will have travel fatigue as well as pressure, but the next few weeks could be defining that season. Let's go now to the head coach, Adnan Bogdanovic of TX Galaxy. He's raised concerns over defensive lapses, particularly with the goalkeeper Elise Tape's decision-making when coming off his line, which has proven costly in recent matches. Galaxy have now lost 8 of their last 9 league games, and Bogdanovic admits it's becoming increasingly difficult for the team to recover.
In the first round and then in last season, obviously we need to turn and then analyze everything and then make a big remonte. And then it's very difficult to talk now because still we have to play so many games in the league, and then we have a final of the cup, obviously, and then we need to stay calm and finish season how is possible strong. We need to win some points because we have now 2 games at home in a row, but also we have that final in the 2nd of May. We need somehow find way how to came up and then finish season how is possible for us, and then we need to sit and discuss about everything.
Let's head now to the UEFA Champions League. Arsenal through to the semi-finals after a disciplined and goalless draw against Sporting, sealing a 1-0 aggregate win. The Gunners now face Atletico Madrid for a place in the final. Meanwhile, drama at the Bernabeu as Bayern Munich edged Real Madrid 4-3 on the night, completing a 6-4 aggregate victory. Harry Kane brought up his 50th goal of the season, while Luis Diaz struck late to end Madrid's hopes. Bayern now take on Paris Saint-Germain in the semi-finals. Rugby, Jake White has stepped away from his role as a consultant at Selborne College, citing a lack of support from the school's leadership. The former Springbok coach says he was brought in to elevate the rugby program, but believes the project cannot succeed without full commitment from the top. Now, soccer news, we've got some other developments happening with cricket. Virat Kohli steering the Royal Challengers Bengaluru to a 5-wicket win over the Lucknow Super Giants in a low-scoring IPL clash. And finally, tennis, Iga Swiatek making a strong start to her clay season with a straight sets win in Stuttgart, her first match under her new coach, Francisco Roig. Elsewhere, Cameron Norrie advanced to the Barcelona Open quarterfinals after a 3-sets victory over Ethan Quinn. That's your sport. We'll serve it up some more on the national briefing at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning again. We start off with engine owner Vivo Energy. It's moving ahead with constructing an SA storage hub. This is to boost fuel security.
You're absolutely right, Kathy. The European company is investing 2.2 billion rand to expand fuel storage capacity in SA. The project involves building new fuel storage tanks at a former refinery site in Durban, adding around 300,000 cubic meters of storage capacity. Now, completion is expected by the third quarter of next year. The investment comes at a time when SA is increasingly reliant on fuel imports following the closure of several local refineries in recent years, with roughly half of the country's refining capacity now offline. The additional storage is expected to strengthen the country's ability to manage supply and cushion the impact of global disruptions. Now, moving over to other kinds of storage, South Africans will now have to pay more for water storage solutions. Jojo, known for its water tanks, has announced a 31% price increase while also declaring force majeure, meaning it cannot fully meet demand due to circumstances beyond its control. The company has pointed to high oil prices, which has increased the cost of key inputs such as polymers, as well as fuel used in production and transport. As a result, supply will be constrained. This increase comes at a time when more households are turning to water tanks amid ongoing failures in municipal water systems. Other suppliers have also raised prices, with additional increases expected as higher fuel costs continue to filter through the supply chain. Now, shifting focus to markets, the JSE is set for another choppy session, with sentiment largely driven by global news flow, particularly ongoing war-related headlines. Despite the volatility, investors appear to be looking past some of the immediate conflict risk, with equities in Asia and futures on Wall Street trading in positive territory. At the same time, oil has lost some momentum, with Brent easing back to around $95 a barrel this morning. Then over in currency markets, the rand continues to show resilience, supported by a US dollar that has slipped to a 6-week low, giving up most of the gains it made during the recent escalation in geopolitical tensions. The local unit currently trading at 16.34 to the dollar, 22.17 to the pound, and 19.29 to the euro. And that's a wrap of your market and business news this hour. Catch you again bright and early tomorrow morning. I'm Ndauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. like 450ml Domestos Power Foam Spray for 45.99, save 14 Rand. Or 700 grams Spar pre-packed cheese for 99.99, save 47 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe, and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Kathy, good morning. Lovely to hear your voice in the morning. I hope it's going well for you. It's Brad from Maritzburg. Kathy, this Tongaat closure is frightening. It's not even the word. You'd have to speak to an expert to find out if there's ever been a bigger chance of job losses in KZN, but in my recent memory or history, there hasn't been. This is disastrous. It's problematic. It's chaos. Somehow government's got to step in here with big problems, social unrest, etc. It'll make the looting look silly. Brad, Maritzburg.
Good morning, House KF and the listeners. This is Nati from Cape Town. Under no circumstances should the government get involved in Tongaat issue. Let the Ngonyama Trust and the Zulu Monarch inspire some confidence and save the jobs for his own people and the rest of South Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, some of the reaction you're sending through, it's a story covered in the first hour of the show, and one of the ones we'll be watching throughout the day as the Tongaat Hewlett matter will be heard in the Durban court today. It's the final application for liquidation. A lot is hanging on this particular transaction, and the question that we asked was whether government should get involved at all costs to help save Tongaat Hewlett. Should the government get involved at all costs? Just given what is at stake here, it's not just the company, its assets. It is about the full value chain, and that's where the greatest losses, that's where the biggest impact is said to be felt. Simpiwe, you're calling from Richards Bay. Good morning. You also want to talk about Tongaat.
Yes, Kathy. Morning, Olivia. I just wanted to link the discussion that you had yesterday with Professor Matole with the Tongaat Hewlett issue. My view is we need to look at this matter holistically. The root cause of the problem that we are facing as a country, particularly in KZN, it's our agrarian reform. If you look at the pieces of land that are used by the farmers in partnership with Tongaat Hewlett, including the forest industry, they are occupying the most fertile pieces of land in KwaZulu-Natal, which could be easily changed and used for the benefit of the greater country and ensure food sustenance in a country. So instead of us depending on one type of a product, in this case, the sugar industry, which also, if you look at the communities that are in these areas, they are the most poorest, and COVID exposed that during COVID, that they were left without food because they cannot eat sugar, they cannot eat forest as well. So we should be using this land to produce more food and diversify. So we need further agrarian reforms, not just to bail out Tongaat Hewlett, and then which then expose us to further risk. And I think the government needs to look into that on how do we use our land, including the land that is occupied by Ngonyama Trust, not just to demand the land without any agrarian reform and proper plans. That's my view.
All right, Simpiwe, thanks for that. And I guess it comes back to the point made by Andrew, who is the Vice President of the SA Cane Growers Association, that from a policy point of view, can we see more coherence, especially when it comes to the development of certain sectors and even the protection of those sectors, right? Because yes, on the one hand, there's absolutely a need to save and protect the sugar industry. But at the same time, what Simpiwe is saying about diversification, how many other industries can we be building using and looking at the model that the sugar industry has? Look at how much that industry is actually worth, not just for the country, but for the entire region. And that's why even the players that are involved in it, they're big players. There's multi-billions that's at stake here. All right, what we'll do, we'll take we'll cross over to Rob, who'll have your latest traffic, and then we'll get into our reality check for this morning.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. Heavy coming down the R21 towards the airport at Joburg. It's a crash that happened earlier between Four Trekker Road and the R24 split. Traffic's all the way back to the R23 Benoni exit, so very heavy delays approaching the airport. The M1 North through the Dipcliffe interchange is quite heavily backed up. Queues from Golden Highway Devlin through down towards Uncle Charlie's side this morning. Crash on the M1 South at Buccleuch. That's very quickly pushing a queue back towards the New Road exit. And we've been focusing on the Dustboard Tunnel in Pretoria this morning with a stationary bus in the tunnel. Bremer South, Transaranya North heavy. Local routes up through Hercules to the north of the tunnel pretty heavily gridlocked as well as you struggle to get out of the sort of suburbs and into that traffic congestion on the north side of the tunnel, but it's just a real big mess out that way. Durban, the M4 running inbound. Some roadworks restricting the off-ramp to Victoria Embankment. That's slow coming in through Umbilo and Congela this morning. Umgeda Road from Connaught Bridge heading down in towards Durban. That's quite slow. And the Mhlanga Rocks Drive looks like more traffic light problems this morning around Village Way. Mhlanga Rocks Drive quite heavily backed up. Cape Town, Strand side, Broadway Boulevard stuck in a long queue down towards De Beers. That's as you come around from Strand up towards Somerset Mall territory. Robert Sobukwe northbound to 35th Avenue, very slow going today. And the N1 into town, not as bad as it can be. Sluggish. Plattekloof Hill down towards Kuba, get a change. And if you're going out of Cape Town, crash just past Brighton Road at Kraaifontein. That's pushing a queue back to Brackenfell. That's on your way out towards Paarl. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
Hey, there's something new happening on SABC2. Fresh stories, bold moves. It's just a whole new vibe, man. And I am part of that vibe in Pinville. I am Shameni Mdinda. Catch me on Monday to Friday at 9 o'clock. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's great to have you with us this morning as you kickstart your day. Of course, we always love to hear from you on the show on the various issues that we are covering. I would still like your reflection on the state of affairs in Cape Town and in particular what we're seeing happening with the escalation or the continuation, I should rather say, of gang violence there. What do you make of the intervention and what is the sense that you have around whether it is successful right now? We'll take your calls on 086 000 2032 and on the WhatsApp voice note line you can send those voice notes to 0614 104 107. On the other side of 8 o'clock we'll get into our Municipal Watch feature. Today we'll focus on Hammanskraal, the community disrupting a meeting taking place with the local officials there. I think that's a community that has rightfully had enough. We'll get the latest from Municipal Watch. Well, let's get into our reality check segment for today. Professor Mathole Motshekga is our guest for this week, the founder of the Kara Institute and the African Heritage Group. Prof. Motshekga, we've been walking this journey for the week, and I think you've touched on some important issues as you reflect on the state of South Africa, some of the challenges that we're facing, and most importantly, what we need to be doing in order to change our trajectory, in order to turn things around. So let me give you then an opportunity today to talk about this question of healing, which I think you've been touching on it over the last couple of days, but today you want to center it as one of the solutions.
Kathy and the listeners, we said yesterday that South Africa was stolen by the Dutch and British settlers. The law requires that they must return the land and its natural resources to its rightful African owners and pay reparations for the victims of forced removals. This is a fundamental requirement for addressing historical injustices and healing the divisions of the past. The second fundamental requirement for addressing historical injustices and healing divisions of the past is the rewriting of South African history and the decolonization of religion or religions, and introducing African spirituality as one of and an equal religious tradition in the community of religions in South Africa. The beneficiaries of land restitutions must be equipped with skills and organized into cooperatives as building blocks of African socialism. The beneficiaries of land restitution must hold and manage the land in terms of community trusts, not community property associations, which reduce Africans to perpetual minors in the land of their birth. It is only African socialism that can address the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The current demands for a living or minimum wage is a demand for more crumbs from the table of European settlers, and was not and will not address settler colonialism and its capitalist system. As we saw in Palestine, settler colonialism can be a threat to peace and security, and even international peace and security.
Prof, what is African socialism?
African socialism is rooted in our culture. To say that we must take collective responsibility and accountability for the challenges facing the people. Now we have a situation where we are enriching individuals for them and their families. The majority of the people are not benefiting from this freedom that we have. Now, African socialism will make all of us to work first and foremost for the common good and the beneficiaries of the common good.
When you think about then this idea of African socialism within the context of the democracy that we have today, practically, how do you see that playing out? Because, I mean, I heard even your thoughts around just the national minimum wage and you know, just it's another begging bowl at the table of the colonialists. But the reality is that all of it happens under an African government, a black-led government.
No, it's true, but we must understand that the black-led government is operating under a liberal democracy. Now we want a revolutionary, or if you like, progressive democracy. So in other words, we need to review the Constitution and see whether that architecture of this Constitution is designed to serve the interest of the majority or individuals. Because liberal democracy emphasizes the rights of individuals and not the rights of people. That's why during the struggle, we were talking about individual and people's rights. And now this democracy emphasizes individual rights and forget the people, whereas the struggle was prosecuted by the people for the benefit of the people. Now we are benefiting individuals and not the people.
Professor Mathole Motshekga, we're going to leave it there for today. So quite a number of things then coming out of that. A push for African socialism, a review potentially of the Constitution that decenters a liberal democracy as what we have in South Africa currently, because in his view, that is what is at the center of the problems that we face. Let me take your calls on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
This former State Cape Commissioner, what did this guy do when he was a police commissioner in the Western Cape? Now he's big on criticizing the government. What did he do when he was there?
It's 8 o'clock. Time for your latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, 4 people shot and killed in Delft, and Malema urged supporters to remain calm ahead of his sentence. Good morning. 4 people, including a 13-year-old child, have been shot dead in Delft on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says they appear to have been killed execution style in a suspected gang-related incident yesterday.
SAP strongly condemns the senseless act of gang violence in Voorburg in Delft, where 4 males, including a 13-year-old, were shot execution style. 2 suspects entered the premises on foot, opened fire and fled the scene. The anti-gang unit is investigating, and we urge anyone with information to come forward to assist us in our pursuit to bring those responsible to justice.
The 2 suspected ATM bombers arrested in Soweto in Johannesburg are expected to appear in court soon. The first suspect was arrested in Orlando East, where he was found in possession of dye-stained banknotes. Further investigations led police to a second suspect in Diepkloof, where explosives were found. Gauteng police spokesperson Dimakatso Nebuhulwi.
Both suspects, aged 26 and 38 years old, will face charges of possession of explosives and suspected stolen money. They will further be linked to the ATM bombing case of Klip Rivier. They are expected to appear before Orlando Court soon.
EFF members are set to continue to show solidarity with their leader, Julius Malema, who will be sentenced in the Magistrates Court, Kokompo City in the Eastern Cape today. Malema has been convicted for discharging a firearm in public. The incident happened during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in 2018. Yesterday, the prosecution and the defence delivered their arguments for mitigation and aggravation for sentence. Meanwhile, Malema called on his supporters to remain calm ahead of his sentence.
If you misbehave, you are going to confront some of us, because we will not allow anyone to tarnish a good image of the EFF. We must all protect the image of the EFF. There will be agent provocateurs amongst us. When they do wrong things, Those who love the EFF must be the first ones to call them to order and say, if there is a time to attack, the leadership will give a command.
Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is this morning set to continue his cross-examination before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. He and members of the EMPD are accused of the theft of precious stones in Rosebank, Johannesburg in February of 2023. But Mkhwanazi previously denied this. He testified that members of the Johannesburg Metro Police Department and the EMPD had conducted a joint operation in Rosebank. Sibahle Mota reports.
While Julius Mkhwanazi has maintained that the police operation involving precious stones in Rosebank, Johannesburg, was a joint crackdown involving members of the Johannesburg Metro Police Department, evidence before the Commission suggests otherwise. Only 2 EMPD members, Kishali Stolz and Aidan McKenzie, were at the crime scene. They were joined by Etienne van der Walt, a member of a private security company. Mkhwanazi later conceded to the Commission that the operation was not a joint effort with JMPD members. Mkhwanazi, Stolz and McKenzie have been linked to an alleged rogue unit operating within the EMPD.
And finally, Pope Leo has urged Cameroon's government to root out corruption. He addressed national leaders after crowds welcomed him to the capital, Yaoundé. The BBC's Thomas Baker has the details.
In the presence of Cameroon's longtime leader Paul Biya, Leo called on officials to examine their conscience, tackle corruption and respect human rights. He said public authorities should serve as bridges, not as sources of division. Civil society groups in Cameroon have condemned the government's brutal repression of protests following Mr. Biya's disputed re-election last October for an unprecedented 8th term. Responding to the Pope's words, President Biya said the world needed the message of peace.
Recapping the top story, 4 people, including a 13-year-old child, have been shot dead in Delft on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says they appear to have been killed execution-style in a suspected gang-related incident. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
If you drive an older car, you can't miss this. For her 2013 Hyundai i30, 51-year-old Evelina chose Outsurance Essential Car Insurance because there's no upfront access payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments for her. For this and many more benefits, Evelina pays only 474 Rand a month. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance, a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports headlines. It's rugby. The Blitzboks are chasing the perfect performance in Hong Kong, and in the Betway Premiership, a relegation battle intensifying. We'll have the details around 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still very busy at the Dustford Tunnel. It's been a broken down bus obstruction at the tunnel this morning, which has been causing really major backlogs south on Bremer and north on Transurania. It's still very, very slow going. Top of the N14, just queuing up towards Eupheus Road if you're heading into Pretoria. And a crash on the M1 south at Buccleuch interchange, slowing traffic coming through Midrand, queues back as far as New Road. Crash opposite the airport on the R21 south before you get to the R24 split. That's a big backlog right through to the Benoni off-ramp. That is airport bound. Make sure you've got plenty of time for those flights. Another breakdown on the N3 before Modderfontein, getting up from Bedford View through Galulis towards that Edenvale area, very heavy, and quite a backlog M1 north through Dipcliffe interchange this morning. Crossed into Durban, the M2 running north stays heavy from the M7 right through to roadworks at Westwood Mall. The M4 Southern Freeway held up from Umbilo and Congela. Restrictions on the Victoria embankment causing that delay. Cape Town, M3 inbound, Wynberg Hill to Hospital Bend looking quite slow. N7, Goodwood through to Bosmansdam's heavy. And a crash on the M1 out of town at Kraaifontein, causing quite a big backlog from the R300 out to Brighton Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Banyana Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana Banyana on X. The Proteas women are in good spirits to kick off their T20 International Series on a high note. But the women in blue are in Mzansi with a mission to triumph. This is the first T20 International. Experience the thrilling action between South Africa and India on Friday 17 April at 6 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC3 with reports on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Eight after 9 o'clock. No, 9 after 8 o'clock. 9 after 8 o'clock. I know it's these reflexes that die hard. You're listening to the National Briefing. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana, with you for the final hour this morning as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. We're going to get into our Municipal Watch feature today. We're centering the water crisis in Hammanskraal. We've got government and some of the local representatives who bring us up to speed with the latest. Of course, we'll also be making time to take your interactions, and we'll wrap the show up with Built in Mzansi as we take a look at some of the innovations unfolding and happening in the country. So let's get straight then into it. For residents of Hammanskraal, the struggle for water has been ongoing for nearly 2 decades, and patience is wearing thin. Tensions flared again after a planned engagement with the city of Tshwane. It was disrupted, with residents refusing to proceed. They insisted they had been promised the presence of Executive Mayor Nasipi Moya, who did not arrive. The frustration itself speaking to a deeper breakdown in trust between the community and those tasked with resolving this crisis. In many parts of Hammanskraal today, taps run dry for days. Residents rely on water tankers, which they say are inconsistent and unreliable. And who can forget the cholera outbreak of 2023, which led to multiple deaths in that community? So why has a solution remained elusive for so long? And what does accountability look like in a crisis like this, which has spanned multiple administrations? Let me welcome onto the show Frans Bushielo, the Tshwane MMC for Utility Services. Mr. Bushielo, good morning to you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, good morning, Casey, and greetings to the listener of Radio SAFM. Thank you.
Tsulanang Tabani is a resident of Hammanskraal, was in the room at that meeting which was disrupted. Good morning, Tsulanang, and thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me, ma'am. It's an honor to speak to you today.
Jan Muremi is the zonal chairperson at Sanco. Jan, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and good morning to the listeners.
This issue has been ongoing and on the national agenda for years now. Thulanang, there's been multiple interventions. Let's talk about why the latest meeting collapsed in the way that it did.
Casey, I really don't know what happened. I think the people wanted the mayor, but the MMC was there. He could have addressed their concerns. We need information. We don't know whether it's safe to drink the water or whether it's not safe to drink the water. That's the problem.
Speak to us a little bit more about the questions around the quality of water that you've been facing more recently.
Casey, we don't know. The councillor of Ward 75 where I lived addressed us. And she told us that she was told last week that the water is clean, and she said the mayor told her that the water has been clean since last year November, and now she's only telling us now that last week they told her that. So we don't know whether the water is clean or whether the water is dirty, and the residents are saying the water is dirty. There's a street here in Unity, in Daffodil Street. The people haven't had water for 12 weeks. 12 weeks. They have not had water. How do you justify that? Water is life, Casey. This is unfair.
So, Thulanang, when you open your taps as residents of Hammanskraal right now, is the water coming out? And previously we have seen water, but it looks more like grey water than anything. So talk to us about that so that we understand where things are.
Yes, Katie. The water looks clean. It looks clean now, but we've been told that, the water, they pump it for 12 hours in Klipdrift. So the water starts coming out from 6 until 9. Then we don't have water. Only yesterday the whole day, and today we've been having water. So we don't know. We don't know what's happening.
Jan Moremi, let me bring you in here. You might have a bit more clarity around what is happening right now. It does seem that residents just want to be given more information. This is water that has killed people before. So, of course, there's a lot of caution around it.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I'd like to put it like this. The mayor is not taking the resident of Hammanskraal seriously, because she promised to come and address us on Monday, but she did not come and attend to the challenges that we are facing. I think she should have done the way the Minister of Electricity, Mr. Dr. Ramokgopa, he came to our rescue to resolve the issue of load reduction. He faced the communities and the challenges that the residents are facing. Even though it was difficult, but he absorbed the heat. I think the mayor, first of all, she should apologize to the resident to what she has done on Monday. She could have come and explained to us. First of all, there is no proper consultation between the MECO and the community at large. They have removed the trucks and brought in 6 trucks. It's not enough for a huge area like Hammanskraal, which is compromised with of 9 wards. I think the population of Hammanskraal is about 500,000 people. So it's not enough. The people of Hammanskraal are suffering. The mayor could have left those trucks to operate, then come with an amicable solution. To start with, there are areas in Hammanskraal, particularly in Ward 74, there are areas that has got no water. It's more than 1 year. The people of Ward 74 in the blocks, those people Block C and Block D, they don't have water. So there should have been proper consultation between the NECO and the residents of Hammanskraal. The mayor could have called in Bizo and consult with the people of Hammanskraal and the water trucks, and it could have been started there. So it's too soon to remove the trucks because of the trucks they've brought as the city cannot afford the whole area of Hammanskraal. And we've got people who are taking the medicine, they drink pills, they don't get clean water. I think it was very soon to remove trucks. I know
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Let me bring in the MMC for Utility Services, Franz Bushelo. Franz, why was the mayor not there? Because it does seem there was an expectation that she would be the one handling this meeting.
No, thank you very much. At the time when the meeting was disrupted, the mayor was on her way. She was delayed by other meetings that she was holding. So, but I can just assure the residents of Hammanskraal that the mayor of Tshwane will be in Hammanskraal on Saturday. So it was unfortunate that the meeting was disrupted. If the residents would have allowed me to continue, the mayor was going to get in while I was still speaking.
Was that communicated on the day, Franz?
Yes, we have told them that the mayor is coming, and the mayor was on her way. Unfortunately, she was delayed, as I've indicated that there was other meetings that she was attending, and she was having the same kind of meetings where she was addressing the people of Hammanskraal and the informal traders in the city of Tshwane.
The difficulty, the difficulty you're sitting with here is the fact that there is clearly a trust deficit between the city of Tshwane and residents of Hammanskraal.
Yeah, it's understandable, as you have indicated, that this water challenge has been with us for several years. But I can assure the resident that they are intervening to ensure that the people of Hammanskraal receive clean water. I can give you the intervention that has been made by the government, especially following the cholera outbreak. The National Water and Sanitation are now intervening. They have conceptualized and implement a water treatment package plan, which would give the residents of Hammanskraal clean water, especially a resident on fair categories, because that project is being implemented in two phases. Phase one would give the villages of Marokolon, Ramoti, and Babeloki, and also Kekana Gardens. I can tell you that those residents now, because of that intervention from national office, they are receiving clean water, and some of those villages are receiving intermittent clean water because of they are still currently installing water pumps in those areas.
So, Mr. Bushelo, because we've got limited time, the question that was asked by Tsulanang, which is why people had shown up for that meeting, was clarity around whether the water that is coming out of their taps now is safe to drink. And there seems to be very poor communication because naturally the residents don't trust that water. It has killed people before. Why is it that there's such broken down communication?
I think I would be able to indicate that the quality of water that is coming from the current system of Klip River Water Plant has been compliant. There might be some challenges of sewer spillage here and there, but currently the water is compliant. The water that is dirty is the water that is coming from the Rooiwal water network system. As you know, that currently we are also intervening there. We are currently refurbishing that wastewater treatment plant to ensure that they discharge a good quality effluent into the river, which will go to the Temba purification plant, will enable that purification plant to be able to produce quality water. But currently we are intervening. Let me also tell you that Hammanskraal consists of 9 wards. And there are 3 wards that were providing with clean water. The area of Stenwater, the area of Israel, those are the areas that are receiving water. And currently, as an interim relief to ensure that the community of Hammanskraal receives clean water, we are providing water tankers. We have received the communication that from the residents that those water tankers are not enough. So we'll be augmenting increasing the number of water tankers next week. So that the area of residents of Hammanskraal receive clean water.
Thulanang, does that answer the questions you weren't able to ask at the meeting that was disrupted?
Yes, I think it partially answers that question, but we are tired of water tankers. You know, people have to go to work. Those who go to work, they can't get the water. We need water from our taps. We are tired of these tankers. The city has spent too much money on these tankers. We don't want to see tankers. We need water from our taps, like all the regions in Pretoria. Why is it Hammanskraal that always, it's on the news? Since when Ramokgopa was the mayor, we've been complaining about the water. Why can't we be taken seriously? We are tired of these tankers. We are tired of them. You know, pipes are being burst. We don't know whether it's this mafia tankers or who's bursting these pipes. We are tired of these tankers. They must go.
All right. But are they not the only interim solution, Thulanang? Simply because it looks like it's going to take so long for the real problems to be solved here.
You know, when Mr. Msimanga was the mayor, I think it was in 2016, we had these tankers. It's now 2026. We are tired of them. We need taps from our water, clean water. We are tired of them. The city is spending millions on these tankers. We don't want to see them.
Jan, let me bring you in.
Mine is simple, ma'am. There must be a consultation. We cannot, we don't want to cause chaos. There were chaos at the hall at Sebotuma because of people who are not consulted. They just stop the water tankers and they don't come up with an amicable solution. There must be a consultation as the principle about today. They must call the public and the water tankers and then consult them. And they must come up with a permanent solution. Now they've stopped the water tankers, but people are suffering. They don't get water. You see, there are a lot of communities that don't get water because of they've stopped the water tankers. If they stop the water tankers, they must come up with a permanent solution. Now there's a problem because of some areas there's no water at all. The municipality have brought in 6 trucks and it's got 9 wards. I understand as the NMC have said, in Stenwater they've got clean water. But in Rockville, Ward 74, where the councillor is Mr. Stimo, there are areas where there is no water at all for more than 1 year.
Let me pause it there with you, Jan. So, Frans, by the sounds of it, you may have jumped the gun, because not all the areas that you are saying have access to water seem to, in fact, have access to water.
No, we know those areas, like the caller is saying that Rockville has got no water. Rockville was supposed to be receiving water from Module 2 of Cliff water treatment plant. That is why in those areas we are provided them with water tankers to ensure that the people who are residing there are receiving water. I'm not sure if the caller is saying that the water tankers are not reaching the areas, which will be able to investigate why those water tankers are not getting water to be supplied in those areas. But let me just clarify that water tankers are there currently. Those are the city-owned water tankers, because the city of Tshwane has depleted the money that was paying those external water tanker service providers. Currently, to ensure that the people of Hammanskraal have water, we are supplying them with water tankers, which are owned and managed by the city of Tshwane.
Yeah,
and I've indicated that next week we are going to augment, because we have been receiving the complaint that those water tankers are not adequate. So we'll be able to augment the number of the water tankers that we have. It's not only in Hammanskraal. There are other several water tankers in the informal settlement. So there are a lot of other, it's not only the 6 are in the formal area, but in the informal settlement, we've got many water tankers that are delivering water to the people of Hammanskraal. The ideal situation is that each and every citizen or resident of Hammanskraal have got receive water from the pipe water network system.
Franz,
but unfortunately, due to the financial constraint, we are intervening there. We have moved from crisis to now stability now.
It doesn't sound like that, Franz. Jan, final comment from you?
As residents of Hammanskraal, we need to be taken seriously like other areas. The NMC, as you said, the mayor must come and consult with us. She must call an Imbizo and explain everything to the residents, because of those people were furious because of they know nothing and they struggle with water. The guy whom you saw him on the national TV, he's staying in Ward 74. That area is more than 1 year without having water. So they must come up with a solution to that area to receive water.
Thulanang, a final comment from you?
Yes, I'm very happy. I hope the mayor will come next week. We need answers. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
All right. So we'll keep a lookout then for that meeting that is scheduled with the mayor of Tshwane and the residents of Hammanskraal. But there clearly is a gap between what the city says is providing versus what residents are receiving. And that is what is sparking the frustration that we are seeing. I'll take some of your calls on that issue. 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your voice notes and text messages. It's time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, 4 senior officials from the Molemole municipality west of Polokwane have been arrested for alleged corruption related to tenders. The alleged tender irregularities in some municipalities involve manipulating procurement to favour specific bidders through bribery, nepotism and fraud. 4 people, including a 13-year-old child, have been shot dead in Delft on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says they appear to have been killed execution style in a suspected gang-related incident. And there is tight security at the Magistrates Court, Kokompo City in the Eastern Cape, where EFF members have gathered to show solidarity with their leader Julius Malema. The party leader will be sentenced today. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Still very heavy delays on your way to the airport at Joburg. It's this crash on the R21. It happened between Voortrekker Road and the R24 highway split much earlier this morning. Traffic airport bound remains heavy from the R23 Benoni exit. Make sure you've got plenty of time to get through that one. The N3 is heavy this morning from Heldenace in Germiston right the way through to Edenvale. A couple of breakdowns in that mix. Behind that, the N12 and R24 routes coming in from Ekurhuleni to join that N3 at Galuli's heavy as well. It is a Thursday, so we're looking at busy conditions from Bryanston, Randburg and from Morningside going into Sandton. There's a lot of traffic on those key approach routes. A lot of traffic lights down Malabongwe from Kaya Sam through towards Stratham Park that run into Randburg. Very, very slow going. And a Stage 3 bus at Dustport Tunnel in Pretoria. Still backlogging traffic north on Transaranya and south on Bremer into that tunnel area. Durban, things calming down. There are some roadworks on the M4 inbound at the Esplanade off-ramp, but traffic is starting to lighten up through there. A breakdown on the N2 north before Komashu. That's causing delays. And if you're on your way to Umhlanga, day 2, no traffic lights. Umhlanga Rocks Drive at Village Way. Quite a heavy backlog on that run through today. Cape Town, N7 south through the Goodwood roadworks, queuing up from Frans Conradi down towards the casino area. And there's quite a bit of pressure on the N2 inbound today from Bunga Avenue through to Hospital Bend. And a crash on the M1 outbound at Brighton Road at Kraaifontein. That's a big delay. Queues right back into Brackenfell. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, let's take a look at the Blitz box. They're chasing the perfect game.
Yes, Kathy. Basically, the Blitz box are winning, but they're still complaining because they want to be the best. And I guess that's what makes them the best. You know, they've got the secured 7 series title already, but Captain Impie Visser says the real target is still ahead. The South Africans head into the World Championship event in Hong Kong, searching for what Visser calls the perfect game after admitting their attack still needs some sharpening despite winning 4 of the 6 tournaments this season. The Blitz box will open their campaign against Uruguay tomorrow morning. And in the meantime, we've also got news from the rugby camps. Ibn Etzebeth ruled out of the Sharks URC playoff push, and that is because of a hip injury. And this is seen as a major blow for the Durban side heading into a crucial weekend. All 4 South African teams, the Stormers, the Bulls, the Lions, the Sharks, are in action as the race for the top 8 intensifies with just 4 rounds remaining. Soccer news, Banyana are targeting an improved performance in their second match against Algeria's women's national team tomorrow. South Africa won the first clash 1-0 thanks to Ntabiseng Magia, who says tactical adjustments will be key as both sides now understand each other better. The match is part of preparations for the upcoming Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Swimming, Adam Peaty continuing his comeback, winning the 50-meter breaststroke at the Aquatics Championships. The 3-time Olympic champion clocked 26.64 seconds, adding to his 100-meter title earlier this week. And finally, golf. Sergio Garcia has dismissed speculation that Live Golf is in trouble, insisting players have been assured long-term financial backing despite reports of major losses. And that's your sport on the national briefing. Check back to SAFM around 12:30. John Hediker will bring you more. I'm Zai Khan.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
The mayor of Tshwane is so busy not doing her work. She's seen in all these videos running around doing what she's not supposed to be doing. Since she got there, the issue of water has been there, but she's done nothing about it. But she's been running around trending. She's just an influencer. She's not a mayor for me.
Morning, Kathy. I think we are too nice as South Africans to the point where it becomes niceness to our own detriment. Look, I can't believe that we consider the people of Hammanskraal as patient when they had to wait over 2 decades to just get basic services delivered to them. I mean, it's crazy, Kathy. Our government is ridiculous, and I think they prey on our niceness and not do anything about this. Yes,
Dumela Sketi. Ke tumelo mo Hammanskraal. A re lapile ka di-water tankers. Re lapile. Batho ba ka se phele ba relaya mo hodima di-water tankers. The city must come up with a permanent solution. We need clean water on our taps. Thank you.
All right, yeah, some of the messages coming through from residents of Hammanskraal, and the call for a permanent solution is warranted. Sulanang put it so well. The water tankers were introduced in 2016. 10 years on, 10 years later. One of our other listeners is asking a question here saying, that's Tulani Dasa, who says, why is the Sanko delegate more concerned about the water trucks than the municipality fixing the taps? We must be wary of these shady characters parading as community voices. That's a view there. Let me go to Mabule in Polokwane. Good morning.
Hi, Casey. The issue of water is, also a big issue in Polokwane. But my main comment is with regard to the plan that Polokwane wants to make, because I attended one of the IDP sessions that they are having now. And one of the things that they announced they want to do is to establish a municipal entity. Now, that would be more like city, Joburg Water. So a separate company, separate board, separate CEO. There will be a lot of administration to run that entity, and that cost could have been assisting to actually solve real water problems. Because in my understanding, in most instances, the problem is spending on water infrastructure, both on maintenance and on expansion. So if the solution is to create another entity, you are actually just creating a new animal that we can see in Joburg. It's not solving any problem, because if you are under budgeting, whether it's a separate company or it's a department, under budgeting will result in future problems when population grow and the infrastructure ages, like we see in nearly every municipality. So I'm just worried that if that is not challenged, and I hope at some point we'll get a chance to address the city. And I've commented on their website, on their Facebook pages, but I don't know if those are read. I'm concerned that sometimes we have problems, but in the solutions, we create something that is more expensive, and in future we'll still be having same problems, sitting with new entities and duplicating all roles that are done in municipalities.
Yeah, you know, Mabule, and the example that you're giving around Johannesburg is quite relevant, because today the number of entities that Johannesburg has is under question, especially when you look at how much of the city's revenue is ending up just in financing positions and getting those entities going, even though on some level they are under-delivering. Look at Joburg Water today. You don't have a number you can call for Johannesburg Water that is answered. That is answered. That is the state of Joburg Water today.
Very sad, very sad.
All
and there are municipalities that are doing well that just have departments. No separate companies that are just doing well because budgeting is done correctly.
Okay.
So I think they are misdiagnosing what the problem is. Yeah, thanks.
Mabule, thanks for that perspective. Calvin, you're in Bloemhof. Good morning.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
Well, go for it.
Look, number one, let's speak about Professor Matega. what he has said about being a liberal democracy is very relevant. My question for the past 3
It
years,
is very what, Calvin?
very relevant, that question. My question for the past 3 years has been, we must really ask, is democracy working for Africa? In our African states, not just in South Africa, but is democracy really applicable and really a workable solution to solve Africa's problems? You know, there are places where dictatorship really works. There are places, today you've got America complaining about Iran and the system that they are running of religion and things like that. But it works for Iran. And I don't understand why we are stuck with a democracy that we can see clearly that in 30 years it has not worked for us. It is not producing the solutions that we are seeking and that we need as a country and as a people. We need a people-centered solution, not a individual or group-centered.
Do you think a dictatorship would be a people-centered solution?
Yes, if the dictatorship works for the advantage of the people like it is doing in Burkina Faso right now, it's working for the people and it's working for everybody and it's fixing the country. The only problem is the character of the dictator. Because if you look at the one in Cameroon, that one is not working. It's clearly failing. But look at the one in Burkina Faso, it's working and it's working quite well. So you look at people like your Kagame. He has been in power for so long and people are calling him a dictator. But his system is working for Rwanda and it's taking Rwanda forward.
Sure. Calvin, let's leave it there. I always get nervous about this question of dictatorship. But more and more, there is this idea that a benevolent dictator, some even call it. But is that a risk that we would want to take? Is that a risk that we can live with? I mean, has democracy not delivered on its promise to the extent that today we can even toy around with the idea of a dictator? SJ Fortune, you're in Cape Town. Good morning. Sorry, it's SJ Fortain. Apologies. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. Go for it, SJ.
Yes, Kathy. I just wanted to congratulate you on your new talk show, or you are the new host. I like your voice a lot, and I think to listen to SFM a lot. I want to comment on the soldiers here in Cape Town. And for me, I would like to tell you that you can send in anyone. All the soldiers even can come to Cape Town. But there won't be any progress in our Eastern Cape with these gangsters and stuff. The reason why I'm saying it is because it's been going on for I don't know how many years it's been going on. And it is now such young children, kids who's involved with this gangsterism who is doing the killings now. So the government can do whatever except they bring in corporal punishment and also start to hang these gangsters and people who are doing these vicious crimes. Otherwise, I don't see any solution to this problem going on, except we should bring in the death penalty.
You know, SJ, Leonard Max, the former police commissioner of the Western Cape, suggested that this morning on air, that since capital punishment was abolished, it's one of the things that he points to. Do you believe that, though? Is it not an easy way out? Is it not the low-hanging fruit?
You know, Kathy, if you see the brutality to which these people are dying and the numbers in which people are dying, there's no other way. You can have these gangsters right now who's in jail ordering hits on whoever they want to. And they can't even stop these guys. They can't even, like in those prison poles now, they can't even just try and take away the cell phones or the signal because it's a human rights violations and all this type of stuff. But if you look at these human rights that these people are violating, then the innocent people, then if you compare them to both, it is senseless. It's really senseless what is going on. And we as a country I don't think we can recover from this soon if we don't take drastic measures, drastic steps. If we don't have the backbone to do that, we can do whatever we want to. Because this world that we are living in is that cruel, evil world. And we need to stand up with our rightful manners and the rightful strength to stand up to this type of stuff.
All right, SJ, let's leave it there. Crispin, you're in Durban. Good morning.
Professor Masheka, I think I really connect with some of his criticisms. I think that things like the role of what's called Western civilization. I mean, over the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen the proponents of Western civilization demonstrate just how violent and anti-human it is in specific cases, like in Gaza or Iran. So that issue of the need for healing, I believe, is actually really central. But this connects with a couple of other callers as well. This idea of dictatorship. Well, African socialism is surely incompatible with dictatorship. That it was never around one person having supreme power over everyone else, which is dictatorship. And this idea of, say, let's have these strong solutions like capital punishment, we had it. We had it. From the date it was abolished, the proportion of homicides in the country declined sharply. We've actually been that route. So why would we think that something which is an ultimate expression of disrespect against humanity be the foundation of something positive? It cannot possibly be. But I think we are really going to challenge the professors. First of all, we understand that the problem of overly focus on individual rights, but in reality, so the Bill of Rights has served to protect not just individual rights, but individuals as members of communities. So so no discrimination on the basis of race. It's an individual right, but it's also a community right. It obviously would have to be then a community right. So the criticisms of the Constitution, I think, are not quite getting to the right place. And the Constitutional Court doesn't make the individual, the rights of the individual, the only consideration at all. I think the other thing is that we have to find ways of actually moving ahead on this. To say that the settlers must give back the land, or actually, what is the next step in doing that? Partly because it's not just the power of the settlers, it's the power of a system based on money, neoliberalism, which pervades our society, and it catches in it's so caught up not only with the descendants of settlers, but the descendants of African people as well, who then become the exploiters of the poor. I think we actually have to engage in some processes of dialogue that enable us to talk more about what moving ahead would mean here. What does healing, what kinds of process of healing would necessarily happen?
All right. I'm going to have to pause it there with you. But I do agree that the system is self-reproducing. And so at the end of the day, it does create a situation where sometimes it is black people reinforcing the very same limitations, issues that have existed historically. Let's take your latest traffic update. Rob Byrne, good morning.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Yeah, good morning. Still quite slow coming into the airport at Joburg. It's the R21. This crash taking forever to clear. It's just around Voortrekker Road, between Voortrekker and the R24. So the R21, you'll pick up queues around Pomona Road and go slowly until you get past that. The N3 North still jam-packed between Bedford View and Modderfontein Road. So behind that, the R24 and N12 routes in from Ekurhuleni need to work through Galulis into that N3 North are under pressure. And the N1 North, bit of a slowdown still through Diepkloof Interchange. You will be asked to queue up there this morning. morning on your way through to Uncle Charlie's. Malabongwe from President Forshia into Stratham Park through the highway busy. A lot of traffic lights still out there as well. Dustport Tunnel starting to move. It's been a busy morning, but looks like the obstruction is out of the way. Very heavy on Solomon Mashlangu, Pretoria East area, coming westbound, if you like, from Linwood Road down to Olympus. You know what happens when Solomon Mashlangu is that busy this time of the day, and it's exactly that is unfolding today. Durban, a breakdown on the N2 North before Kwamashu, so getting up from Queen Nundy Drive, that is still quite slow. And Cape Town, a lot of traffic heading into the city centre. N2 from Langa through to Hospital Bend, behind that the M5 queues from around about Crombourne Road, and the N1 still full of traffic from around N1 City to the city centre. Marine Drive still queuing up inbound as well. It can do for the next couple of hours, just stay slow through Milnerton towards Woodbridge Island area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
The emotions are brewing and the thirst for victory is increasing between the Proteas women and the women in blue. This is the second T20 International. Witness the spectacular clash between South Africa and India on Sunday 19 April at 13:55. Live on SABC Plus and SABC3 with reports on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Postbank is improving your banking experience as part of the April card replacement rollout for social grant beneficiaries using SASSA Gold cards. From the 13th of April until further notice, Postbank sites inside Checkers, ShopRite, USave, Pick n Pay, Boxer and Spar will not assist with lost or stolen cards or PIN resets. We apologize for the inconvenience. You can still access your money through available channels. For help, call 0800 535455. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank, an authorized financial services provider.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
In a moment, we'll be wrapping the show up with Built in Mzansi. Before I get to it, let me take Refilwe in Kempton Park. Good morning, Refilwe.
Hi, Kathy. How are you, Kathy?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
I want to raise my issue on these water tankers in Hammanskraal, right?
Please, very briefly for me.
Yes, I think that the issue there is a governance problem, right? They are saying that they've been using water tankers for the past 20 years. But we've got two different governments that were there that were doing all these things before the current government is doing now. So I feel that the people of Hammanskraal need to take arms and hold the relevant people accountable of what is actually happening there. We've got issues of water mafias and whatever, because these people are going there and destroying infrastructure in order for them to get this water tanker tenders. So people of Hammanskraal need to take arms and hold the right people accountable of the situations that they are in today.
When you take arms, Refilwe, what do you mean?
They need to raise their issues with the relevant people. They need to hold municipalities accountable of what is happening in their townships, in their homes, in their tanks. That's what they need to do.
They need to stand up and demand accountability.
They need to demand accountability because we've got people, there are people who are hired to do such things, but people are just sitting there, they're collecting salaries each and every month with no worries in the world because they are fine. Now we've got people that have to cover up their, can I say this, because they're not doing their jobs.
Okay, Refilwe in Kempton Park, let's leave it there. Thanks for your contributions throughout this show. Well, for Built in Mzansi today, we turn our attention to a bold experiment in community ownership, particularly in the digital world. The Zenzeleni Network is South Africa's first community-owned internet service provider. It's doing what many thought was impossible, delivering affordable, high-speed internet in underserved areas at a fraction of the cost. Professor Sean Pather is a professor of information systems at the University of the Western Cape and chairperson of the board of Zenzeleni Networks. Prof, take us to the beginning. What problem were you trying to solve, and why did a community-owned ISP feel like the right answer?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners. It's my pleasure to be here with you. The problem, very simply, was the persistent, it's a stubborn problem, the persistent digital divide, especially in rural South Africa. And we know that even then, when this project started, that less than 1% of households had access to the internet at home. And so the problem we found was that in rural areas, 30% or more of income was going out in communication costs. And the national model was a for-profit telecom operator model who didn't really invest. So we thought, why not see how we could build a network that was bottom-up, involving the community and to deal with the problems of social impact, and also use it as a case to influence policy change, which in fact we have done over the years.
What does community-owned internet actually mean in practice? Who owns it? How are decisions made?
So when we started with the project, we incepted a cooperative in the first village where the project started, which was in Mankosi, a village in the Eastern Cape. As it evolved, the model changed, and at the moment, the community is involved in the maintenance of the network. We have a two-tier entrepreneurship model, so entrepreneurs who own or manage hotspots then become involved in the business. But the not-for-profit company, which is Zenzeleni Network, now is currently the license owners or the owners of the license that for providing service, and it coordinates the activities in a bottom-up way with the community.
Let's talk about sustainability. I mean, how do you keep prices as low as 25 Rand to 35 Rand and still are able to keep the network running?
So sustainability is an issue. We have crunched the numbers. We believe we have a model that is sustainable. At the moment, we are endeavoring to scale and to demonstrate sustainability. At the moment, the project is as large as we've been able to have it. We managed to expand beyond the village of Mankosi to Zitulele, where we actually also connected a rural hospital in and among the community there with the help of the Department of Science and Technology. And at the moment, we were sitting on the precipice of having a change to Electronic Communications Act, which for the first time is going to incorporate, hopefully, once it goes through Parliament, Cabinet has just approved it, and create a space for community networks inside of the South African legislation and regulatory space. If that happens, and we're currently applying for a test license from the regulator ICASA, will provide us an opportunity to operate a network at a similar level of technology as the big operators do, which will then give us an opportunity to check or to test sustainability at a much larger level than the current technologies we use to serve over Wi-Fi means to local communities.
Sean, just to wrap it, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. So we believe the model is sustainable because we are operating on a not-for-profit basis, and we keep costs low because the community is involved. So there is a model, we have the data, and yes, we believe it is sustainable with the right partners working with us.
I tell you what, there'll be many South Africans, including myself, who wouldn't mind access to uncapped Wi-Fi for as little as 25 to 35 Rand a month. I don't see people who would walk away from that offer. All right, that's where we leave it on the national briefing for today. That was Professor Sean Pather. He is the chairperson of the board of Zenzeleni Networks. Up next is the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. We'll be back with you again tomorrow morning between 6 and 9 a.m.
In In our top stories, 4 senior Limpopo officials arrested for alleged tender fraud and Delft mass shooting claims 4 lives. Good morning. 4 senior officials from the Molemole municipality west of Polokwane in Limpopo have been arrested for alleged corruption related to tenders. The alleged tender irregularities in some municipalities involve manipulating procurement to favour specific bidders through bribery, nepotism and fraud. This hampers the delivery of basic services. The Limpopo Hawk spokesperson, Avile Fumba, says the arrested officials will appear in court tomorrow.
The suspects were apprehended following an intensive investigation into alleged irregularities in municipality procurement processes. It is alleged that the officials were involved in the omission of proper tender procedures in contravention of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Preliminary investigations indicate that the alleged misconduct may have resulted in financial prejudice to the municipality. The exact value is still subject to verification as investigations continue.
There's tight security at the Magistrates Court in Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape, where EFF members have gathered to show solidarity with their leader, Julius Malema. The party leader will be sentenced today. Malema has been convicted for discharging a firearm in public. The incident happened during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in 2018. EFF Secretary General Marshall Dlamini looks at possible scenarios.
We're going to appeal there and there that she must extend bail. Remember, the president is out on bail. We're going to appeal and then that she must extend bail. We hope that she's still going to be within the law and be reasonable, because the legal team, they presented a case that president is not a flight risk. President has been cooperative with the court since 2018. The team is that the deputy president is leading that legal team, and we're confident that we will get the bail. President today is going to sleep at home. That we know, because the institutions of this country, the judiciary, is still intact. They will listen to us.
4 people, including a 13-year-old child, have been shot dead in Delft on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says they appear to have been killed execution style in a suspected gang-related incident which happened yesterday.
SAP strongly condemns the senseless act of gang violence in Voorburg in Delft, where 4 males, including a 13-year-old, were shot execution style. 2 suspects entered the premises on foot, opened fire and fled the scene. The anti-gang unit is investigating, and we urge anyone with information to come forward to assist us in our pursuit to bring those responsible to justice.
The Johannesburg Metro Police Department is appealing for information after one of its officers was shot dead while off duty in Orange Farm, south of Johannesburg. Lendani Maleka was killed while he was sitting in a vehicle with a female companion on Monday. JMPD spokesperson Xolani Fihla.
The incident occurred at Sizanani Street, extension 6A in Orange Farm, shortly after Officer Maleka had completed his shift. According to preliminary reports, it is alleged that Officer Maleka, aged 30, had arrived at a residence to visit a companion. While seated in his vehicle, the officer and his female companion were approached by unidentified suspects. The suspects allegedly forcefully removed the female passenger from the vehicle before opening fire on Officer Maleka. Tragically, the officer sustained fatal injuries and was pronounced deceased at the scene by emergency medical services. Despite the violent nature of the attack, the officer's service firearm was not taken from the scene.
And finally, US President Donald Trump has announced that talks between Israel and Lebanon are set to take place today. He made the announcement on his Truth Social platform. Trump also says the leaders of the 2 countries are expected to speak for the first time in 34 years. Meanwhile, there's fresh optimism that the US-Israel war on Iran could be nearing a turning point. This as diplomatic efforts intensify. A key Pakistani mediator is in Tehran, while the Trump administration has signaled growing confidence in a potential agreement that could lead to the opening of the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. Recapping the top story, 4 senior officials from the Molemole municipality west of Polokwane in Limpopo have been arrested for alleged corruption related to tenders. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Get a free optical frame when you get tested at Specsavers this April.
purchase a comprehensive eye examination and get your optical frame free up to the value of 1,000 Rand. Choose your free frame from our wide range of trendy, affordable styles. Get tested today at your nearest Specsavers or book online. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Banyana Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana Banyana on X.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Mandlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. This is SAFM. This Thursday, as always, we are leading the conversations that move the nation. The team is here, Ginewe and Melissa, producing the show and taking your calls. Mark is driving the sound desk and Tabo is our camera person. Welcome to it. You are powering our show from around the country this morning, as always, with your calls, your voice notes and your messages. I'm Joanne Joseph, delighted to be with you again this morning. Remember, you can stay in touch with us during the course of the show because we love to hear from you. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep the voice notes coming as well. Keep them to between 30 and 45 seconds long if you can, please. We're also broadcasting on DSTV channel 814 and you can follow our live video feed on what was formerly Twitter, now X, at SAFM Radio. We should be live on Facebook and we are live streaming on YouTube as well. So just hit that button, whatever it is, wherever you want to watch or listen to us on the SAFM website, perhaps. We would love to hear from you and we would love to be able to reach you over the course of this morning. Right, it is going to be a busy morning as always. I think one of the saddest stories of the day that we are beginning with are these Delft killings. 4 people killed in gang-related violence in that Delft area last night. And the worst thing is that a 13-year-old was among them. Someone found it in them to be able to shoot 4 people in the head execution style, including a 13-year-old. It is such a disturbing and upsetting story. And it sounds as though that story is going to be developing over the next few hours in a way that hopefully arrests are on the cards. We understand 2 men are on the run. They entered the premises, they fired the shots, and they left. And police are chasing them right now as we speak. So we've got a reporter there who is going to keep us updated on what is going on with that story and give us a sense of how it's developing. Julius Malema is back in court today. The EFF leader was there quite early and proceedings have already actually begun. Magistrate Toinette Olivier is delivering that sentence right now, and what a tough night it has been for Malema's faithful supporters. They must be running on empty. They held another vigil overnight. This morning they're at the court where he's appearing in London. They're also gathering at other high courts in different parts of the country in solidarity with him. I want to just dip in quickly to hear what the magistrate is saying.
120, subsection 3C of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, being the unlawful failure to take reasonable precautions to avoid danger to a person or property in circumstances where it created a risk to the safety or property of the general public. Count 5, contravening Section 120, subsection 3B of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, reckless endangerment to a person or property. The applicable penalty clauses as invoked by the state and in terms of Section 121 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, with specific reference to Column 1 and Schedule 4 of the said Act. For record purposes, the court will place them on record. In respect of Count 1, it is a maximum of 15 years imprisonment. In respect of Count 2, a maximum of 15 years imprisonment. In respect of Count 3, a maximum term of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of Count 4, a maximum term of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of Count 5, a maximum term of 5 years imprisonment. In essence, the various...
All right, so you are hearing the voice there of Magistrate Toinette Olivier. She is delivering
each count-
sentence right now at that court in Kugompo City in the Eastern Cape. And of course, it's going to be very interesting to see. What you heard now was not her delivering her sentence. She's recapping what sort of charges or what sort of sentence Mr. Malema could face as a result of having been found guilty of discharging a firearm at those EFF anniversary celebrations around 8 years ago. So we're keeping our eye on that throughout the show to be able to tell you how that story is developing. And then, of course, we're taking you back to eThekwini Municipality later today. The water saga continues, but this time we are going to get a right of reply, or we're going to exercise right of reply with Jabulani Maise, the manager of water operations in that area. You know that it started with your phone calls on Tuesday, flagging the unreliable water supply, the intermittent water supply, and we decided to take that up. So yesterday we spoke to a Ratepayers Association, and they complained bitterly of the situation there, reiterating everything that you had told us the day before about the lack of a reliable water supply. Today we are going to give the city a chance to answer as to why they have not been able to fix that. We are taking your calls though. Keep those calls and voice notes coming throughout the course of the show. I want to take a voice note from Lesiba in Kgobokwane. Mr. Malema is in court today. As you see there, Lesiba, what are your thoughts on how it's going to play out? Lesiba, can you hear me?
I think I want to send a clear message to the leadership of Economic Freedom Fighters and the members of the same organization. You see, we are no longer living in the past. Now the political reality is that as voters, as the citizen, we are deeply concerned about the crime in our country, the way the levels of crime are so high. To see a member of parliament, a leader of the third political party in the country appearing for such cases of gun is very, very, very disappointing. We don't even encourage those supporters to go there and support, because Julius Malema is a member of parliament, must behave in a manner that it shows the commitment to the constitution of this country. We can't support that.
So tell me what, because there are a couple of different sentences that he could end up with here, Lesiba. He could end up with a 15-year sentence. He could end up with a suspended sentence.
No.
End up with
The
a
way we are heading
fine.
this, yes,
What do you think he deserves?
We want to see the punishment fitting the crime, because the minimum of jail sentence of 15 years, I think that's what Julius Malema deserves, so that the party many political leaders could learn from Julius Malema that we can't allow any politician to behave in such a manner that Julius Malema behaved. Like, look, in the African National Congress, we will not see any member of the party going to court to support even an alleged appearance of a leader. But in this case, he has been criminally charged. He appeared before court, has been convicted. What is happening to jail sentence? But we see number of people in front of our court. It means that they are not taking the issue of crime very serious. Ourselves, we are serious, and we will say to all the political parties, those in government of national unity, that we will never as a country tolerate a leader who's finding himself in a corrupt or criminal activity being supported.
Really? Is that really true, Lesiba? Is that really true? Do you remember the throngs who carried Tony Ngeni on their shoulders?
Yes, during Tony Ngeni we learned a lot of things,
Oh,
we
so
said
so now you've learnt a lot of things, but you
We learned a
made an
lot and we will not
unequivocal
go there.
statement that you would not see that with other political parties.
We will
Of
never
course,
do
we've seen
that.
that with other political parties before.
Yes, I agree with you. We learn a lot. We'll not do that. That is why in the ANC it's very clear. You are criminally charged, you step aside.
Okay, I'd like to see more of that happening. To me, I'm not
So let
nearly
Malema go
convinced.
to jail and serve his sentence.
Okay, all right, Lesiba, thank you for that. Lesiba is very, very emphatic. He wants to see Julius Malema in jail for 15 years. I don't know, the legal experts are telling us it's very unlikely under the circumstances because he's a first-time offender. But let's see how the court deals with that. Tsokolo in Harrismith is also on the line to us. Do you agree? Good morning, Tsokolo. Do you agree with Lesiba?
Yeah, I do 100%. I agree with the guy because, like this morning, we just hear the news that 4 people have been dead because of this shooting. So if Julius he can't behave like a serious member, the member of parliament. So what about me?
Yes.
So obviously, I'm gonna see that is gonna be a nice thing because it's someone who's top, who's doing that. Obviously, it's a nice thing. So Julius need to learn, and they must get he must get the sentence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Tsogolo, thank you very much for that. I mean, I really do wonder whether Julius Malema is going to get the maximum sentence. And I say that because the issue of his being a first-time offender is quite an important thing. I think collectively the judge will be looking at that. There were many things said in mitigation of sentence yesterday. So, as I said, it could be a fine, it could be a suspended sentence, it could be it could be a jail sentence. But we really don't know at this point exactly which way the judge is leaning. What does worry me, this is what worries me, I think, more than anything, is the threats of violence that were made outside the courtroom yesterday. I don't have a problem with people showing up at court to show solidarity, so long as they are not causing any kind of disruptions. I think it's quite all right for people to say, we have a leader, we want to support him through these through this sentencing. We are going to be there, and we're going to even if we protest, we're going to protest peacefully. We'll get permission to be there from the authorities, and we will be there. I don't have a problem with that. But some of the things the supporters were reported to have said yesterday really, really disturbed me. I mean, there were people who said things along the line of, if he is jailed, if he's given a custodial sentence, we will make sure that there will be violence. We will do things that will make July 2021 look like a joke. We will entirely disrupt the operations here. We will loot. We will, people just said really irresponsible and unacceptable things yesterday. And I know that Julius Malema himself has called for a peaceful response to whatever the outcome of his trial, of his sentencing is. We know that he's going to appeal it. He wants to appeal the conviction, and he wants to appeal the sentence. But people do not have a right to say, because we've decided that we've got a critical mass here, we are going to simply disrupt the law or rebel against what a court of law, a legitimate court of law, has decided is the outcome to this. One of you thinks that Julius Malema will get a fine. Let's listen into your voice note.
Good morning, Kathy and FM listeners. I think when we're coming to the sentencing of Mr. Malema, we just sometimes have to be reasonable and look at the facts in totality. And we have had the arguments of both parties and the case law, which was cited by both parties, which is the state and the defense. And when we look at the cases where the sentence was a bit higher, is where where the case involved the gangsterism. But where there is no gangsterism, sentences is always less. So with Mr. Malema, I don't really think the sentence will be high. Probably it will be a fine of 20,000 or imprisonment for a period of 6 months, or only suspended for a period of 5 years. Thank you.
Morning, JJ. I concur with the callers who are saying capital punishment must be back or detention, because this country has lawlessness. That's why we have illegal immigrants running from their street countries to come here. The scapegoat must not be poverty. Our parents depended upon livestock and milk fields and educated us. Thank you, JJ.
Thank you so much for those messages. Keep them coming. Charlie is on the line to us from Queenstone, I believe. What's your take on the Malema
Yes.
story, Charlie? Welcome.
It's very interesting that as South Africans, we are exposed of being hypocrites. The law says we must all be treated equally, but now you find people wanted Julius to be treated differently because he's a leader. And when such happens against leaders of the ANC in corrupt cases and all that, we cry foul that no, they're being treated differently. The law is not harsh on them because they're in leadership positions. But now, because the tables are turned, now we suddenly want a harsher sentence for Julius Malema. Law, there's precedence in terms of the law. What are the cases that are similar to that have been dealt with? I think we should follow other cases, similar cases. What were the convictions? What were the sentences in those cases? In as much as we know, even the judiciary is exposed on this Julius Malema case, because now they are exposed that it's not a matter of justice. It's a matter of proving a point that if we want, we can criminal charge you and jail you for his views. Because if the gun itself is not in the possession of the court as we speak, where is the gun? Who is the owner of the gun? What is happening to the owner of the gun himself? Remember, someone who's before you are given a license to own a gun, you go through a thorough training and you are given laws that governs that gun, how to handle the gun and all that. What is happening to that person, the owner of the gun? What is happening to that person? That's something that is exposing our courts in this case, that someone who has issued the gun to whom is competent to handle the gun, handed over the gun to someone who's incompetent without any authority,
That's true. That's a good point. But of course, AfriForum was trying to make a point here, right? AfriForum has wanted to be able to get at Julius Malema in one form or another for quite a long time, and they were clever enough to have done it this way.
That is what is exposing this case to be a politically motivated. I wouldn't mind.
It's definitely politically motivated, obviously politically motivated from the part of AfriForum, right? But is it from the courts? That's the question. I don't think it is, Kelvin. I think we're going to see today the way that the lawyers have conducted themselves in court, the way the judge has conducted herself so far, the magistrate rather. Nothing suggests that anything untoward is happening in that court. But thank you for sharing your thoughts with us, Charlie. Good speaking to you. Kelvin in Bloemhof, hi there. Your take on this?
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it, Kelvin.
I'm well, thanks. Look, the issue of Julius Malema, Julius has been allowed due process from being charged to being tried to everything that has been done up until yesterday when he had to mitigate for his own sentence. You see, what I'm saying, my take is that let the punishment be fitting to the crime. Yes, Julius Malema is a first-time offender. Yes, giving him a maximum sentence would be too harsh. But there's things we are all seeming to forget. Julius Malema is convicted of 4 counts. So you can't say because he's a first-time offender, you are ignoring the fact that there's 4 counts, 2 of which carry 15-year maximum sentences on their own. So we can't say, no, he's a first-time offender, so it's okay for him to be given a suspended sentence. It's okay for him to be given a fine. We need to be realistic. There's 4 counts that we are talking about here. We are talking about reckless endangerment. We are talking about unlawful use of a firearm. We are talking about 4 different crimes.
Yes.
Even though he's a first-time offender. But the law, and you look at Act 105 of 1997, the minimum sentences and maximum sentences are prescribed there. If we were talking of 1 count, yes, I would say let us be lenient. But on 4 counts, and you are saying we must ignore all the minimum sentences on all 4 counts, It's not fair.
Okay, let's see how the court views this, Calvin. Thank you very much for putting your point across so well. Romeo in Krugersdorp, what do you think?
FM listeners, how are you this morning?
I'm well, thanks, Romeo. We're a bit short of time. Go for it.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to say what I think could be.
Yes, tell us. Tell us.
Listening to the arguments yesterday as the state were stating the case of Julius Malema and the defense team, I made to understand that possible he is going to be given a suspended sentence that could be possible maybe 10 years or 5 years, as she already started narrating. Because there were so many examples that were given during the course of defending him. So I believe that it could be a lighter sentence or could be a fine that would be mostly likely to be a little bit heavier for him to learn a lesson. But for me to see him going to jail, I'm giving myself 20 minus 80%.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Romeo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's listen to some of your voice notes and see if you agree or disagree.
Joanne, I want to see what president is going to be said today with this judgment. If at all any other normal person will be handed down whatever sentence that Julius Malema will be given today, regardless of whether or not they're a politician. So I think that our judiciary, our laws are definitely going to be tested today, and we'll sit and wait to see what happens. But I'm not holding my breath.
Good morning, and SA listeners. I want to comment in this case for Julius Malema. They've to put him in jail. Yeah, the 15 years that they said is a sentence for him. Yeah, it's good. That one is nice. It's nice for him.
I think Malema must just accept the rest of whatever the outcome, the court's outcome is, because I mean their supporters, I know they're very they're insinuating disruption. They must rather use that energy to get rid of illegal foreigners that their leader is perpetuating, that they are okay.
Thank you for those calls and voice notes. We'll keep taking them after 9:30, although we're going to be looking at another story, which is, of course, the issue of the intermittent water supply in KwaZulu-Natal, in eThekwini more specifically. But I still want to keep the story alive. The magistrate, Toinette Olivier, is summarising the proceedings that took place yesterday. And so she's part of the way through that sentencing judgment right now. But she's just kicked off a little while ago. And we will be taking aspects of that judgment live wherever necessary. Right now, that brings us to just about 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Anne Musa is standing by with your latest news headlines. Hi there, Anne.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the sentencing of EFF leader Julius Malema is underway at the Magistrates Court in Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape. A large number of party members are attending the proceedings. Police say more arrests are imminent following the arrest of 4 senior officials from the Molemole municipality west of Polokwane in Limpopo. The officials are accused of corruption related to tenders. And the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has launched a borrowers platform during the IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C. The aim of the initiatives is to give developing countries with high debt burdens a greater voice in dealing with creditors. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:31 here on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for joining us. If you'd like to keep calling in, and if this issue has been one that has dominated your thoughts overnight, we will of course be watching what is going on at the Kukompo City Court there in the Eastern Cape. Magistrate Toinette Olivier is now into her judgment. Julius Malema sitting and watching very, very intently. and he has already expressed his desire to appeal the sentence, to appeal the conviction itself. So what we may be seeing today, maybe the sort of first stages, the early stages of this case. I doubt that it's going to be over necessarily after today. But shall we quickly just listen in to what Magistrate Toinette Olivier is saying right now in her summary.
Shots were fired in a very short space of time, and that the accused had not loaded the ammunition personally. The merits, the court's finding in judgment is clearly stipulated regarding how possession, there was no finding as to how possession was gained. That is as far as I'm going to say. The rest we'll do during leave to appeal. And some of the controversial statements during, how will I say, reply by replying counsel.
So that is Judge Toinette Olivier. She's handing down that sentence right now in Kugompo City at the Magistrates Court there. And one thing important that she has said, which is something that our listeners alluded to a little bit earlier on, is that they don't know, she doesn't really know, it's not clear how Mr. Malema came to be in possession of the gun that he ended up firing that got him into trouble in the first place. One of you says the fact of the matter is Julius Malema's trial is not politically motivated. It is just so ridiculous that conveniently his supporters and he choose to see it as such. His behavior was that of a common criminal and needs to be treated as such. He isn't as important as he portrays himself to be, says Debo.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
We're heading for 25 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and Postbank is improving your banking experience as part of the April card replacement rollout for social grant beneficiaries using SASSA Gold cards. From the 13th of April until further notice, Postbank sites inside Checkers, ShopRite, USave, Pick n Pay, Boxer and Spar will not assist with lost or stolen cards or PIN resets. We apologise for the inconvenience. You can still access your money through available channels. For help, call 0800 53 54 55. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank, an authorised financial services provider.
There's something new happening on SABC2. Fresh stories, bold moves. It's just a whole new vibe. And I'm part of that vibe in Pimville. My name is Jesse Suntele, and you can catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Living every beat, the pulse of SA.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Under the theme, Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9:36 here on the Daily Discourse, and over the last couple of days we've been talking about water supply issues in the eThekwini municipality. The day before yesterday we took some calls from you in which you complained bitterly about intermittent, almost non-existent supply in certain areas. Now, yesterday, we spoke to the president of the eThekwini Ratepayers and Residents Association, Ish Prahlad, who told us this unreliable water supply is a recurring problem in various parts of eThekwini. And despite multiple meetings with the city, they just can't get them to solve the problem. So we promised the city right of reply, and this morning, manager of water operations at eThekwini Municipality Water and Sanitation, Jabulani Maise, joins us. Mr. Maise, good morning to you, and thank you very much for making yourself available today. So, for starters, what is the reason for the ongoing water cuts and unreliable water supply in eThekwini?
Good morning, Joan. Thank you for having me. So it's a combination of issues. I think the city has communicated that since 2018, we've got what we call a bulk supply deficit, meaning the water that we have, we combine all the dams that's purified and supply water to the city, is lesser than the demand that is required to fulfill the consumers' needs. So that's the major problem that we're currently having in the city.
Mr. Maise, are you sure about that? I'm asking because I've done a bit of research into this, and everything that I've read seems to indicate that there isn't a problem with dam levels, that the problem is actually with the supply once it gets into your system.
Okay, maybe let me clarify that. That all the dams, they are full, but full does not mean that they are able to meet the demand of the city if you combine the capacity of the water that is supplied, that we purchase from Umgeni together. So being full does not mean that they can be able to supply all the areas into the city. I can make an example. The outer west areas of the city, those areas have no drop of water. If you can mention Yozonbongi, it's not because there's someone who's not supplying those areas, it's just that we do not have sufficient water to supply. We do have infrastructure that can take all that water, but unfortunately, the demand far exceeds the available supply.
So that is a massively serious problem. So what does the city do in the situation where all the dams are full, but you still don't have enough water for the people of eThekwini?
Yes, so there's quite a number of bulk supply projects that the city will be implementing internally, as well as Umgeni together, since they are our sole bulk supplier that will be implementing. Obviously, these schemes, they take some time because they are major projects. One that's currently underway, under construction, is Lower Mkomazi. That's due for completion, I think, in 2028. We also got the major scheme that will be starting with source funding for the Upper Mkomazi scheme that will be coming online in 2032. So that scheme alone will be able to cover up the supply deficit that we're currently experiencing in the city. We do have our own in-house as well that we're going to be putting in place. It's going to be the water reuse that's going to give in excess of 100 megaliters. So after 2030, I think we'll be having what we call, we do have access water to cover all the needs of the consumers in the city.
So they've essentially got to wait another minimum of 4 years and a bit, close to 5 years, before they have access to water in your city.
It will depend which area you are. The South Coast areas, like I said, it will be a matter of a year and a half. So those consumers will be covered. They have this water supply. When I'm talking South Coast, is the areas downstream of Toki, going towards Scottbera and Uku areas. So those areas, it's a matter of a year and a half.
So tell me this: how many liters are you getting in versus how many liters you need?
Yeah. So currently,
what's your deficit?
We're purchasing 1,100 megaliters from Umgeni Utukela. The deficit is around 400 megaliters.
So that's what you need. You need another 400 megaliters. So tell me about this. I'm hearing that you've got leaking water pipes in eThekwini through which almost 60% of your treated water is lost. That is according to the COGTA DG and infrastructure, right? And infrastructure hasn't been maintained, and so you're left with these leaking pipes. So you're getting in 100%, which is still not enough, and then you're losing close to 60% on the way, so you're left with 40%. Why don't you just fix the broken infrastructure? Surely that would make a huge difference.
Okay, how this we term that as a non-revenue water. So it's just comprised of various issues. One, we quite correct. There's water that we're losing through the leaks. Sometimes the overflow from reservoirs. But what comprises that as well, the major issue that we're currently facing in the city is the non-payment of water services, which is comprised of illegal connections. People bypassing the meters, some are removed, some there are no meters at all. So what constitutes mostly of that non-revenue is the issue of non-payment. People are tapping illegally to our system. So when you look at that water balance table, it doesn't say it's all the real losses that comprise of that 60%. It's a portion of that 60%, which we are trying to obviously to address.
But you're sourcing, you're in the process of building new projects, right? Should some of that money not have been used to fix ailing infrastructure?
Correct. We've already started. We do have a backlog in terms of renewal of our infrastructure, but we've already started. I think you might have seen there are big projects that have already commenced. We call them pipe replacement. There's one currently ongoing in Phoenix. There was one in Chatsworth. There's one that's going to be starting in Westville. So there are areas that we've already identified. Obviously, because of constraint in funding, we can't do them simultaneously, but we have started.
So National Treasury has dictated that 8% of your budget should be spent on infrastructure maintenance and repairs. Are you spending the stipulated amount on that?
Not yet, but that's where, through the reforms, that's why National Treasury introduced the reforms. I think you might have heard of the Metro Trading Services turnaround strategy. So those reforms aim at addressing those issues, that the budget is spent on renewal of infrastructure, so there's incentive grants that be allocated to address those issues.
Mr. Maise, you've spoken about the fact that people are not paying bills or that you're not able to collect payment. There appear to be serious administrative issues within your city. I mean, is it true that there's a problem with reading meters, with billing failures? And one of the allegations certainly that was made by Mr. Prahlad yesterday was that you're not able to solve this because your municipal officials, both administrative and technical, are unqualified or underqualified and just too incompetent to fix this mess.
Well, we do have a serious backlog in terms of replacing meters. We had the procurement issues over the past few years. That was addressed, I think, last year. We've procured in excess of around 30,000 meters. So we are addressing those issues so that we can adequately bill consumers based on the actual readings, not on estimates. So that matter is being addressed. We do have also system issues that are being also addressed at the CFO level.
You haven't answered my question about your officials who have been alleged to be incompetent.
Well, I don't have specific of that, so I cannot say yes or no. If there's concrete evidence which official is that, then it can be checked, verified that yes, the official is either competent or incompetent. But at the moment, it's just a hearsay.
Hearsay. Okay, I'm asking you this because we were told yesterday that multiple meetings have been held with you. The Ratepayers Association and Residents Association we spoke to said they've met with you a number of times. They flagged the same problems with you repeatedly, but that they're just not having any kind of joy. There's no resolution to the problems that they are addressing to you consistently. Mr. Maise, are you still with us? Oh, okay, we've dropped that line for some reason. We're going to try and get Mr. Maise back on the line there. Tell me what you think about this if you are in the eThekwini area. I mean, Mr. Maise is telling us that many different projects are on the go. There's bulk water that they are trying to source. They're building associated infrastructure for that. They're trying to get their infrastructure expenditure for repairs and for maintenance up to 8%. They're in the process of doing that. They are having trouble with people not paying their bills. They're having trouble with meters that are not functioning. So I mean, there are many issues that appear to be on the go there, but perhaps you have some experience on the ground if you're in eThekwini to tell us exactly what you have understood to be the problem. Mr. Maise, I understand, is back on the line to us. So, Mr. Maise, I was putting the question to you about the fact that the Ratepayers and Residents Association we spoke to yesterday from eThekwini has been engaging you repeatedly, right? And
Yes,
they say no
that's correct.
matter the number of meetings they have with you and the appeals they make to you, it constantly falls on deaf ears. So why are you not in the process of responding to what they keep putting in front of you, and their constant appeals for you to assist these residents with water?
I wouldn't say they're falling on deaf ears. Issues are raised. Some issues have been resolved already. Yes, we do acknowledge that there are some issues that need time to be resolved, like the issue of billing and so forth. That issue, like I said, is currently being addressed at the CFO level, so that consumers can actually get the accurate bills. One of the progress that I can report that their revenue used to be within water. It has now moved to revenue department so that this matter can get close attention. So that's one of the progress that I can report. It's not that it's falling on deaf ears.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a last question before you leave us, and that is about a resident of Inanda phoning us, telling us that it's bad enough they haven't had water for several weeks. A water tanker only comes round once in 2 weeks or so with fresh water. Then they have to walk a distance to fetch water from a communal tap. They have to queue for hours to fill their containers. Why isn't a tanker being sent out several times a week, if not daily, to serve those residents?
Okay, there has been engagement with the ward councillors. One of the issues that we saw when we were doing the site visit was the issue of access roads in the area. So those issues are being addressed so that it's safe for water tankers to access those areas that do not have water. Remember, these are trucks that they require adequate roads to access those areas.
But one of them is managing to get there every 2 weeks. So what are the others? How are the others different? The roads are there for that tanker to be able to get there once in 2 weeks.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So why are you not? Why, if the roads are there, and one tanker is able to access them, more than one tanker, in theory, should be able to access that area using the same roads.
Yes, what I'm saying is that the road was damaged at the time we visited the area, so it's just repairs that needed to be done. But there were other issues that were affecting the issue of dispatching tankers in this area, and they are being addressed. There was an area next to Amawoto and Zinyati. They had expressed the same issue. It's good to note that issue has been addressed. I think in excess of 20 tankers are now assigned to those areas which are adjacent. So just need to follow up with the consumer if we can get more details so to ensure that tankers visit the area regularly.
Well, thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Jabulani Maise, Manager of Water Operations at eThekwini, the Municipality Water and Sanitation Department. But I'm going to ask you, as our listeners, to keep a very close eye on this, particularly the issue of Inanda and the water tanker that couldn't get there because of the damage to the roads. I'm told that it has been resolved now. Please let us know if that's true and what you are experiencing there. You should be getting a water tanker to you several times a week, perhaps daily. Tell us where that's exactly happening. Thank you for your time on the program today, Mr. Jabulani Maise.
If I may have contact details of the consumer so that you can ensure that it's properly addressed.
Right, well, we will certainly try and get that for you. If she calls back, we will certainly try and get that information for you. Thank you very much for that, sir. So 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and I suppose you think it couldn't get much worse, but it seemingly can, and on a national scale. The government recently released the Green Drop National Report, and it didn't paint a pleasant picture at all. The report is supposed to be a deep dive into how municipalities across the country manage their wastewater. And it's important because it tells us about the quality of the drinking water that comes out of our taps, and it rates official efforts to ensure that water is used efficiently. News 24 says, sadly, it's shown that governments reportedly managed to find 34 billion rand for building and upkeep, but the state of treatment works is so poor that they still pose a threat to our health and that of our environment. Let's find out where that discrepancy occurs. Water expert Aisha Lahar is on the line to us. Ms. Lahar, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time on the program. What exactly is the state of the wastewater treatment plants and related infrastructure in our country, according to the latest Green Drop report?
Good morning, Joanne, to you and your listeners. Unfortunately, it's a very gloomy picture, as the Minister and the Deputy Minister alluded to during the launch of the reports. What worries me is that we've got 396 wastewater supply systems in the country out of a total of about 850, which are in critical state, and that means absolutely nothing works. And that is a very serious situation, because the effect is that untreated sewage is entering our rivers, and what is going to be happening downstream is that water treatment plants are going to be abstracting this contaminated water, trying to make it potable and give it to consumers to drink. So it's a vicious cycle. We've got wastewater inextricably linked to water treatment at the end of the day, and that affects human health.
This is unbelievable. My understanding is that municipalities needed just over 13 billion rand to fix the broken infrastructure to maintain the rest of it. But are you telling us that although 34 billion has been raised in investment, they still haven't managed to fix what's broken?
I think there's a very important answer in that. We are fixing infrastructure. But I would like to say that infrastructure is not the only answer. You cannot give a functioning wastewater treatment works to a municipality that does not have process controller skills to operate that plant, that don't have chemicals in place to disinfect it or management procedures to order the chemicals, that have systems and procedures in place to ensure that treatment, that the effluent is actually collected and sent there, and that have absolutely no maintenance capacity. So we're going to give them brand new infrastructure at the end of the day, which is going to be degraded, and we're throwing the money down the drain.
So
it's not just about infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
We look at infrastructure. That is not the answer. We need to look at it holistically. What do you need to produce good quality effluent?
So, to your mind, Ms. Lahar, is there a skills deficit within the municipalities that's preventing them from knowing exactly how to manage and treat wastewater?
I would say skills definitely, but not only technical skills. We're talking about management skills, procurement skills, planning skills. This is the kind of skills that we need. I mean, process controllers that operate wastewater treatment plants are supposed to be employed at these treatment plants, whether it's water or wastewater, as per Regulation 3630. Are they employed, or are they sufficiently employed? Are they paid? Are they given that opportunity in the first place? And you will find that is missing in many municipalities. So we're looking not only at technical skills, what about the maintenance team? What kind of maintenance skills do we have? You cannot take new infrastructure and leave it to die. We need skilled electricians, we need plumbers, we need fitters and turners. That is what we need as well. But when you go to most municipalities, they outsource maintenance. They don't have skilled maintenance personnel, and that is the type of skills that we are looking at as well. It's management skills, it's planning skills, procurement skills. And, your previous caller spoke about, the customers not paid. You need collection and billing as well. You need people that man the call centers. Those are all the variety of skills that we do need.
All right. One last question. I mean, if you had 34 billion in hand, surely some of that could be used to train the individuals required to fulfill all the roles you've just spoken of.
We definitely can, but how are we addressing it, or are we only looking at putting new nice infrastructure in place? Because when you have something in place, that's what we look at. Is there something being built? If we don't do a deep root cause analysis, we're not going to address the root causes. And that's why we put the Band-Aid, because maybe there's a pump that's broken, so we fix it. But what was the root cause of the failure, and do we address it? No, we don't. So we actually need to take the Green Drop report, unpick all those KPIs that speak about skills, technical assessments, asset management, maintenance, and see where the money should actually go. Must it go into infrastructure only, or must it go into other components as well? Without having a targeted, realistic, long-term plan that is transparent, and we set realistic targets, aligned with departmental KPIs, we're not going to get movement, and we're not going to get improvement.
Thank you so much for your insight into that story. Aisha Lahar is director at AHL Water and a water expert. Right, I want to take you straight to the
Bullet.
Magistrates Court now, where Julius Malema is being sentenced for having fired that firearm at the EFF anniversary a number of years ago. Let's listen into what the judge is saying.
That it is now called a celebratory shots, that is sugarcoating. Nothing more, nothing less. The facts found by court during its judgment, and this is not merits, these are facts. I'm going from memory. It was the evidence considered was that the accused had decided that the event was planned by the leadership. All decisions were made by the leadership. So there can be no doubt that you are saying the unique feature of the event was committing 5 offenses. That is the bottom line. Clearly, planning of this nature is in contrast with the law. How can a court of law consider that the actions of the accused did not intend or did not entail the intention to commit an offense? It is not it is not the thinking of the court, it is the facts before court, because that is what happened. It wasn't, as the state correctly stated, an act of an impulsive act. It wasn't, as a result of the case law we heard, an act of passion. It wasn't anger. It was the event of the evening. And therein lies the difference. It should take considerable planning for an event of that magnitude, and I'm deviating from my written judgment, of that magnitude, that as to how, when, and exactly at what time you will take possession of the firearm, where you will fire it from, at which point we all know then, Mr. Snyman, you returned the firearm to Mr. Snyman. That finding was made by court. The court did not find it was handed to you by Mr. Snyman. That is what I'll say in that regard. So that, to reason any otherwise is nonsensical. This is a decision that a person made to possess a semi-automatic rifle unlawfully, and including the decision then to proceed and fire the said rifle in a built-up area in a crowded stadium. The decision to break the law has been made, and it was made with the approval of the accused person and the leadership. Since it's confirmed that this was the future planned for the event, it clearly indicates that the accused had known it was unlawful. He knew that it may cause harm to persons or property. He knew all the above, and it yet proceeded to possess the rifle and to fire the shot in celebration of the 5th birthday celebrations of the economic freedom fighters. Always knowing when this was being planned, arranging this special feature, that it is in contravention of the law. And that this decision was made long before the actual event. Such acts can never be condoned by this court in any instance. The court cannot dismiss these actions planned by the accused as mere celebratory shots, and further justify the commission of crime under the pretense that it was celebratory shots. Much has been said yesterday regarding other offenders who've committed acts of this nature, worse, who have has not been brought before a court of law. This court is not in a position to answer for those matters. Safe to say, I trust that surely the long arm of the law would reach and bring those offenders or suspected offenders before court. This court can only reply and answer for the matter before it, not for what has been said was done by Mr. A to Z or Miss A to Z. I'm unable to do so. My focus is on this matter solely. With regards to yes, as I say, as far as it pertains to individuals who had committed the same offences and had not yet been brought before a court of law, should this type of reasoning be condoned, it is clearly not conducive to the interest of society, and the courts are required to act accordingly. And that is as much as I can say regarding the offenders who are still to be brought before courts. The other aspect that is aggravating in this matter and which needs to be mentioned is the astronomical financial impact this matter has had on the taxpayers' pockets or at the taxpayers' expenses. By saying that, please, that is not laid at the foot of the accused person solely, not at all. It was your right to take this matter on trial. I'm saying merely that a trial of this magnitude involved tremendous human or manpower if we look at the ballistic side of this matter alone. The transport of firearms from KZN to Quebeca and back, the ballistic unit resources and equipment, preparation, SAPs. The tragedy is that this matter has also led to so many people that did not have access to this court on several days where this matter proceeded. Mothers could not approach the court for maintenance. They could not reach inside. Grandmothers could not come to the offices to apply for foster care or guardians, appointment, adoptions, domestic violence. Those people did not have access. And that is tragic. These are members of the community this court services on a daily basis. They wake up, as you very well know, all of us very well know, by 3 a.m., by 4 p.m., those little kids are dressed, washed, and they walk to court. And yet they cannot reach the entrance of this court for the help that they need. What has transpired is indeed sad. It's a sad day for justice if this is what bringing a matter of this nature to court results in the impact on the interest of society. And as I've stated, the courts must protect the interest of society. Not only did it affect those people I've mentioned, courts adjourned early. Our court rolls are overcrowded beyond comprehension. Inmates had to be returned to correctional services, leading to the extension of the overcrowding of prisons or correctional facilities. Witnesses who traveled from far, who lost a family member, let us say in a murder incident, they did not get closure on a specific day which was allocated to them for their matter to be heard. They have to come back. So yes, this matter indeed is sad because it has an immense tragic effect on the administration of justice and the very interest of society that is to be served by justice and its staff and courts. And that is not overemphasizing, that is a fact and a reality. The only aspect I'll mention with regards to the time frame of the actual possession of the rifle, yes, indeed, I agree it was very short. I agree with the submissions of the defense that, yes, the charge sheet mentions 1.223 Remington cartridge, correct. I agree that the charge sheet mentions 1 SPA 249. Therefore, the court is limited to what you have been charged for, and that is what I'm dealing with. Nothing more. Safe to say then, on what the court has already alluded to, the commission of these offences are not insignificant, and the impact thereof remains the same, whether it was done in less than a minute, the impact remains the same. Now, this is a difficult matter to raise because it was alluded by the defense that should a custodial sentence be imposed by court, it will show that the accused is singled out to endure a harsh sentence. To this, the only reply from court is, it is not the court who has singled out the accused person. He had done so all by himself, not the court. In the light of the position that he holds as the CIC of a political party with massive support, it's not the court who had singled out the accused person. The fact remains there is a significant amount of accountability on the accused, and on this regard, I'll add the following, that please remember, it is not a political party who has been convicted here. It is not the economic freedom fighters that have been convicted. It is a person, an individual, who so happens to be the CIC of a political party. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not the party. It's an individual, and that is how it is perceived. And while I'm on the topic which is uncomfortable for everyone, let us continue with this political trend that is followed. This court heard, as I've stated, plus minus 19 witnesses. Not a single witness testified before this court, testified regarding any political facts, or that is not facts before court. The evidence or political agenda was raised by the accused, which is your right. But those are not facts as part of the state's case. And that's where it ends. A court of law and politics do not blend. The two do not collide. Judiciary stays in its lane. Politicians stays in their lane. The easiest way to explain this is I think the minds of a jurist and the minds of a politician do not function on the same frequency at all. Hence, a court is expected to remain independent, dispense with justice without fear, favor, or prejudice, and that is the duty of this court. The rest is of no interest, only the law. Just a minute. On this topic, I'll end off by saying, at all times, the judiciary, including the justice system, will never be intimidated by any politically charged utterances or parties. There is no room in a court of law dealing with a criminal offense for the court to enter into politics at all. Just need to find my rhythm as well here. Right. What is apparent then is that people of this country are speaking as one. Crime is reaching astronomical proportions, and the courts are required to do all in its power to combat the situation and to ensure that all would-be offenders or offenders who are still to be brought before justice faces the full arm of justice. And surely if this is not done or goes unchecked, as I've stated, it will result in the perception that crime is an inevitable consequence of life in South Africa. It must further be noted, as much as the rights of the accused has been emphasized, and correctly so, as it is enshrined in our Constitution, members of society do enjoy rights, the same rights as enshrined in our Constitution. These rights are not one-sided and enjoyed by all. I'm about to end off. I just want to briefly refer to our engagement yesterday in the oral submissions by the state and the defense regarding the two case laws submitted, one by the defense and the other by Advocate Caesar. Just want to get to the relevant part. Yes. Okay. My gracious. The matter submitted by the state being Romeo Janssen and the state, case number CANR 220/18, delivered by D. Van Zyl, then DJP, and by the defense, that of the Malundana case, case number CC20 2024, delivered by Brooks J. Now, in this instance, it was interesting to read both. And what is abundantly clear is that in the matter presented, the Molondana case, the facts are completely opposite as the ones we are dealing with today. In the matter submitted, the Molondana matter, was a gentleman of 62 years old who had, after a very long period of time, secured employment as a security officer protecting a school, which led to him firing a handmade firearm. The difference in that matter, which the judges considered as sentence and mitigation of sentence, is the accused there had pleaded guilty. He had also spent a period of time incarcerated, 4 months in custody before. Further, he was also a first offender. He had assisted the victims at the scene, and he himself had called the police to come and assist. He had also contributed to the costs of the family who suffered in the incident. That is the set of facts unique to that matter. Now, what is interesting in the Janssen matter, counsel argued yesterday that the matter cannot be of assistance to the court. I disagree on that aspect. Indeed, it was. Because I think it was said that he had previous convictions, Janssen. But when you read the actual judgment, the judge states clearly that the accused was treated as a first offender despite having previous convictions. So that is not relevant. That was, he said, and he was found to be, or having been in possession only. There wasn't a crime that was committed on the day he was arrested with the firearm. And then interestingly, after being asked by the defense that all people be treated equal, it was submitted that Janssen is a gangster, therefore a member of Fat Boys, and therefore sentence of custodial sentence is in order. I failed to see the reasoning and the rationale behind that, but what is evident and clear after discussion of all the cases submitted by the state and the defense, in the view of this court, each case is unique. Every person is equal in law. What does equal mean in my view? That the court should ensure that accused rights to a fair trial is protected and that it applies equally to every individual who appears before a court of law. Sentences, we have this contradiction and variety because, as I've stated, each set of circumstances and facts are unique. If we take, without disrespecting a gangster, we cannot say for gangsters, right, there's a sentence of 5 years. For politicians, it should be 6 years. For the homeless person, it's 10 years. No. It's done in its totality. And unfortunately, the accountability on a public office bearer is a lot more. It weighs heavy than that of the regular South African person. So by saying that, that doesn't mean you are not treated equally or the just a minute.
22 minutes past 10 here on SAFM, the Daily Discourse. We are watching the judgment being delivered at the Magistrates Court in the Julius Malema firearms control contravention case. There's been an intervention right now from one of the lawyers, but the magistrate is getting very close to the end of her judgment right now. She's been talking about the aggravating evidence, the evidence in aggravation of sentence that was presented to her, and now she is continuing with her sentence.
But instead of 5 minutes, it's a large crowd. So we say this is then the tea adjournment. We come back, we continue then thereafter. I'm sorry for this. No, I cannot. Just now we all drown when that man cannot.
Right, 22 minutes past 10, and the judge has just adjourned briefly. So we haven't heard the end of her judgment yet in the Julius Malema firearm controlled contravention case, but she is getting to the end of it. She has warned us of that. But some very, very interesting things have come out in the last few minutes, and I just want to recap what she has been saying in the last few minutes. So she began delivering her judgment this morning. And of course, it's a very lengthy judgment. She recapped the events of yesterday, what exactly was made in terms of arguments in court, and she appears to be done with both arguments in mitigation of sentence as well as aggravation of sentence over the last 24 hours. She's going to be back at 10:45, but I want to quickly recap what she said in the last few minutes, and we'll take perhaps a short break, and when I come back, I'll bring you that summary.
Hey there! Need to know your TV license balance but don't want to wait? No sweat! Just send a quick SMS with your ID or TV license number to 44210. Remember, standard SMS rates apply. And presto, your balance pops right up anytime, anywhere. It's as easy as pie. So why procrastinate? Give it a try and get your info in a flash. T's and C's apply.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Pay your rent, take care of your daily needs, build your life, and when your family needs you, you don't wait. You send money home, quickly, securely, from wherever you are. Because this is more than money, it's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Margot Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
26 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. We are following a developing story at this hour, and it is breaking in the Eastern Cape. This is where the EFF leader, Julius Malema, is in court, and he is listening, or has been listening over the course of this morning, to sentencing being handed down in his case. You remember that he contravened the Firearms Control Act by firing a semi-automatic weapon into the air several times during his EFF rally. This happened about 8 years ago. It was their 5th anniversary rally at which this happened. He was given a gun by someone and he fired it into the air. And so he's facing a number of these charges. He was convicted of a number of these charges last year, and today sentencing is underway. It began yesterday, and the judge, in fact, the magistrate, I should say, Toinette Olivier, is almost at the end of her judgment, but she has raised a number of important issues, both in mitigation and aggravation of sentence. So I want to talk you through some of the last bit that she had to say before she took this adjournment. We know that the case does resume at 10:45, but before then, we're going to bring you some analysis on this. And first, a summary. Judge Olivier saying to Mr. Malema, you made the decision to possess a semi-automatic rifle and to fire it. The decision to break the law was made with Mr. Malema and the leadership. She's been very clear on that, and she says the court can't dismiss these actions. It simply can't see these as celebratory shots. It must see these as the law broken. A lot was said about others who've committed the same crimes, and that was, of course, introduced in mitigation of sentence yesterday. There were 2 cases in particular that Mr. Malema's lawyers raised as part of their defence. But Magistrate Olivier said in response to this, the court can only answer to the matter before it. She went on to say that, and I think this is really important, there's been an astronomical financial impact that this matter's had on the taxpayer. She said, she made it very clear that is not Mr. Malema's fault. It is his right to come before the court, but the trial involved massive manpower, ballistics, for example. And then she went on to say that several other court cases were put on hold to allow for this case to take place. And she described it as tragic because clearly other people who are having cases heard in that precinct are not able to enter the precinct. They're not able to enter the court building because of the throng that has gathered outside there. And so I imagine those cases have now been put on hold. And so she went on to say they can't reach the entrance of the court for the relief that they need. And she gave some very specific answers of the type of people who are accessing justice via that court. She went on to then speak about the custodial sentence. She said it's not the court that has singled out the accused person. He has done it all by himself. Then she spoke about the significant amount of accountability on the accused as a public figure. And she went on to say, it is not a political party that was convicted of this crime. It is an individual who happens to be the leader of a party. She went on to say that 19 witnesses had been called, but not one witness had testified in regard to politics. And she says, a court and politics don't blend. The judiciary stays in its lane, politicians stay in their lane. She has a duty to dispense law without fear, favour or prejudice. She says the justice system will never be intimidated by political utterances. She then went on to say that crime levels in the country are rising and the court cannot give the impression that there is no resolution to crime in the country. Rights must be enjoyed by all. She also again referred to case law, the facts of both of those cases that were mentioned yesterday, and she said they were entirely different in circumstances to the kind of case that has been brought against Mr. Malema. She went on to say each person is equal before the law, and everyone who appears before the courts must be treated equally. So let's bring into this conversation 2 important individuals who have been listening in to what the judge, or to the magistrate rather, had to say in this case, and I'm really looking forward to their analysis. For starters, we're going to start with the legal opinion and analysis on this case. Legal expert at Dubazana Attorneys, Ndabiseng Dubazana, joining us to unpack this from a legal point of view, and then political analyst and researcher Dr. Nkosikulule Nyambezi joining us on the line to look at the political aspect of this case that again has been mentioned in the last few minutes in court. So good morning to both of you, and thank you so much for making yourself available to bring us this analysis. I must warn you, although it's 10:30 now, we're not taking news headlines. You may miss a news bulletin or 2 along the way because we are going wall to wall with the story for now as it unfolds in the Eastern Cape. So let me start with you, Ms. Dubazana. The state and Mr. Malema's lawyers asking for very different sentences. What are the chances the state will convince the case that Mr. Malema deserves a 15-year custodial sentence, or perhaps a partially suspended sentence, or a fine, as opposed to what the defence is asking for in this case?
Good morning, Joanne, and your listeners. Thank you so much for having me. from what we heard yesterday and the kinds of cases that the state brought to the judge, to the magistrate, I beg your pardon, to defend, so to speak, the sentence that they had required for the accused versus what the defense attorneys brought with regards to the sentence of the accused, I think what is important to note would be that in the state's initial heads of argument, they had aligned themselves with the minimum sentence. So this is in terms of the General Law Amendment Act. But then after they saw the defense's heads of argument, then they changed the statement basically in their supplementary heads to say, oh, no, wait, actually, minimum sentence doesn't apply to this, which the magistrate confirmed this morning as well, that the minimum sentence does not apply to this, so the defense does not need to argue with regard to that. And further to that, the charges that they were adding, so to speak, I don't know what word to use, but in that there were bullets fired, there was bullets there, so they were making it a plural, whereas in their own charge sheet, they're only charging with the firing of one bullet. So now there was a little bit of overextending. So the thinking or the vision that the state was trying to paint was that there is more that the accused needs to be sentenced for versus what they made him answer to. Now, with that being said, I don't see how the court would lean towards a 15-year sentence. But the way in which she's already stated her judgment and her not being impressed, basically, in the manner in which the heads of argument represented by the defense attorneys, in that they're saying it's a celebratory shot, she disagrees with that, in that this was a spur of the moment thing, it was an emotional thing, she disagrees, she said it was a planned thing, there's no evidence to counter all of that. So we are looking at probably a sentence that includes maybe a fine and a term of imprisonment. If it's going to be imprisonment, if direct imprisonment that is, I don't see how she can justify 15 years. So far, at least.
Yes, very interesting indeed. I mean, for you as a legal mind, the writing is probably already on the wall. I was not able to listen entirely to the arguments in mitigation of sentence that she was recapping today and her perception of how she received those. I was able to hear the arguments in aggravation of sentence, her analysis of how she viewed those. But give me a sense of this. As a legal mind, you must have a sense of the kind of sentence that she is leaning towards. Am I being unfair by asking you which way you think this is going to go?
No, you're not being unfair. I mean, when you've heard enough sentences in criminal court, you kind of get the way in which it might go. Yes. She's already not impressed by the way that the defense has tried to mitigate the situation, saying that it was a situation of a spur of the moment. It was the case law that they used in a sense to try and influence the judge, which is their right, to lead towards a non-custodial sentence and all of that. She doesn't believe that those things make any sense or any relevance. And I think the one thing that really gets to her is the political aspect that was brought into it. And she says that she feels, from what you can gather from what she's saying, that she feels that the accused is saying that she's acting the way she's acting because of politics, and she's acting the way that she's acting because of race, and hence the single out part. But for me being black, you would also have found me not guilty the same way you did my co-accused. So that part, I think, kind of offended her a little bit. Mm-hmm. And with that, it's going, and also the long speech about how other people do not have access to the court as a direct result of this particular hearing, that she also does not like as well. So now this is when we're looking at sentencing, we need to look at the interest of justice. Remember, you need to look at the interest of the accused. And so she's trying to balance these things. That's why she's bringing in what the public has done thus far and has struggled thus far in terms of the expenses of this. So I'm seeing a custodial sentence, alternatively a fine that is paired with a custodial sentence.
Very interesting, the way this case is developing, and thank you for that. We're talking there to the legal expert at Dubazana Attorneys, Ndabiseng Dubazana. And I want to bring into the conversation our political analyst and researcher, Dr. Nkosikulule Nyembezi, joining us on the line now as well. Dr. Nyembezi, this is a very interesting morning indeed from the political aspect. And let's start exactly with that. As Ms. Ms. Dubazana has just said to us, the judge has taken severe umbrage to politics being conflated with the legal issues in this case. Would you agree?
Yes, I mean, I was kind of taken by surprise by those comments.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I spent a time at the Democracy and Governance Research Unit at the University of Cape Town. That's where we train lawyers aspiring to be judges and judges aspiring to go to senior courts. And this issue of sentencing and taking a decision is the core of the training. And I would say in terms of some of the things that the magistrate has said now, they are kind of gratuitous. They are kind of a thought clearing and not necessarily the gist of what she's supposed to be doing now as sentencing. The issue about the way I look at what the outcome of this judgment and the impact would be is not so much at the other end of the spectrum in terms of what maximum sentence can she impose. It is for me on the other aspect, what minimum can she impose? So if she gives the accused 1 year without an option of a fine, that would have huge political implications because it would take Malema out of parliament, disqualify him, and would take him out of being a public representative for 5 years from the time the judgment is imposed. So it's possible that she might say, I'm giving you 2 years, 1 year I suspend, 1 year you must serve, but also not serve in prison. You must go and do all these things, South Africa, SPCA and all that. But because there is no option of paying a fine, it then falls within the ambit that takes him out of parliament.
So this is what I'm very interested in. I mean, the things she said about a court and politics. A court and politics do not blend. The judiciary stays in its lane. Politicians stay in their lane. And the justice system will never be intimidated by political utterances. We've seen those political utterances outside the court. We've seen some of Julius Malema's supporters speak to members of the media and threaten violence if he gets a custodial sentence. And tell me, I mean, to your mind, and I'm asking you as a political analyst, not as a lawyer, I'll ask Ms. Dubazana this question. Should this be something that a magistrate takes into account if the public interest is part of the package when you put a sentence together? If we think about what happened with former President Jacob Zuma, the violence that broke out, the unrest and looting that many trace back to his imprisonment, and the consequences for a society that is potentially still reeling from the effects of that socioeconomically years after it happened. Is it not within the ambit of the judge to be taking that into consideration? Is her decision based merely on the legal facts brought before her? Or do you think that there are implications in a society like ours that is as sensitive to the to people who have a political following like Julius Malema?
She needs to take everything into consideration. I mean, this offense was committed during a rally, a political rally, and by a person who was the keynote speaker at that rally. And so even if she was to look at whether the people in the stadium felt threatened by the commission of the crime in terms of possession of that firearm, in terms of the discharge of that firearm, you might also find that the people in the stadium were never threatened. They never felt threatened. So to the extent that this is a political leader, the offense was committed in a political environment, as in a political rally, and the fact that even the bringing of the case of the charges involved the AfriForum, as we know, and all of that counts, but it counts more on the side of finding guilty or not than in terms of sentencing or not. So yes, she needs to take all of that into account. Now, how she articulates that becomes important because it will impact on whether we are shocked by the sentence or not. And if the defense is shocked, it will appeal and it will use all what she puts on record as having taken into account. Similarly, if the state is shocked that she has been very lenient, the state will also use all what she's put on record to appeal. So it is just a question of how she does that balancing act.
Very interesting indeed. Ms. Dubazana, do you agree that, that these are not entirely separate issues, that when the magistrate is in the process of drawing up her sentence and delivering it, that she ought to be considering the political and societal implications of the sentence she hands down?
I'm in full agreement. She has to. I mean, that is why the pillars of sentencing include the interest of justice. You cannot look unilaterally on what the law says. That's why we have cases like the Malchus case that talks to sentencing, that you can't just work on a whim. You need to contextualize and take into consideration every single scenario that led to the commission of the crime. So you look at the circumstances of the crime, you look at the legal aspects, the legal requirements, you look at if at the time the state of the accused, all of these things. That's why we have mitigating and aggravating circumstances. And over and above that, she needs to take certain judicial notice of certain aspects, like that they were saying with regard to, in fact, you, Joanne, you mentioned that, to talk about the utterances that have been made, what we've seen in the past with regard to Tadeu Zima's case. All these things need to be taken into consideration to say, if I were to do this, is it indeed in the best interest of the community as a whole? And I give him a sentence of 1 year, like Tate said, or 15 years. Or alternatively, if I do a suspended sentence or grant a suspended sentence, I beg your pardon, what would be the impact of that? And would it be in the best interest of the society? And if the answer to these questions, the way that she will decide to put it, is yes, it's in the best interest, and then if she chooses to give a sentence because she deems it to be in the best interest, we will then have to see how the defense attorneys are going to deal with the appeal. Because remember, unlike civil matters, in the high court or whatever court, when you appeal in civil, it automatically suspends whatever judgment that would have happened. In the criminal court, in as much as it certainly does, but once you've been convicted, and let's say you have a custodial sentence, you have to first appeal. I mean, make an application for bail,
right,
pending the outcome of appeal. So that's also another dynamic that they would have to look at.
So let me get back to your first point there about the issue of all the societal and political circumstances that need to be taken into account. It almost sounds as if the implication of that is that actually not everyone is equal before the law. That if you're a powerful person with a huge following that is capable of engaging in violence in defense of you if they're not happy with the outcome of a court ruling, that the law applies to you in a slightly different way to the way it applies to a person who doesn't have that following or doesn't have that status in society.
Well, maybe let me answer that this way. I did a few years back, I had a rape case that was a huge one, and the community was outraged by it. And although the accused was a first offender, nothing about him was a flight risk and whatnot, because the community was that outraged and the community was threatening death, the community was threatening the death of the magistrate and the attorney representing this particular individual, i.e. me, the court took that into consideration and said, in as much as there's nothing legally that is making me say you are not entitled to bail, based on your safety and the safety of others, based on what I'm seeing, I am going to deny you bail so that you can live long enough. Should the circumstances change, then you can make bail on new facts. So I do not necessarily think it is with regard to the power of the person. It is with regard to whatever the society reacts to. I'm not excluding the situation that he is a powerful person within the society. It is a situation where maybe more millions of people versus the hundreds to 1,000 people that would have burned down the court in the matter that I was in, versus what his following would do. So I just think the circumstances of each case determine what the court will look at when it comes to the community.
Dr. Nyembezi, let me just ask you a question about something else the magistrate said, and I must be quick because the case is about to resume. Everyone else is seated in court right now, apart from the magistrate who will shortly enter and continue with her sentencing. But very quickly, the statement that she made about those who should have been able to access justice via that court but were not able to today because of the spectacle around Mr. Malema. How did you read that? I mean, to me, part of what she was saying, or the subtext of what I was reading into that, was that the people who access justice at this court are the very people the EFF claims to serve. And yet here is its leader eclipsing the court's ability to be able to serve those people, because the leader is in court today, and his matter is of more importance than theirs. How did you read that, Dr. Nyembezi?
Juries make baffling, flawed, and human decisions, and that's why we must keep them. And I think this is like one of them, because she is attributing blame on someone to whom there shouldn't be attribution of blame. I mean, there's support outside court, and she says for the days that he was standing trial, other people were denied the chance. I mean, that is incompatible.
So you don't think, I mean, there have been public order police out there. We know that there was a massive contingent that was sent out to actually observe proceedings, make sure that the protests that take place are peaceful and so forth. And I mean, earlier on the program, I said that so long as people are protesting peacefully and legally, that is within their rights to do so. But I was a bit taken aback at what she had to say about the people who cannot access justice because this case has been underway. I'll pick up that thought with you in just a moment, Dr. Nyembezi. But the magistrate, Toinette Olivier, has just entered the court. The proceedings are about to resume now. Julius Malema is standing and has just been asked to be seated. And we will now listen in to the judge delivering, the magistrate that is, delivering the last part of her sentence. She began that sentencing early this morning. It has been quite a lengthy sentence, and we are continuing here on the Daily Discourse to bring you all the analysis as the story unfolds and as Julius Malema's sentencing is completed in court. We're also, by the way, seeing visuals right now of his supporters outside the court. They're singing, they're dancing, they're holding up placards. We do have reporters both outside the court and in the court to bring you the latest updates. Let's listen in. The magistrate clearly getting her ducks in a row before she continues delivering that sentence. Julius Malema is waiting patiently to hear what the sentence is going to be, and we know in advance he's going to appeal it.
In summary, just add the following before pronouncing the sentence, is that we should also keep in mind the magnitude of the offense that the accused has been convicted of. We've heard daily or weekly of children playing in their front yards in the street who are caught in crossfire, random shots fired, killing people. It's just the first time that we hear it's being called celebratory shots. And in essence, the accused, all, as stated, are equal before law. But in your instance, it cannot be said that you are not accountable due to the position you find yourself in. You are accountable to members or citizens of this country, to your followers, to the youth. And that accountability stems from your position. And that is where I'm going to end this. You may please stand up. Not the court only. I'm sorry. Maybe I should be clear. Okay. Sorry for that. All right. After careful consideration, and I can show you I have done so, free of any interference, this judgment or sentence is the sentence of this court and this court alone. In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1. You may be seated. Thank you.
Your Worship, I have instruction to proceed with an application for leave to appeal in terms of section 3091 and 3091B.
May we, Advocate Otis, sorry, not to interrupt you, may we just deal with the section 103 inquiry and then we can proceed to that part? I assume you are ready for that part as soon as we've dealt with the 103 inquiry.
Yes, Your Worship, and for bail pending the outcome of the appeal.
Certainly. Okay. Let me just find my notes here. Just as a brief explanation to unless it's not clear, the next step after sentence is that the court is obliged to deal with the provisions of section 103, subsection 1 of Act 60 of 2000, meaning that the determination of unfitness, as I've explained in the beginning of the sentence, should not be made separately before sentencing, as information relevant to such fitness may emerge during the process of mitigation or circumstances. And the inquiry in terms of section 103(1) Act 60 of 2000, since in terms of section 1, the accused is deemed unfit to possess a firearm or license in future by virtue of having been convicted of a crime specified in section 103 subsection 1 of Act 60 of 2000, and reasons may therefore be advanced or evidence presented to enable the court to consider the possibility of determining otherwise. So, Advocate Odes? No submissions.
The accused does have a firearm license. It's been recorded previously, Worship.
Thank you. Advocate Caesar, on behalf of the state?
The accused should be declared unfit to possess a firearm.
Due to the reasons provided by court during sentence and that we are dealing with unlawful possession, due to the virtue of the nature of the offences, the court therefore makes no otherwise order and you remain to be deemed unfit, and it is followed by the following further order by court. That section 103, subsection 1, read with the provisions of section 104 of Act 60 of 2000, the accused then remains to be deemed unfit, and the effect of the declaration of unfitness is as follows. All competency certificates, licenses, authorization, and permit issued in terms of this Act to any person who becomes or is declared unfit to possess a firearm in terms of section 102 and 103 cease to be valid from the date of the conviction or the declaration as the case may be. B, despite the noting of an appeal against the decision of a court or the registrar, the status of unfitness contemplated in paragraph A remains in effect pending the finalization of the appeal. Further, a person who becomes or is declared unfit to possess a firearm in terms of section 102 or 102.3 of Act 60 of 2000 must within 24 hours surrender to the nearest police station all competency certificates, licenses, authorizations, and permits issued to him or her in terms of this Act, all firearms in his or her possession, and all ammunition in his or her possession. Therefore, it should be noted that subject to the provisions of subsection 9, subsection 3, subsection B, and after a period of 5 years calculated from the date of the decision leading to the status of unfitness to possess a firearm, the person who became or becomes or deemed and declared unfit to possess a firearm may apply for a new competency certificate, license, authorization, or permit in accordance with the provisions of this Act, being Act 60 of 2000, the Firearms Control Act. All right. So what we are left with is the application. Are you ready to proceed now? Okay. You just get that part of it ready.
So what we're left with is an application for leave to appeal against conviction and sentence, and an application for bail pending the outcome of the proposed appeal. If the leave is not granted, then it will be bail pending the outcome of a petition.
Just a minute, Advocate Orders. I just want to quickly grab the notepad. I haven't drafted that, so I'll have to listen to you carefully here. Just a minute. Okay. Thank you. I'm ready.
Thank you. So this is an application for leave to appeal in terms of the provisions of Section 309(1) and 309 capital B of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Which provides that we can commence immediately by oral address, provided we list all the grounds. Your Worship, it's an application for leave to appeal to the High Court of South Africa, Eastern Cape Division, held at Grahamstown, against the whole of the judgment convicting the accused of, firstly, unlawful possession of a firearm in contravention of Section 3 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, to wit a .223 Narinka rifle and or a firearm the make of which is unknown to the state without holding a license, permit or authorization. The second count, Your Worship, that we seek leave to appeal against is unlawful possession of ammunition in contravention of Section 90 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, to wit a .223 Remington bullet without holding a license, permit, dealer's license, manufacturer's license, a gunsmith's license, import or export or in-transit license, or other authorization to do so. The third count, Your Worship, is unlawful discharge of a firearm in a built-up area or any other place in contravention of Section 120 sub 7 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, to wit the Cesar Dukashi Stadium in Dansani. The fourth count, Your Worship, is unlawful failure to take reasonable precautions to avoid danger to a personal property in contravention of Section 120 sub 3 sub C of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, in that the accused had control of a loaded firearm, to wit a .223 Narinka rifle and or a firearm the make of which is unknown to the state, in circumstances where it created a risk to the safety or property of the general public, attending the 5th Economic Freedom Fighters celebration. And finally, the fifth count, Your Worship, is reckless endangerment to a person or property in contravention of Section 120 sub 3 sub B of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, in that the accused unlawfully discharged or otherwise handled a firearm, to wit a .223 Narinka rifle and or a firearm the make of which is unknown to the state, in a manner likely to injure or endanger the safety or property of the general public attending the Economic Freedom Fighters celebration, residents of Mdansani and the employees of Gear House, with reckless disregard for the safety or property of the general public attending the 5th Economic Freedom Fighters celebration, the residents of Mdansani and Gear House employees. The rest of this application for leave to appeal is based upon the following grounds of fact and law. Firstly, this is in relation to the convictions, Worship. In assessing the evidence, having acknowledged that the court was obliged to evaluate circumstantial evidence in this matter, the court had regarded to the often quoted dictum in Rex v. Blom and held that there are two cardinal rules of logic which cannot be ignored. And there's a quote from Your Worship. There are firstly that the inferences sought to be drawn must be consistent with all the proved facts, and secondly, the proved facts should be such, and Your Worship said, I quote, that they exclude every reasonable inference from them save the one sought to be drawn. Yet, we say, Your Worship, that Your Worship, the magistrate, committed a material misdirection not having any alternatively sufficient regard to all of the facts that militated against the guilt of the appellant, of the accused at this stage, Your Worship. We say that this occurred despite, Your Worship, the magistrate having held, and there's a quote here, Your Worship, the court must not take each circumstance separately and give the accused the benefit of any reasonable doubt as the inference to be drawn to each one so taken. It must carefully weigh the cumulative effect of all of them together, and it is only after it that it has been done so that the accused is entitled to the benefit of any reasonable doubt which it may have as to whether the inference of guilt is the only inference which can be reasonably drawn. To put this matter in another way, the state must then, as stated, satisfy the court that each separate fact is, let me rephrase as stated, the state must satisfy the court not that each separate fact is inconsistent with the innocence of the accused, but the evidence as a whole is beyond reasonable doubt inconsistent with such evidence. Yet we submit that Your Worship committed a material misdirection not having any alternatively sufficient regard to all of the facts that militated against the guilt of the accused. In this regard, we say further that Your Worship further urged in holding that, and there's a quote, a number of circumstances, each individually very slight, may so tally with and confirm each other as to leave no room for doubt of the fact which they tend to establish, though each taken by itself, but as light as a feather, however, join them together, you'll find them pressing on an individual with the weight of a millstone. And we say that you further erred in this regard, Your Worship, when you hold. It is further described that in cases surrounding circumstantial evidence, and circumstantial evidence alone, evidence varies infinitely.
Right, it is 11 minutes past 3 here on the Daily Discourse on SAFM, and this is our breaking news story at this hour. Julius Malema, freedom fighter of the EFF leader, has been sentenced to an effective 5 years in prison for breaking the Firearm Controls Act. An effective 5 years in prison. And how that comes about is that there were 5 counts that he was facing. He had been found guilty on those 5 counts. He was given 5 years in prison for the count 1, 2 years in prison for count 2. Those sentences would run concurrently. And then he was given a 20,000 Rand or 6 months in prison sanction for the 3rd count. For the 4th count, again 20,000 Rand or 6 months in prison, and again for the 5th count 20,000 Rand or 6 months in prison. But that effectively would mean that Julius Malema is said to be going to prison for 5 years for having broken the Firearms Control Act, for discharging that firearm in a public place at the 2018 EFF celebrations. So we are going to bring you more on that in just a short while. Right now, Lawrence Hodis, the advocate appearing for Julius Malema, is applying for leave to appeal to the High Court. We'll bring you all the analysis in just a short while. Right now, Ondela Mbana is going to bring you more on this breaking news story.
Thank you, Joe. And we start with the breaking news on the top stories. Malema sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment, and Ramaphosa arrives in Spain on a working visit. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. We'll start with breaking news. A magistrate court, Gulkombo City in the Eastern Cape, has sentenced EFF leader Julius Malema to a total of 5 years imprisonment in his firearm case. It relates to an incident in which he discharged a firearm during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations in Mdantsane in 2018. We'll have details in our next bulletin.
In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 Rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 Rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 Rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of Section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1.
The Northwest businessman Solomon Karim is now scheduled to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria on the 29th of this month. He was due to appear before the committee today, but he suffered a heart attack earlier this week. Alleged political fixer Brown Mokhotsi implicated Karim in corruption. Evidence leader advocate Mahlape Sillo.
Mr. Charles Carson advised that Mr. Karim is still in hospital. Mr. Charles Carson, has been in communication with Mr. Karim's legal representatives. And as things stand, Mr. Charles Carson wants to stand him down to the 29th of April this year.
A father and son, as well as a suspected facilitator, have been arrested for attempting to cross into Zimbabwe across the Limpopo River with the intention of going to Europe. Stelio and Khonsu Chichi, as well as Francois van der Merwe, appeared briefly in the Brooklyn Magistrate Court yesterday, and their case was postponed to Monday next week. The Hawks provincial spokesperson, Katlego Mogare, says preliminary investigations have revealed that the father is a fugitive who is wanted in France and Benin for crimes against the state. She says during the arrest, officers confiscated cell phones and 318,000 rand in cash.
Further information revealed that the facilitator had already received the 250,000 to coordinate the movement of these individuals. Their case was postponed to 20 April 2026 for bail application and were remanded in custody with subsequent extradition processes underway.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has arrived in Spain on a 3-day working visit. The aim of the visit is to strengthen economic ties between the two countries. The focus is on investment, particularly in renewable energy. Ramaphosa is scheduled to meet with the King Felipe VI as well as President Pedro Sanchez, as well as participate in the In Defense of Democracy initiative. Recapping the top story, a magistrate court, Kukombo City in the Eastern Cape, has sentenced EFF leader Julius Malema to a total of 5 years imprisonment in his firearm case. I am Ondelambana for SFM News Headlines at 11:30.
SABC2 is doing big things. That's why I'm here. I'm talking new shows, fresh energy, and stories that are going to move you. Pimville's just the beginning. Catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Nearly 10 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse on SAFM with me, Joanne Joseph. Thank you for joining us at this hour. We are watching very closely this breaking news story for you at this hour. EFF leader Julius Malema having been sentenced to an effective 5 years in prison for breaking the Firearm Controls Act. So let's just find out exactly what the implications of that are. As you know, he was facing 5 counts and the other prison term that was also handed down was for the second count. But of course, these sentences run concurrently, and that is why we use this phrasing that he is sentenced to an effective 5 years in prison. That is what it would mean from a practical point of view. Watching all of this for us are the legal expert at Dubazana Attorneys, Ndabiseng Dubazana, as well as political analyst and researcher Dr. Nkosikulule Nyembezi. And I thank you both for staying with us as all of this unfolded. And I'm going to start with you, Ms. Dubazana. Your response, first of all, to the sentence that's been handed down to Julius Malema.
Well, we saw it coming. Like, we could already see in the manner in which the presiding officer was giving the sentence prior to the adjournment that she was already leaning towards a custodial sentence of some sort. But I think what she was... not willing to do is to extend it to 15 years that the state wanted it. But with that as well, I still am of the opinion that 5 years is still a bit too much. When you were actually doing the analysis of the years, my math was not mathing. I realized that you were correct to say that it's 5 years because they are running concurrently. I'd forgotten that count 2 was 5 years because I only remembered count 1 where he was sentenced to 2 years.
Right.
So effectively, with that, it means that even if he were to pay all these fines, it's irrelevant. He still has to spend 5 years in prison.
All right, so just remind us of each count. I want to do this slightly forensically so that our listeners know exactly what sentence he got for what offence. Count 1, 5 years in prison. What does count 1 actually refer to?
Oh gosh, I do not have the charge sheet in front of me. I am so sorry.
That's fine. We will get to that in just a moment. I mean, the other thing, of course, is that he is now in the process, or his lawyers are now in the process of applying for leave to appeal. What is he wanting to appeal before the High Court, Mr. Bazana?
So for what I've heard from the attorney, they're appealing both the judgment, which is the conviction, and the sentence. So basically the entire thing. In that the magistrate erred in not considering certain aspects. He was busy naming them before she made an adjournment for the machine. He was busy naming what she did not look at, considering circumstantial evidence that was not applicable to the case, looking at aspects that could not take the case anywhere further, and then she considered them. That's the part on the issue of judgment so far that he has made mention of. So once he's done with the part of the error in judgment, then he's going to move on to the error in conviction, what she failed to look at when she was handing down the sentence.
All right. It looks as though that is still underway now. Advocate Lawrence Hodes is going to continue, I understand, to argue that. And Mr. Bazana, this is not a quick process, right? Deciding whether she is going to grant leave to appeal in either of these, the conviction or the sentence. I take it that a cogent argument has now got to be put forward to the court before the magistrate actually decides how she will proceed with that.
Correct, which is what they're busy doing. Usually on other situations, it would be that the matter is done and then they're going to type out their actual application and then hand it over to her for her to set it down, and then she can make a ruling on whether or not she's going to grant the leave to appeal. But under these circumstances, they had already made her aware at the point of judgment that when she found Ntate Malema guilty, that they already have instructions to appeal. So an appeal in criminal court, the nice part is that you can do it both verbally and in writing. So after today, she has a choice on whether or not she will give her order today, on whether or not she's going to grant leave to appeal, or she will request for time to consider both the defendants, or in this case, it's now the applicant, and the applicant's submissions versus the respondent, which is now the state. And then she will set down a date when she's going to give out her ruling. And once she has done that, if she's going to postpone it, then they have to make an application for bail on behalf of the accused pending the outcome of the appeal, of the application.
Right. So, I mean, Julius Malema clearly does not want to be jailed for the duration of this, until a decision is made on whether he can appeal or not. We're bringing into the conversation political analyst and researcher, Dr. Nkosikulule Nyembezi. Dr. Nyembezi, your reaction to the sentence that's been handed down to Julius Malema?
I think a lot of people have been shocked. And I think the basis for appeal is whether you are shocked or not by the judgment. Yes. How can you combine issuing of an option to pay a fine with a 5-year sentence? Because when that option becomes unavailable, if you pay that fine, you cannot then get the benefit out of doing so if you have to spend 5 years in jail. And the issue here, as was put by the defense, is that Malema discharged a firearm in a rally. It was one round, it was one bullet using one firearm. And the question is he someone who is likely to do that thing again? And the answer is probably no. And then if we're just limiting it into rallies and public gatherings of the FF, it's not something that he will do again, especially now that he's been found guilty. And I think the appeal is in order because it is possible that a different judge, a different court might assess and arrive at a different decision with respect to the sentencing of all counts.
You know, I'm looking at visuals that are coming to us out of the courtroom right now, and Julius Malema is sitting there. He's impassive. One was not able to read his actual emotional reaction to the sentence being handed down because he was, you know, he maintained a facade throughout the time, a very composed facade. But I could see some of the expressions of his lawyers. I mean, there was clearly concern on their faces as the sentence was being handed down, and there seems to be a very subdued feeling in the courtroom among those who were sitting on his side supporting him. For now, the crowds outside the court, I think the news is probably sinking in. Some of them are still singing, still dancing, but I think there's an internalization of what is happening at the moment. After this moment is over, when they have begun processing it, what is likely to happen next?
No, I think the life will go on because the EFF has been at pains in explaining that there will be no violence, there will be no public disorder, because it will not benefit either Malema or the EFF to have such, in the sense that now it looks like what is actually happening with the 5-year sentence, it then gives the speed and power for them to appeal, and they stay in public eye during the duration of this appeal. And we know that there is elections coming, and so if he's appealing and then he's appearing and addressing crowds as this somebody who has been convicted for 5 years, and then the question that will also be raised in public, and that will be in the public minds, is whether discharging a firearm at a rally, one round under 2 minutes, is something that can lead someone to go to jail for 5 years. And so this trial and going forward is going to be debated in public eye, and the longer the appeal process takes at each stage, the more the EFF is likely to capitalize on that limelight, especially now as we move towards local government elections.
Well, that's a question I was going to ask you about, because on the one hand, there is the possibility that this sentencing stands and that Mr. Malema goes to prison for an effective 5 years, and if so, he can remain the leader of the party, but he would not be able to return to Parliament. On the other hand, there is the possibility that he spends time clearing his name, but is eventually able to do that using the court process is available to him. Either way, from a personal point of view, surely this must take its toll on you as a political leader.
Of course, but the question is, do you derive any benefit out of it? And it looks like now the EFF is likely to get mileage out of this process, assuming that the finalization of the appeal will be at a point beyond the local government elections. So if the appeal process runs and is not concluded before the local government elections, the EFF is likely to get limelight through Malema and get political benefit. Because what I'm thinking is that when they put these issues as they have started as the basis of an appeal, the question is whether this that he has been convicted for is something that touches the hearts and minds of South Africans as being a criminal conduct that is consummate with the sentence. And if it is not, then it brings sympathy towards the EFF and Malema. And I think that might be a comfort for both him personally and the party insofar as it benefits politically.
So you think this is going to be an opportunity for the party to say, as it campaigns for the local government elections and then into the future, the general election, that this is the story of our leader who was victimized. This is the narrative of a man who has suffered political victimization, and the courts have essentially been used as a tool to effect that.
Correctly, especially if we continue to have high rate of crime, especially violent crime, especially that involves the use of guns, and we now know that there is an army that is supporting the police deployed in our communities. To the extent that they will fall short in curbing crime, then that is going to be contrasted with what has happened with the EFF leader having discharged a firearm in an incident that lasted less than 2 minutes, and 1 bullet, 1 firearm, as per the strict conviction by the charge sheet. And what happens to that? And we will then bring all other issues. There was a mayor in one municipality in the Western Cape who was in the Mgidi, the traditional ceremony to bring the boys from the mountain, discharge the firearm. What is going to happen to that one? So the good thing about the public interest in this is that it's going to put a spotlight on a debate on crime and fighting crime in our communities, whilst we use the public figures in terms of how they've been dealt with, one case being that of Malema.
Ms. Dubazana, we know that the wheels of justice turn quite slowly in this country. And if we throw forward to a kind of a trajectory of how long this whole process could take and how it could end, I imagine this is going to be something that hangs over Mr. Malema's head for quite a number of months and will very likely persist around the time of the election or beyond the local government elections even.
It is very likely that it will go beyond the term of election. As you said, that we have issues in terms of justice. We have courts that are backed up with matters that haven't been heard yet. We struggle with dates in the legal profession. Sometimes we were in Gauteng alone, for example. If you're going to make an application for a date in the High Court, you are looking at anywhere between 2027 to 2029 before your matter is set down. So it is insane, I'm not going to lie. So at this rate, it's going to hang over his head. But if his appeal is granted, then at least it's one step further. If it is granted today, then it's one step further to that. And if his bail is granted today as well, it's also a step in the right direction. He'll be out, and then him and his legal team will be assessing and drafting and doing what's necessary in order to address the issues that they need to in order to appeal this matter.
While the appeal is underway, so let's assume that the appeal is granted, or both appeals are granted, right? Give us a sense of what is likely to happen to his parliamentary career while these court processes are still underway in the background.
If I'm not mistaken, when your matter is on appeal, it means it is still, for lack of a better term, sub judice, like they like to say in Parliament.
Yes.
But what it effectively means that there is no ending as yet to your matter. So there's no final conclusion to your matter. Yes, the magistrate gave you this sentencing, but now you've been granted leave to appeal. And whilst the appeal is still pending, it means there's really no finalization of your matter. So therefore, I'm not sure which section that would be applicable to, but I do believe it should not affect his standing in Parliament because he has not yet been finally convicted, and therefore making him a convicted person in terms of the regulations and requirements of Parliament. So he ought to be able to proceed with his work. But from what we've seen, it seems that it is also a tentative thing depending on the members of Parliament and how they perceive everything and then the choices that they're going to make.
Well, what do you think, Dr. Nyambezi? Do you foresee Julius Malema being able to continue in Parliament without this conviction and sentencing hanging over his head?
Yes, he will continue legally because it's all about the finalization of the matter. So the matter will be finalized at appeal level, and it may be at the Supreme Court of Appeal, it may be at the Constitutional Court. So it's not only at this level that we can anticipate that there will be finalization. And so legally, he will continue. And I think that politically, he will gain a mileage out of this because it puts him under a spotlight. And I think he will get a right of appeal in the sense that in the combination of the sentences, he has also been given an option to pay a fine. So when you have that aspect, it means that the 2-year and the 5-year, are neutralized by the fact that you can still be able to get a fine. So he will indeed proceed. And I think the question that becomes cardinal is the one that says, will a different judge and a different court are they likely to look at this and decide differently? And to the extent that there is a yes to that question, it then means that in the eyes of the public, in the eyes of the criminal justice, he still deserves to have that chance to appeal, in the sense that a different court might decide differently.
I mean, I often think of the succession plan within the EFF. It seems to be so driven by the dynamic personality of Julius Malema that it's difficult to tell if for any reason he were unable to remain in that position, or if he were asked to perhaps turn his attention to his legal matters and someone else were to take over the party. Who would that person be? How would the party survive without Julius Malema and the kind of aura and narrative around him?
Oh, no, we are not there yet. We are not even close into considering those questions now, in the sense that he remains on appeal. And so he remains on appeal, and the 5-year as the maximum that we've had, that has been put over on his head, is the one that is giving him new wings to fly and attract more support for the party. And I think also in terms of, even at a moral level, the outlook of the crime he is convicted for, the fact that it was committed during a rally where they were celebrating, it is just adding more positive power to the party in terms of attracting votes. So the question of succession, or whether this will incapacitate him, this sentence will incapacitate his leadership, is out of question. And as my colleague has said, the appeal process takes a long time. So even if the party were to think about succession or want to implement, it is something that will kick in only after 4 years or 3 years, but not in this next 2 years.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Dubazana, about the issue of the firearm. I mean, there's also part of the law deals with that, and that was dealt with in court today. I understand he does own a firearm. According to the sentence, or to my understanding of it, he's no longer permitted to own a firearm. Exactly what will happen in that regard?
So whilst the appeal is still ongoing, in terms of Section 103 and 102 of the Firearms Control Act, he has to hand over whatever firearms that he has in his possession to the SAPS, and then he also has to hand over his competency or any license that he may have. So when you make an application to possess a firearm, you have to go through the competency phase, and then you're given a certificate that you're competent to handle a firearm. And then depending on what kind of firearm you want to have, then you are either going to have a Section 13 license, or you're going to have a Section 16 license. So these deal with the different calibers of firearms. So now that he has been declared unfit to possess a firearm, up until the appeal process has been dealt with and he's now found to not be guilty, then those firearms and licenses have to be kept with the SAPS.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Dubazana. You're hearing the voice there of Ms. Ndabiseng Dubazana. She is a legal expert at Dubazana Attorneys. And earlier you heard Dr. Nkosikulule Nyembezi, political analyst and researcher. They're going to stay with us as we continue to unpack this case. Julius Malema having been sentenced to an effective 5 years in prison. It is 11:30. Let's get your latest headlines with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Magistrate Court Gugombo City in the Eastern Cape has sentenced EFF leader Julius Malema to a total of 5 years imprisonment in his firearm case. The Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim is now scheduled to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria on the 29th of this month. And 6 people have been shot dead in 2 separate attacks on the Cape Flats. Police are investigating the deaths of a couple whose bodies were found in an informal dwelling in Elsis River yesterday. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:30 here on the Daily Discourse, and of course it has been a very interesting morning indeed. Certainly watching the legal machinations in that courtroom unfold has been hugely educational. You know, yesterday over the course of the day, there were so many different legal analysts on the programs across SAFM making their predictions as to exactly how it was going to play out. Some people thought there'd be a slap on the wrist. Some people thought it would amount to a fine. But here we are a day later. We're looking at the state having called for a 15-year jail sentence, but the magistrate, Toinette Olivier, having handed down a 5-year jail sentence effectively for the one charge and a 2-year jail sentence for the second charge, but those would of course run concurrently, which means that if they do not get leave to appeal, then Mr. Malema would have to serve an effective 5 years in prison. We've got so many of your messages and your calls coming in. I'm going to try and get through them now. I want to hear from you. Please make it a point of speaking to us about what's on your mind in regard to this Julius Malema ruling and anything else that's on your mind. But I think we're all a little obsessed today about what has gone on in court in the Eastern Cape. Our studio line is 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Send your voice notes through there. Keep them short, please. And of course, you can contact us on all the social media platforms as well. One of you says, hi, Joanne, as per your analyst, the EFF will get benefit for Malema's conviction. It's kind of scary about how we vote. I think the sentence is a bit harsh, but it's bizarre that the electorate will vote for a candidate based on a criminal conviction. In a normal situation, you would think that the EFF would lose ground. Our politics are rather complicated, to say the least, says Naveen in Durban. Thanks for that, Naveen. Let's take a call from Sivuyile in Potch. Sivuyile, were you as glued to the proceedings as we were?
Of course. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. What do you think about the outcome?
Look, I'm not a law expert or a political analyst, right? But it's a shock for all South Africans what has transpired in the Eastern Cape Magistrate Court. This also reminds me of the dossier that was sent by AfriForum to White House when the question was asked, why is Julius Malema not being imprisoned? Now I'm starting to ask myself a lot of questions of is this a part of the agenda of the AfriForum to send Malema to prison? Because you could also hear during his deliberation this racist AfriForum magistrate when he was delivering his judgment that in terms of separation of power, which we call in politics res politica, she was trying to say there's a bit of separation of power, but if you could listen to her delivery of her judgment, you could see that there is no such in terms of separation of power. On the other point that I want to raise is to applaud.
But there is, I must correct you on that. There is a separation of powers, right? We've got the three arms of government, and there is a separation of powers between them. She made the point that it's up for discussion, definitely, because our analysts have told us that she should have taken into account the political aspect as well. What she was saying was, this is entirely a legal judgment. I'm not looking at the political aspect of it.
Yes, because if we could hear her judgment, it was a bit harsh. I mean, sending someone of this figure to direct imprisonment, what message are we saying to his followers? But the point that I wanted to make also was to applaud. I don't know if legally speaking, the judge president of the Eastern Cape is the one who appoints the presiding officer for this matter of Julius Malema. But if that's the case, then we need to applaud the JP for appointing Olivier in terms of presiding in this matter, to show that this kind of thing, they actually go into, most of electorate are going to sympathize with what has transpired. And my political view is that come the local elections, most of the people will actually sympathize with Julius Malema.
Very interesting indeed. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us there. And we're going to take more of your calls on this issue. Do make use of our studio line. I gave you that number, but I'll give it to you again, 086 000 2032. I think Bonakele from Khayelitsha is on the line to us. Do you agree or disagree with Sivuyile, Bonakele?
A very good morning, Joanne. Actually, one of those who agrees with this judgment. And in fact, I predicted it's going to be 8 years. Perhaps it's going to be 8 years and suspended, but it goes with fine. Something that I predicted, a fine will be imposed as well. So that's what actually I predicted, and it happened exactly like I said. But instead of being 8 years, it was 5 years, of which to me it is correct. It sends a message to anyone, irrespective of the position you hold, whatever, you understand, no one is above the law. So that's where one has to applaud the judicial of this country. That's something that people need to understand, irrespective of those who will say, no, because look, what the judge was saying, it's not the party, but it's an individual who happens to be the leader of this political party. And that's something that I've been saying. Our leaders must lead by an example. This is what it actually says. So all in all, for me, personally, I said I totally agree with the judgment. And therefore, for Malema and others, and those who will probably practice or do whatever like Malema did, this is the consequences of how you behave. Put aside this political blah, blah, blah. In fact, we definitely have different views regarding this whole thing. But with the political analyst, it's something that I need to understand. To say, for this judge on 5 years imprisonment or whatever, what happens, you understand, he's going to attract more supporters.
Yes.
That's where I don't understand.
Do you not think that's true? Do you not think his supporters will rally around him and essentially use this message around what has happened in court today to say our CIC is under attack? And
not at all. There's no one is under attack.
Okay.
No one is under attack. So people must not be treated differently here. That's my view regarding this whole thing. Anyway, have a nice day.
Thank you, Bonakele. Good to hear from you. Chlo in Soshanguve, what do you think, Chlo?
For me, I think they are just canvassing for EFF. They're just trying to give them a EFF a free blow. But on the other side, the magistrate is just telling South Africans that I'm under pressure. I'm given a mandate because of whatever is being given there is not a law. Remember, in a criminal law, it's not in a CCMA where it is balance of probabilities. We need beyond reasonable what.
Oh, Chlo, have we lost you?
You
Sorry.
don't have a firearm.
Just repeat what you said. We lost you for a second there, Chlo.
I was saying, I'm audible now.
Yes.
I was saying, first of all, at CCMA or the bargaining council or in the labor cases, we are saying it's just it's not beyond reasonable doubt. But in a criminal court, we are saying the court must find beyond reasonable doubt that the somebody is wrong, or you understand. But where we are now, they are saying Julius was found guilty in illegal or on illegal firearm. They don't have a firearm. The judge, when he was doing those outcomes last year, if I still remember, he was focusing much on the ballistic report. And then where we are now, we don't have the correct firearm that Julius had. And don't forget, there was a police, there was a station commander or whoever, the senior police at the rally. The report is going to be submitted to say there was nothing wrong, everything was fine. Now, the firearm was coming from the air, we don't know, because of if Julius Malema indeed had a firearm.
I see what you're saying.
Somebody who give it,
Yes,
firearm, wherever the firearm was taken to or given to from, those people should take responsibility in the same of that NPA.
Okay,
So
but to be fair, he fired the firearm, right? He took a firearm that didn't belong to him and he fired it. And that
you're
was
correct.
yes. So we do need. I mean, he is going to appeal that aspect of it. He definitely is going to appeal the conviction.
Remember before
Chlo, I need to give other callers a chance as well. Thank you so much for sharing your opinion with us. Mzi in the Eastern Cape, let me hear your opinion on this, please.
Hi.
Hi.
I am an ordinary person. When I listen to people, to experts, to political whatever, they must know that there are people like us. My reason is, Malema was found in 4 counts. Each count has got its own, if you break one, is this minimum or maximum?
5 counts,
now,
actually, yes.
Your analysts are saying this was too much. What is too much based They are basing this too much on what? If by stealing a sweet, we are found guilty, is 10 years, and we are given 5 years, what is too much on that?
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, the sentence is within what was prescribed, if that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm trying to say. If then they counter that one, they must give a reason. Not just start telling now this is too much. Too much based on what?
All right, Mzi. Thank you very much for posing that question to us. I think it is an important one. Your voice notes are also coming in at this hour. Let's listen to some of those.
Morning, SAFM and listeners. I think the issue with the incarceration of Julius, or the sentencing of 5 years, it sends a positive message to the nation, because if you look at it, he has violated the laws of this country. Shooting a firearm, whether you are with your followers or not, in a public space, that is not the right way to do things. You have violated the procedure, and then you have to now deal with the consequences.
Join and fellow SFM listeners, good morning. My name is Tulani Nzima in Croydon. Julius Malema has been found guilty of a criminal activity that he knows, and there is evidence that he had committed. So he deserves the conviction and equally the sentence. But what is bizarre is that the person who gave him the gun was never found guilty, and so forth and so forth. So Julius Malema must do himself a favor. He must appeal if he wants to appeal. But the fact is that he has been through the court process and he has been found guilty. Unlike President Jacob Zuma, the same one that he said he was going to ensure that he rests and rots in jail. Thank you.
The terrible irony in this country is that when people are rightfully convicted, that there are no consequences. And all sorts of political hoo-ha is brought up to justify something that is illegal and something that shouldn't happen. The magistrate was absolutely right in how much time this has taken up, how much taxpayers' money for a man who proposes to be an advocate for the people. It's terribly ironic and terribly sad.
So many wonderful messages from all of you, and you're all bringing such different points of view, which I think is so important here. We love the plurality of voices among our listeners here on SAFM, and it really is wonderful. From one voice note to another, from one phone call to another, to hear the different opinions and the different ways of seeing. I'm wondering, having listened into everything that happened over the course of this morning, having listened to the magistrate deliver her sentence, having listened to the lawyers over the last 2 days who have defended Julius Malema in mitigation or aggravation of sentence, and having listened to you, our listeners, about the dynamics in this country. It is such a different country, and it is so charged. All of these events are so charged with our worldview as well. Whatever we are viewing, whenever we view an emotional case like this, that provokes some kind of emotion in us, we're always looking at it through the lens of our lives, our subjectivities, our affiliations, our political views. And so this is how we see things. But what was interesting to me today was that both our analysts said that the way the law is fashioned gives us the opportunity to look not just at the legal aspects of this, but at the social applications as well, and how society's interest is also served through sentences of this kind. So I think over the next few days, we are going to be looking at this case with a microscope. We're going to go back to the judgment. We are going to be doing a close reading of every single line of this judgment, and we're going to have even more questions come up. I would be interested to see if this plays out as we predict it will, whether Julius Malema will stay out of prison for now, and whether he will go on to use this court case as a launch pad for the EFF's electoral campaign in the next few months. Or I wonder whether this will end poorly for him, and whether he will have to serve that sentence, and what it will mean for the future of the economic freedom fighters. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for all your communications with us and to us. We've really enjoyed doing it today, and we'll do it all again tomorrow at 9 a.m. on the Daily Discourse. See you then.
SAFM presents another episode of the book Turning Passion into Profit by Jabu Stone, read by Samson Khumalo. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised. Education was not only necessary for my customers. For me to provide an alternative solution to chemically processing hair, I had to learn to understand black, natural hair. As odd as it may sound, to have to learn about one's own hair. I had to learn about how it grows, the effect certain chemicals have on the hair, and how to ensure that my solution would be a product that was best for the market, considering there was nothing to compare it with. I also learned that one of the biggest reasons for hair breakage is the stripping of natural oils produced by the scalp as a result of shampooing or washing. This process leaves the scalp very dry and makes the hair brittle. All this taught me an important lesson. In order to educate your clients about your product, you have to be willing to go to places where they are. Don't expect that they will come to you. On the quest to drive my product knowledge, one evening I decided to go to a busy tavern in Dobsonville where I found a group of guys at a table. I sat a few tables away, but I needed to get their attention so I could introduce my product. After about 30 minutes, I asked the waitress to fill their drinks without drawing attention to me. When the drinks had been filled, the men wanted to know who had ordered for them. The waitress told them, and they invited me to join them at their table. They were curious and asked, "Eintlik wie is jy me outie? And what doen jy?" Actually, who are you and what are you doing here? That was exactly what I had been aiming for. I introduced myself and immediately told them about my product. I even did a demonstration right there. The time was around 11 p.m. Afterwards, phone numbers were exchanged, and the following day I had phone calls from their wives, girlfriends, and daughters. As a new startup, there was a downside. I experienced a lot of resistance and doubt, both personally and from other people. I had to work 1,000 times harder for one person to understand what I was trying to achieve. With everyone into relaxing, perming, and everything that came with it, my idea was just too far-fetched. It also didn't help that I was a man telling women what to do with their hair, convincing them that they were beautiful even in their natural state. But there was one person who, irrespective of circumstances, always believed in me. My wife. She was my biggest fan and even agreed to have her hair locked. A week later, she visited my sister's hair salon in Benoni. My sister was impressed with my wife's hair and loved the hairstyle until one loud and talkative client said, "Yeah, Nomsa, ubrother wakho akayithandi inkosikazi yakhe. Angathini ukumenza ihairstyle embi kanjena?" Your brother does not love his wife. How can he do such an ugly hairstyle? Guess what? My wife was not swayed. She kept the hairstyle. I thank her for that. The perception shared by many people at the time was that hair locking was a dirty, unholy hairstyle exclusively reserved for Rastafarians. Bob Marley, who popularized dreadlocks, had really stamped Rastafarians' identity on hair locks. The length of time it took to create this hairstyle was another disadvantage from both the customers' and stylists' viewpoint. Hair processing was quick compared to the time locking took. It took 30 to 60 minutes at most to relax or straighten a single head, but dreadlocks demanded a lot more time, and people said they were not prepared to waste their time. Once, when I organized a free training workshop in Durban, 10 stylists attended. Halfway through the workshop, 9 of them walked out while I was teaching and explaining, saying the style took too long to complete and they were not prepared to spend that much time on one head and that I was wasting their time. Thinking that the only one left was enjoying the training and finding it worthwhile to stay, I asked her why she didn't go with the others. She said she did not want to leave me alone. I thanked her, stopped the training, and she left. Furthermore, besides the mammoth task of convincing clients or customers and stylists to use my product, I had to deal with understanding independent wholesalers' language. I had to understand what discounts or price drop or cut meant from a wholesaler's perspective, which is different from retailers' and individual customers' perspectives. This was one of the most frustrating processes, but I had to go through with it in order to understand how the industry works. Despite all the hardships, one thing that never crossed my mind was giving up. Was it an option? Yes, but I didn't want to make giving up my option. I had turned my back on my engineering career. My employer had been kind enough to give me 1 year's unpaid leave, so if things didn't work out, I could still go back. The beginning was tough. I often felt dejected, but I knew I had to make things work. I had come up with a solution to a not-so-great need, but still I considered it an alternative, and it had to work. Having no case study or examples to learn from, I often hit brick walls. The likelihood of failure was huge. I didn't know whether my product would survive the test of time when it couldn't even survive the test of day. It really was an uphill battle. Nobody wanted my product. There was also the possibility of other big companies entering the market, which would immediately kill my business. But I was lucky in this regard. For a considerable period of time, Jabu Stone hair care products were the only ones on the market catering for natural hair. The lack of enthusiasm for natural hair products in part worked to my advantage. I knew that in order to get customers, I would have to teach people first. So, teach I did. I taught hairstylists how to start locks and how to use the product in order for the lock to take effect. Product understanding and training were crucial as I was relying on the stylists to get hairstyle buy-in from their customers and to use the product on them. I taught them all about the product and how to use the correct quantities to achieve a lock, and about the styling and maintenance of dreadlocks. We even went through some questions regularly asked by potential hair locking customers. Here is a sample of the frequently asked questions. What are hair locks? Are locks not for rastas only? How long does my hair have to be to make locks? Will my hair grow once I have locks? What can I do if I get locks and don't like them? Can I lock my hair on my own? How long does it take to have long locks? Are locks really natural? Do I have to stop washing my hair for a long time to prepare for locks? How should I wash my locks? How often should I wash my locks? Is it not expensive to do locks? This early training facilitated the entrenchment of my brand in hairstylists' minds, because once they bought into it, they were able to see the benefits of the hairstyle. Furthermore, not having competing products meant that people who wanted locks had to use Jabu Stone products. The wide choice available now was unheard of, which meant there was no other brand customers could switch to. Sometimes it was tough, though. I would get to a salon after having left samples for stylists to try on their customers, and they would just dismiss me and say my product didn't work or customers were complaining about a dry scalp. As difficult as it was, I embraced this kind of feedback, as it meant I had to go back to the drawing board and correct whatever might have been the problem. There would be, however, those who would apply the product exactly as taught, and the feedback would be good. They loved my product. Their endorsement meant I was able to continue manufacturing the product. Those people ultimately became my loyal customers, bringing much needed product usage consistency. Later on, this loyalty proved to be very valuable to the manufacturing and introduction of new products. With every product I came up with, I knew which stylist to take it to. The reason I'm telling you this is because sometimes you have to have a reason big enough to keep you going, especially when you are the first to do something. My reason was my passion for hair. It may seem that nowadays it is no longer that easy to come up with a new or innovative idea. The world is so intertwined that whatever you are thinking of doing right now, someone has already thought of or done the same thing elsewhere. But trust me, this should not in any way dissuade you from venturing into new territory. In hindsight, getting in first helped me. My brand is entrenched in people's minds, and others even copy what I do. So I always have to make sure that I stay ahead and continue to come up with new products. I achieve this by listening to my customers, their experience with my products and what they want my products to do to their hair.
That was another episode of the book, Turning Passion into Profit by Jabu Stone, read by Samson Khumalo. The book is available online on www.kmmr.co.za, KMMR Publishers, and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Samson Khumalo. Production, Nanda Koza, Wiseman Manngele, and Tato Mapuru.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
It's 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 16th of April, 2026. Welcome to Updated News here at SAFM, leading the conversation. I'm John Kheke in for Saki Commando today. Coming up in this hour.
The court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1.
And that count 1 was 5 years. So EFF leader Julius Malema has been sentenced to an effective 5 years direct imprisonment. Also coming up.
4 males, including a 13-year-old, were shot execution style. 2 suspects entered the premises on foot, opened fire and fled the scene. The anti-gang unit is investigating.
Police in the Western Cape searching for suspects involved in the alleged gang-related murder of 4 males in Voorburg in Delft. That and plenty more coming up. Share your views with us. I'm sure you have plenty of them on 41391, charged at R1.50 for an SMS. You can give us a call on 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp voice note number is 082 692 3909. You can find us on Twitter or Facebook as well at SABC News_radio. Use the hashtag #UpdateAtNoon, please. Those and plenty more coming up in today's edition of Update at Noon. First, though, let's get the latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, John. On the top stories, EFF leader Julius Malema sentenced to 5 years imprisonment, and Suleiman Karim scheduled to appear in the Madlanga Commission on 29 April. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. EFF leader Julius Malema has been sentenced to an effective 5 years direct imprisonment for unlawful possession of a firearm by the Magistrates Court in Kukombo City in the Eastern Cape. Malema was also sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for unlawful possession of ammunition. The sentences will run concurrently. He was also convicted for possession of a firearm, discharging a firearm in a built-up area, and reckless endangerment of people or property. Magistrate Twanet Oliver delivered the sentence.
In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1.
The Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim is now scheduled to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria on the 29th of this month. He was due to appear before the committee today, but he suffered a heart attack earlier this week. Alleged political fixer Brown Mokhotsi implicated Karim in corruption. Evidence leader Advocate Mahlape Sillo.
Mr. Charles Carson advised that Mr. Karim is still in hospital. Mr. Charles Carson, has been in communication with Mr. Karim's legal representatives. And as things stand, Mr. Charles Carson wants to stand him down to the 29th of April this year.
The Eastern Cape Provincial Government says the Botasgau building in Mthatha has been declared safe for access by the King Sabata Dalindyebo Fire Department. This follows the successful containment of the fire and the sufficient cooling of the structure. Provincial Government spokesperson Kuselwa Rangi says the historic building that caught fire 3 weeks ago has been under close monitoring to ensure that the fire is completely contained. Rangi says this will open an opportunity for investigations to commence.
This marks a critical milestone as it allows forensic investigators and later technical teams to commence detailed assessments to determine the cause of the fire and the full extent of the damage. A comprehensive engineering assessment will also be undertaken to inform government steps regarding rehabilitation and long-term use of the facility.
The city of Tshwane says under municipal bylaws, churches are not allowed to operate along busy roads, under bridges or in open public spaces without permission from the municipality. South Africa has seen rise in informal churches operating in areas that put congregants' lives at risk. Tshwane member of the Merrill Community on Safety, Hannes Kutsia.
The bylaws is very clear that you cannot in a road reserve put up any structures or gather in those areas. In the city of Tshwane, we are trying to also establish with the different municipalities. We have intergovernmental relations every Tuesday evening in community safety, where we try and address different issues affecting all municipalities in the Gauteng province, and we're trying to find solutions on how we can assist each other. But in Tshwane, we have a bylaw enforcement team with the Tshwane Metro Police. We're attending to most of these complaints. But at this moment, the problem with these churches is they are illegal. And the problem is, if you remove them, where do you take them to?
The authorities in Australia are warning that the huge fire at one of only 2 oil refineries in the country will undoubtedly add to pressure on the nation's fuel supplies. They were already strained by the effects of the US-Israel war on Iran. Residents have been told to stay indoors and keep windows closed due to hazardous smoke. The BBC's Simon Hankinson has more.
The refinery to the southwest of Melbourne produces 10% of Australia's petrol and half of what they use here in Victoria. The plant is still partially operational. Jet fuel and diesel continue to be produced, but at a lower rate. That's a safety precaution. It's petrol, though, the government warns that will be most impacted. Prices at the pump have soared since the Iran war, and there's a chance they could go higher. Australia relies heavily on imported refined fuels. Some say it's not self-sufficient enough, but at least, say the experts, the impact of this fire on fuel availability might be limited.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema has been sentenced to an effective 5 years direct imprisonment for unlawful possession of a firearm by the Magistrate Court in Kugombo City in the Eastern Cape. I'm Mondela for SFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
7 minutes past 12. Good afternoon. John Kerrick in for Sakina today. That's the big story of the day. EFF leader Julius Malema sentenced at the regional court in Kugombo City. We'll be covering that quite extensively in just a moment. Also, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, as you heard in the news. We'll get an update on that. Then there's the story about people being killed. 4 people, including a 13-year-old child, gunned down in Voorbrug, Delft in the Cape Flats. We hope to speak to a couple of people on that situation. The big story there is the army are supposed to be there, and we're wondering if the army's deployment into that area has made any changes at all. Maybe the gangsters or the criminals have worked their way around the army. So we're going to have a conversation about that. And also, you might have seen this. This is a horrific story. The killing of a teacher at Barcelona Primary School. Tsepo Manke was gunned down on his way to school in Davyton. And there was also a separate incident. The Little Wazi Comprehensive School acting principal, Kenneth Mandoi, shot and critically injured in a school in Vosloorus. He is in ICU. We're going to hear from Satu about what is happening there. Why are teachers and principals being gunned down? What is the story? So that's all coming up on the show today. Let's start with the big news story of the day. Magistrate Toinette Olivier has sentenced EFF leader Julius Malema to a total of 5 years imprisonment in his firearm case at the regional court in Kugombo City in the Eastern Cape. Malema was convicted of publicly discharging a firearm during the party's 2018 anniversary celebrations, an incident that was captured on video, later widely circulated on social media. Delivering sentence, the court found that Malema's actions posed a serious risk to public safety.
After careful consideration, and I can show you I have done so, free of any interference, this judgment or sentence is the sentence of this court and this court alone. In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1.
Well, delivering the sentence, Magistrate Toinette Olivier says the court cannot dismiss these actions planned by the accused as merely celebratory shots.
For an event of that magnitude, and I'm deviating from my written judgment, of that magnitude, that as to how, when, and exactly at what time you will take possession of the firearm, where you will, at which point we all know then, Mr. Snyman, you returned the firearm to Mr. Snyman. That finding was made by court. The court did not find it was handed to you by Mr. Snell. That is what I'll say in that regard. So that to reason any otherwise is nonsensical. This is a decision that a person made to possess a semi-automatic rifle unlawfully, and including the decision then to proceed and fire the said rifle in a built-up area in a crowded stadium. The decision to break the law has been made, and it was made with the approval of the accused person and the leadership. Since it's confirmed that this was the future planned for the event, it clearly indicates that the accused had known it was unlawful. He knew that it may cause harm to persons or property. He knew all the above, and it yet proceeded to possess the rifle and to fire the shot in celebration of the 5th birthday celebrations of the economic freedom fighters. Always knowing when this was being planned, arranging this special feature, that it is in contravention of the law, and that this decision was made long before the actual event. Such acts can never be condoned by this court in any instance. The court cannot dismiss these actions planned by the accused as mere celebratory shots, and further justify the commission of crime under the pretense that it was celebratory shots. Much has been said yesterday regarding other offenders who've committed acts of this nature, worse, who has not been brought before a court of law. This court is not in a position to answer for those matters. Safe to say, I trust that surely the long arm of the law would reach and bring those offenders or court. This court can only reply and answer for the matter before it.
Magistrate Toinette Olivier at the Gugunko City Regional Court. So let's talk a little bit more about this. First, legal analyst Malusi Xulu joins us. Malusi, good afternoon to you. What's your reaction to the sentence?
Good afternoon, John, to you and to the listeners at home. My reaction is, if we solely focus on the law on sentencing, not going back to the merits, that will be an issue for appeal in the higher courts. We've not seen, especially for cases where it's for possession of an unlicensed firearm, semi-automatic, on case law, where for the sentence, when it's expected to be 15 years minimum, it deviates from 15 to nothing. So there's no case law where we've seen this. So a direct imprisonment was expected on the sentencing part, especially on count 1 and count 2. So that was my expectation, but we will see whether when they go to appeal, they'll succeed on setting it aside.
Already doing an appeal inside the court. They're on recess now. They're going to resume at 12:30. Was that expected?
Yeah, well, today is simply a leave to appeal. And if the magistrate believes that there is, an expectation that the higher court will have a different outcome, she can say that they have a leave to appeal and that they can deal with bail, and then he can proceed. But she can say, well, because she was the one that was dealing with the matter, she can say, I do not think there are prospects of success on this appeal. And then obviously they will then deal with bail, and then he will try and take the appeal to the higher court.
Okay, so just explain the process now. With this sentence, would he... bail happens, but would he go to jail tonight if there is no bail posted?
Yeah, if there's no bail posted, and look, for most accused, some of them you'll find that they don't have, the team to prepare for this outcome and to prepare that if you get convicted today, I'm going to do an appeal. They sometimes, do the appeal whilst they are in custody or whilst they're in prison. So if the bail issue is not dealt with today, he will obviously try, go and proceed with his imprisonment. But I'm of the view that he might get bail, and then the court might then allow him to proceed with his appeal. But if they don't, obviously he can go to the higher court to deal with it. So it's not the end of the road if he doesn't get an appeal today, or if he doesn't get a bail. But he will have to do that whilst he's in custody.
custody or is in prison.
Just talk us through the appeal process. As you say, they're appealing now, and then what decision does this judge make, and then what happens after that? Either way, depending on what she decides.
Yeah, for today it's a leave to appeal. They've obviously made their reasoning why they want to appeal, and they feel that even the sentencing was shocking. I think that was Advocate Nwaitobi. So if she believes that in a way, in terms of what they are saying, they are correct, she will give them a leave to appeal, and then she'll grant Mr. Malema the bail that he'll need. Then they'll go to a higher court, which is London High Court for that process. But if she refuses both, they will then have to do it while she's inside, and they'll have to go directly to East London High Court to ask for appeal on the matter. But what I'm expecting, John, is the fact that whatever happens, this can even go beyond East London. If he doesn't succeed in East London High Court, they'll have to go to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. So I'm expecting more time on this matter, but for what is more important than anything right now is for him to get that urgent bail application today.
Let's talk about some of the appeals already. One of the issues that was raised was whether the gun was a toy gun or a real gun. The footage relied on by the courts didn't make that determination. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think we're getting a glimpse now, John, of what arguments are going to be made in High Court. We're getting a glimpse of the fact that they've always, during the trial, said this was not a real gun, it was a toy gun. So you can now see where they're going with their argument. So what I'm making of it is the fact that it's the main issue that will be discussed in or dealt with in court, because let's remember, yes, there was a ballistic report on the bullets or the ammunition, but the gun was not found. There was no specific gun that was found. But let's wait and see what outcome will be done today. But we are already getting a glimpse of what the argument will be in High Court.
And where do you think the defense lost the case?
Okay, when it comes to the merits, I think personally, John, I don't think they should have been convicted. My view is the fact that I don't think Malema should have been convicted. The reason why I'm saying that is because, one, the logic that, comes to me is, if it's stated that that was a firearm that was handed to him, why was then Mr. Snyman also not convicted? Because he also handled the firearm. I think that's where the argument is when you check other people discussing the matter, and even legal aspect, that at least if there were both of them there, because if we are saying it's a firearm, then where did it come from? That's where we're trying to get an answer. But at the end of the day, for today, it was not about merits. It was about the sentence and obviously the political implications, where if you are sentenced for more than 12 months without a fine, you can no longer be a member of the parliament. But when it comes to merits, I think it's a different issue. We'll obviously get time to deal with it, but obviously there's an argument about it being a toy gun, and there's an argument about whether Mr. Snyman should have been also convicted because he was there, he handed the firearm, or maybe for negligence. Because remember, in terms of the Firearms Control Act, if you have a license and you give it to someone else, you can be charged for negligent loss of a firearm and so forth. So it will be interesting to see how this argument can be persuade the judges now, whether it's in High Court or if it goes beyond High Court, whether they'll agree with the defense.
All right, legal analyst Malusi Xulu, thank you very much. We're going to get a political perspective on this with Sandile Swane in a second.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 104.4 FM in Hermanus.
Banyana Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday, 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 4 p.m. and Friday, 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana Banyana on X.
Don Gerika on SAFM.
All right, let's get a political view on this. Sandile Swane has been watching the goings-on. 5 years direct imprisonment. It's going to be appealed, of course, Sandile. What does this mean for Julius Malema as a Member of Parliament?
What it means on paper right now, without the appeal, he cannot continue in office. That's as a Member of Parliament, but it doesn't affect his broader political life.
Okay, as it is, does all of that get put on hold? In other words, can he still be a Member of Parliament while there is an appeal process?
Yes, the law is like that. So there is an appeal. Once the leave to appeal is granted, then there'll be a bail application. Then he goes out. Then basically it means that there's 5-year sentence. In fact, there are 2 sentences there. Count 1 is 5 years. Count 2 is 2 years. So both of those are enough to take him to out of Parliament.
Okay, but so it's he's still innocent until proven guilty by the appeal process.
No, it's not written like that. The sentence must be in effect. In other words, there must be no further room to appeal.
Okay.
Once there's no further room to appeal, then the sentence is in effect. Then automatically you need to be removed from Parliament. However, from the perspective of the EFF makes an independent decision, not guided by the sentences from the courts.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What is the EFF's policy for somebody who has been sentenced for a crime?
So they will put you through their own hearing and make a determination. So you go through a separate disciplinary process of the EFF to determine whether you have brought the organization into disrepute. Bear in mind that this is the economic freedom fighters, and part of their branding is to shoot, and they are well known for the song of shooting.
And will he? Okay, so will he go through that disciplinary process? This is Julius Malema.
Yes, whatever they will call it, but they need to take it through that and say that this does not damage our reputation, because the charge will be that he has brought the organization into disrepute. In other words, damage the image, the good image of the organization. But the finding might well be that actually what he has done is in keeping with the image of the organization.
Local government elections around the corner. What effect will this have on the EFF's campaign?
If they spin it well, as we saw with Jacob Zuma in the preceding years, in fact, right up until today, you can spin all these scandals very well and actually create mileage out of them.
Already they're saying, and you heard it in the arguments, and you heard the judge address it as well, that it's a politically motivated process. The whole case is politically motivated. Do you buy that?
In a way, I buy it, because the thing about it is that it's quite a coincidence that AfriForum went to monitor the events of the what do they call it, EFF, and then went to open a case to protect the members of the EFF. They've been fighting Julius Malema since 2012 and losing cases against him. So it's hard to imagine that they were concerned to protect the members of the EFF. So they've been looking for a loophole, and they got a loophole this time.
Finally, what should Mr. Malema's next steps be as far as EFF leadership and his immediate future?
I think that the biggest opportunity right now for him is to probably reposition himself, not as a parliamentarian, reposition himself as a leader of the 2 campaigns, the 2026 local government campaign and the 2024 national campaign, and be an actual full-time campaigner of the EFF. I think that would be a very positive step for him, for his party.
And we've already seen the leader of the Democratic Alliance, Jordan Hill-Lewis, commenting on the sentencing as well. So I'm imagining other political parties are going to maybe rub salt in the wounds here?
Yeah, they will comment whatever. I mean, obviously, they are not judges, they are not lawyers, they are just making some form of political mileage. Gordon Lewis will want to appease the right wing and attract more right wing voters with this sentence. Nothing wrong with that. That's how politics goes.
All right, Sandile Swane, thank you very much. Political analyst joining us here on Updated Noon on SAFM.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.6 FM in Mangaung. John Gerika on SAFM.
26 minutes past 12. Teachers Union SATU says it's outraged that the attacks on educators left one teacher dead, another fighting for his life in hospital on Monday. Tsepo Manke, an educator from Barcelona Primary School in Davidton, was fatally shot in the presence of his children while on his way to school, while the deputy principal of Little Wazi Comprehensive School, Kenneth Mandoi, was shot 2 kilometers from the school in Vosloorus as he was returning home. Let's talk about what is happening with SATU spokesperson Nomoso Klembi. Nomoso, good afternoon to you. What is the motive behind this killings and shootings of educators?
Good afternoon, John, and good afternoon to your listeners. At the moment, it is not clear what the motive behind these killings are. We are worried that we've seen an increase in such incidents in the area of Kurleni. And what worries us most is that few arrests or hardly any arrests have been made on these cases, except in November. In the case of Ngweni primary school principal in Tembisa, who was shot and killed, as well as the finance clerk, the clerk of the school. So there was an arrest in that case, and the finance clerk of the school was arrested. The matter had to do with the fact that the finance clerk was supposed to account for some of the monies that were missing. So it's only that case, but all the others were not clear what the motive is or was, because there are no arrests and there are no prosecutions.
Well, with that being said, and from what you've just said, is the assumption that this has got to do with money, maybe contracts, maybe it's got to do with underworld finance issues?
Generally, matters of attacks of teachers in schools, they've got to deal with money in schools. They've got to deal with issues of we are aware, like for instance, last year in the Eastern Cape, it had to do with extortions. These syndicates who go around demanding protection fees. So it had to deal with that, and other instances have got to deal with teacher appointments or appointments in the schools where criminals and individuals target principals or teachers to influence the hiring processes. So it may be that, it may not be that.
What is SATU planning to address these issues?
We do engage with the department now and again on issues of strengthening safety and security in schools. However, going beyond to say now, we'd like to see the security and justice cluster really investigating these things, getting to the bottom of these matters, because if they are not dealt with, if we do not get anyone apprehended or these matters resolved, it sends a wrong message that teachers and schools are easy targets. And we do not want to see that. We don't want that. We want that to be stopped so that people do not take schools as easy targets.
South African Democratic Teachers Union spokesperson Nomoso Klembi, thank you very much. Brings us to exactly 12:30.
Thank you, John. On the news headlines, the regional court in Gugomba City in the Eastern Cape is currently hearing an urgent application by EFF leader Julius Malema for leave to appeal his sentence. The Eastern Cape provincial government says the Botestau building in Mthatha has been declared safe for access by the King Sabata Dalindyebo Fire Department, and the city of Tshwane Mayor Nasiphi Moya says the city is working hard to improve water and electricity supply infrastructure. She says targeted areas include Hammanskraal, Venterveld and Oliven Hardbosch. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Finance World goes on. The rand trading at 16 rand 37 to the dollar, 22 rand 18 cents to the pound sterling, 19 rand 30 to the euro. Euro trading at $1.17 and the dollar is at 158 yen 95. In Brazil, $1 trading at 4 real 99 cents. In Russia at 76 rubles 30. In India, 93 rupees 27. And in China, a dollar is changing hands at 6,181. Asian markets ended today's trading session in the green. Japan's Nikkei added 2.4%, Hong Kong's Hang Seng advanced 1.7%, and China's Shanghai Index rose 0.7%. India's markets lower at the close of trade. JSE's mixed at midday. The all-share index is flat, 119,294. The Industrial 25 Index is up 0.9%. Financials have declined 0.2%. The top 10 Resources Index off 0.7%, and the Precious Metals and Mining down 0.8%. European markets are mixed. Britain's FTSE 100 up 0.1%. CAC 40 in France has added 0.4%. Germany's DAX is 0.2% to the good. Looking at commodities, gold trading at $4,811. Platinum, $2,128 an ounce. The price of Brent crude oil, $96.35 a barrel.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. John Gerika on SAFM.
27 minutes to 1 o'clock. Police have condemned the alleged gang-related murder of 4 males in Voorbrug in Delft on the Cape Flats last night. Western Cape Police spokesperson Andre Trout says they appear to have been killed execution-style in a suspected gang-related incident which happened last night. Trout said police responded to a shooting at a premises in Zandkloof Street where the bodies of 4 victims, aged 13, 28, 40 and 41 were found inside of a granny flat. Police say the anti-gang unit's investigating with suspects still at large.
SAP strongly condemns the senseless act of gang violence in Voorbrug in Delft, where 4 males, including a 13-year-old, were shot execution style. 2 suspects entered the premises on foot, opened fire and fled the scene. The anti-gang unit is investigating, and we urge anyone with information to come forward to assist us in our pursuit to bring those responsible to justice.
Western Cape Police spokesperson Andre Trout. Let's help try and break this down. We're joined by Dr. Guy Lamb, criminologist and crime expert from Stellenbosch University. Doc, thank you very much for joining us. The troops are on the ground. The army's supposed to be there. They've been there for 2 weeks already in Operation Prosper. Why is this still happening?
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon to your listeners. I mean, it's still happening because these are kind of targeted killings. These are related to conflicts between gangs or conflicts between extortion networks. It's intelligence that the police and the military do not have. So the Operation Prosper that we're dealing with at the moment, what we're seeing unfolding at the moment, is they are going into high crime areas and trying to discourage crime. They're looking to arrest perpetrators, but they don't have the sort of detailed precision intelligence that's required to try and stop these kind of killings. So the police can deter crime through their deployments, and they're not deployed every place in the high crime areas in the Western Cape all the time. They're there at certain times and they move to other areas. So they can't do everything all at once. All they can do is really discourage it and try and arrest those who are behind it. But the problem is so pervasive that they kind of only have a limited impact.
So is this an intelligence failure rather than manpower?
I mean, it's both. I mean, if we're going to tackle gangs the way government wants to tackle gangs, which is sort of a militarized response using police, using boots on the ground from the military, you need a lot more personnel if you're going to make a difference, because the problem is so pervasive. When it comes to this issue of obviously intelligence will make a difference, but the level of intelligence in dealing with this kind of level of gang violence and these kind of mass shootings is quite limited. And unfortunately, there's low levels of trust in the police. The intelligence networks aren't as good as they should be. So, of course, that all contributes to the situation we're seeing.
And the coordination between the Defence Force and the police service?
I mean, the coordination is quite good. I mean, the police know where high crime areas are. They need additional support. The military's involved. They've been doing training. They've been doing joint planning, looking at logistics issues. So, I mean, the sort of arrangements are in place. But it's more the sense of if one's dealing with sort of low-level crime, one's dealing with sort of opportunistic or interdispersed crime, these kind of operations can make a difference. But when you're actually dealing with highly organized gangs who are monitoring the police and the military, who aren't going to engage in acts of criminality when the police and the military are deployed, you're not going to make much difference. So I think that's part of the problem here, is that the gangs are very attuned to the patrol patterns of the police and the military.
Doc, I've got to go to the courts in Kugumpa City. So just to wrap this up, what can be done to try and stop this? What more should be done?
Well, I mean, a lot of it has to be around better intelligence around access to firearms and focusing specifically on illegal firearms, because the violence will go down if gangs and extortionists struggle to get access to firearms. And also there's some desperate need to do something about the illegal ammunition trade, because it seems as though these kind of operators, these criminals, are able to get access to ammunition very easily. So there needs to be a lot of work done around that.
I've got to leave it there. Dr. Guy Lamb, thank you very much. Criminologist and crime expert from Stellenbosch University. Let's go to Kugumpa City now. Julius Malema appealing his sentence for a firearm discharge conviction. In case you missed it, he's been sentenced to an effective 5 years direct imprisonment. The judge is busy addressing the court.
In order to succeed, therefore, the appellant must convince the court on proper grounds that he has prospects of success on appeal and that those prospects are not remote but have a realistic chance of succeeding. More is required to be established that there is a mere possibility of success. There must be a sound, reasonable basis for the conclusion that there are prospects of success on appeal. It is also noted by this court, and I want to place it clearly on record, that in a criminal case, a magistrate or the trial court should not take the easy way out and leave everything to state counsel or the appeal court when it is the correctness or otherwise of her or his decision that is at stake. When confronted with appeal, the trial magistrate is duty-bound to make an honest reassessment of his or her decision in light of the appeal. It is helpful to everyone concerned to know whether or not the trial magistrate still abides by his or her decision despite the appeal. If for some reason the trial magistrate has had a change of heart, it is more honorable to say so than to adhere to an indefensible decision. In doing so, it may save precious time and costs to all parties concerned, and the ends of justice cannot be served by prevaricating and being non-committal when the liberty of a citizen is at stake. Therefore, the test is straightforward, namely, whether there are reasonable prospects of success in the envisaged appeal against the conviction, rather than whether or not the appeal ought to succeed. That is, let me stop there. That is the general principle applied by courts with regards to an appeal. going to do it in the following fashion so that it's not repetitive and state as follows. I'm going to deal with conviction and sentence in one ruling. Therefore, a court will have to be careful in its judgment in a leave to appeal application not to influence the outcome of an appeal, and for this reason is curtailed in dealing with the merits to the limited extent necessary to explain its reasoning for granting or not granting leave to appeal. So for this reason, the court will refrain from any further comments as to ensure that there is no interference with any proceedings that may follow. With regards to the clear direction from case law, this court is to state clearly that whether it stands by its decision to convict the applicant for the reasons already mentioned during the judgment, and to state so clearly, in this regard, Mr. Malema, the following ruling is made with regards to the application. With regards to the decision with regards to conviction, this court abides by its decision as stated on record. This court has not had a change of heart and clearly stands firm on its decision to convict. Therefore, leave to appeal in respect of conviction is not granted. I've not finished, please. However, with regards to sentence, after listening carefully to the address placed on record, in respect of sentence, there is always a possibility that another court may come to a different conclusion regarding sentence. Therefore, this court does not have any intention to stand in the way of such a possibility. Safe to say, no, I'm not going to add that. The court will not stand in the way, and therefore leave to appeal sentence in this matter is granted.
There's one outstanding matter, and that's the issue of the release of the accused. And the accused has been on bail since the 27th of November 2019. So it's 7.5 years ago. He was on warning, I beg your pardon. The accused was on warning. He's abided by every request to be at court, every order of the court. Based on the Hudson, Anderson, and the Nadu decisions, we'd ask for reinstatement of his release on warning, Your Worship. I understand it's not opposed by my learned friend, but I'll allow him to confirm that. Thank you, Worship.
Sorry, there was just, are you saying you are applying that he be continued to remain on warning?
Yes, Your Worship, please.
Thank you, Advocate Otis. Advocate Caesar?
Yes, I thought we had an agreement that the accused can be released on bail. I hear differently now, but I also have no objection if he is released on warning on this regard. Thank you. We had an agreement.
Okay. I'm not wanting to be difficult. I also, in principle, do not have any objection to the request. Normally when we go to the aspect of bail pending appeal, there are normal conditions that is applicable, which the applicant will have to comply with. So I'm also in charted territory now when the status remains on warning as to how we'll deal with the conditions.
Bishop, I think the normal practice would be remains on warning until the appeal is prosecuted. If he fails to prosecute it, or if he gets an adverse finding, he'll stand himself out within 48 hours.
Within 7 days, it will remain the same.
As you should. Thank you.
Okay.
7 days.
7 days, yes. Just for my own, sorry, Advocate, for my own, because as you are well aware, any court who grants appeal or whichever petition will follow, I'm not sure, needs to keep a register with the progress. So is there a date which we may agree on, which there can be an email or an update as to the progress? Merely to know it's filed, and that is the end of my involvement.
The appeal against sentence will proceed, but we'll still be petitioning as we're entitled to. for leave to appeal against the conviction, which is within, I believe it's 15 days, which is 3 weeks. Because it's normal.
I think on my side I will have to prepare, or we will have to prepare quite a lot of documents for you for that procedure. It's why I'm asking more or less, because it's a time-consuming exercise, so that I can. We'll start getting it ready in any event, I think.
My friend is correcting me, Worship. It's 21 days. I know it's 3 weeks. It's 15 court days. That's correct.
Okay.
So if we could set the date within 3 weeks of now, Your Worship, because then the Worship can have proof that the petition will have been served and filed by then. It will also be an indication of everything taking place.
No.
As Worship. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Then, as you've heard, Mr. Malema, the court has no intention of changing the status of yourself, and therefore you remain on warning pending the outcome of appeal and petition regarding conviction. Thank you.
As the court pleases, Your Worship, I think that concludes our round.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Those are court proceedings in Kugomko City. EFF leader Julius Malema applied for leave to appeal for the 5-year firearm discharge conviction. He was convicted on 5 charges, including unlawful possession of a firearm, discharging a weapon in a public space over that 2018 incident at a stadium in the Eastern Cape province.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.1 FM in Bombela.
Afternoon, John. I think this country really needs an autocratic government or capital punishment, because you find that the judiciary is afraid of the followers of a certain political leader. That's why they are continuing committing crime, because they know they've got followers who are going to ban infrastructure and lambast whites whatsoever. Is the jail for the poor? Thank you, John.
Good day, John and SFM listeners. John, on the issue of UIF being investigated by the SIU, I think they must extend it to investigate why is it that UIF is refusing to make claims made by foreign nationals who have been allowed to work in South Africa under the ZEP. They must also investigate that, because UIF is not paying us our claims. So they must also investigate where is our money, because it can't be. Because UIF is sitting with surplus of billions, yet there's got millions which belongs to the foreign nationals, which they are refusing to make payouts when you go to claim for unemployment insurance fund. Thank you, James Johannesburg.
Afternoon, Brajan. I'm sure Kari Krill and the Afro Forum team, they are already telling Donald Trump what has happened here. And they are like, we got him. And I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump is going to tweet and say, we got him. We got Juju. We got Julius. Now, any other court will overturn this judgment, Brajan.
John Gerika on SAFM.
We're going to keep a close eye on all of that. Let's see what the future holds. Meanwhile, the Madlanga Commission continues. Commissioner Sandile Khumalo was questioned whether Julius Mkhwanazi tasked EMPD officers to commit armed robbery during a disputed raid. Evidence leader Maklape Selo says the joint operation story emerged years later and wasn't disclosed to IPID, yet footage places Mkhwanazi at the scene. Mkhwanazi denied wrongdoing, insists information was shared with IPID.
To me, why did you not tell IPID that I know about this operation because I was there? I was there and I spoke to Mackenzie and I know he was part of the operation. Why did you not tell IPID that from the word go?
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. If you listened yesterday, I've said I communicated with Makakula. I told him, he said, for now, give me confirmation of these two. I will come back to you. That is why I even said yesterday, I've said to Makakula, but you waited for a long time. Why now are you rushing me to do things like this? That is why you see mistake and everything in the statement. But that's what I've said yesterday.
So your excuse is that Makakula did not ask you this. That's why you did not tell him.
No, it's not an excuse.
Okay. Let me ask you this. In relation to the Kilani address, have you ever seen a criminal complaint that justifies EMPD going to somebody's house, raiding their house and confiscating their rocks?
No. I haven't. Remember, I was now limited because there were investigations. I can't interfere and want to start searching and everything. It took like I'm interfering and I can't communicate with the suspect.
But for you to investigate a crime, there must be a criminal complaint. You can't just show up at somebody's house and raid their house.
No,
if EMPD was part of an investigation and needed to go to somebody's house to raid their house and confiscate goods, there must have been a complaint.
Oh, now I get you.
Have you seen such a complaint?
No, we communicated. We communicated with Maseko.
Did he show you that complaint?
No, there was no formal. As I've said, there was no formal document.
Because what this looks like to me, you say you are the one who tasked Mackenzie and Stolz to go there, right?
Yes.
To me, I'm not speaking for my co-commissioners. To me, it looked like you tasked them to go commit an armed robbery.
No, I'm not that type of a person. I'm not a criminal. I don't do those things. You can even check in my history, in my background. I'm not linked to anything that has to do with these things.
I'm not talking about the history. I'm talking about this incident.
No, Commissioner.
Because if there's no criminal complaint and you go to somebody's house and you confiscate rocks and there's no paper, there's no record of where those rocks are, what happened to them, then it's an armed robbery to me.
You know, Commissioner, to answer you, after I've read the statement and they've said they've handed over evidence and the documents, I think the investigations will lead us to something, you see, because your concern is my concern. Where are the rocks? Where is the person reserving the? Who's that person? But I think Makakula will assist us in his investigation. I think we're going to get something. We're going to go to the core of this thing. Because we have been saying this concern before yesterday when I was doing my supplementary. You asked, in fact, you're not even directing this case. You just asked, good way, when you get things, what do you do? What's the procedure? What you must do? We explained, I explained. But I think the investigation will lead us to something.
But why does IPID have to investigate? If it's an EMPD operation, EMPD should know what happened to the rocks. Where is the paperwork? And your officers just say, we handed them to the EMPD officer. Full stop.
And they're mentioning the name.
No, they don't.
No, in the first one that they communicate, look at the second paragraph, Commissioner, of both of them. That's why my argument yesterday was, but the first paragraph talks to this person, and the last paragraph, but I don't want to defend, because I'm not part of the statement. But what I'm reading here, that's why I'm saying the investigation will lead to, but let me put it here, I'm not defending anyone. I'm not, and I will never do that. I can't put my life at, let me say so.
Right, spent a lot of time on the dock, or in the witness box, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhunazi. Let's talk to Dr. Esebo Mklosi Matebula, Independent Policing and Crime Analyst, about that testimony. What do you make of it, Doc? What's your reaction to the testimony so far?
Good afternoon, John, and good afternoon to the listeners. Thanks for having me. There's a lot that doesn't make sense. When he started earlier on, he said it was a joint operation after one of his colleagues received a call from one Muntu from JMPD. I don't understand whether he knows the difference between a normal operation and a joint operation. This was not a joint operation. In fact, operations are planned. You don't just wake up and decide that tomorrow we're going to do an operation. They are planned. And moreover, joint operations are even more difficult to plan than a normal operation, because there you have two entities from different provinces that must do what you call marry-up drills, so that whenever they go there, each one knows of their responsibility. So this was not a joint operation. Now, another question that I ask myself is, what was the reason for Muntu to call EMPD members to assist in Johannesburg, in their area of responsibility? Was JMPD not capacitated to deal with this issue? What was the reason? It doesn't make sense, and it's quite when he testifies, he even confuses himself and confuses us even more, John.
There must be plenty of documentation and command authorization needed for this kind of joint operation, which I used in inverted commas. And if that doesn't exist, what does that imply?
Precisely. An operation entails that there must be an operational order that specifies specific task and who would be partaking in that operation. And as soon as they because this is an operation that took place out of their area of responsibility. That on its own, as you said, it requires some authorizations from the higher HQ. But here you have Monzo, who is a very junior member, calling EMPD to assist. And you have Commissioner Mkwanazi, yes, who doesn't even bother to look at the admin of the ops. He calls it an operation. He just tasked his members to go to Rosebank to execute an operation. When they arrived there, they went to Rosebank police station, and then that was not a problem. And then they signed in because there has to be an OP entry. But two, they don't tell us that after the operation, did they go back to the Rosebank police station to sign off, because ideally that was supposed to happen. That did not happen because they were supposed to go back to Rosebank police station to say, we have executed our operation and here are the outcomes. Then they can withdraw. But that did not happen. So it shows that this indeed, as Commissioner Khumalo put it eloquently, that Julius Mkwanazi sent these people to go to a Rosebank to commit a crime. Daylight robbery. It is very clear. There's nothing like there was an operation.
So what does this pattern of evidence mean for how investigators should interpret the role of Julius Mkwanazi in this broader inquiry?
Julius Mkwanazi, I don't think he deserves to be a policeman to start with. At that time, he was a brigadier also. That level, and he was dealing with constables, the Mackenzies and the Stalls. And that on its own, it shows that there's a red flag there. Because they were not reporting directly to him. He was a director at that time. They were not supposed to report to him. They had their own commander. But we are seeing him as a director interacting with subordinates, tasking them. Command and control was compromised by Julius Mkwanazi. It means he was doing as he wanted to do in EMPD. Actually, I think he's the one who collapsed EMPD to what it is today.
And does this open the door into investigations into JMPD now?
Indeed, I think there's a lot that needs to be done in EMPD. You remember, I think in his first day, he said there was a time where EMPD did not have occurrence books. For years. Police, they did not have pocket books for years. And what were they doing during those years? It means they don't have any records of what they did as policemen and policewomen. So I can safely say it shows that they were operating most probably illegally because they can't prove what they did. And as a deputy police commissioner, it was his duty to make sure that they have resources, they have pocket books, they have occurrence books. But it's coming to the commission to complain like it was somebody else who was supposed to do this, but it was his responsibility. So he failed to perform his duties diligently.
And Johannesburg Metro, are they involved now as well?
Johannesburg Metro, they are involved because, as I said, what was the reason for this Monzo person to call EMPD to assist? It shows that there is something that they're working on as it appears today that the stones were confiscated, but not all the stones were handed over to where they were supposed to be handed over to the police. But some of the stones were found in the car, which was driven by Mackenzie. It means they went there to steal, not to do their job. So there is a collaboration between EMPD and JMPD in this crime.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Independent policing and crime analyst, Dr. Esebo Mxolisi Matabula, thank you very much. You were there, SAFM. Thank you very much to the team for putting it together. It's 1 o'clock.
Thank you, John, and the team on the top stories. Court grants Malema leave to appeal his sentence, and City of Tshwane works on improving water and electricity infrastructure. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. We'll start with the breaking news. The regional court in Kugombo City in the Eastern Cape has granted EFF leader Julius Malema leave to appeal his sentence. Malema was earlier today sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment for unlawful possession of a firearm and 2 years for possession of ammunition. The sentences were to run concurrently. Magistrate Toinette Oliver delivered the judgment.
In respect of sentence, there is always a possibility that another court may come to a different conclusion regarding sentence. Therefore, this court does not have any intention to stand in the way of such a possibility. Safe to say, the court will not stand in the way, and therefore leave to appeal sentence in this matter is granted.
Commissioner Sandile Khumalo has put it to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi that he tasked officers Keisha Lee Stolz and Aidan McKenzie to go and commit an armed robbery involving precious stones. Allegations before the Madlanga Commission suggest that Mkhwanazi had concocted a story about an alleged police operation that his officers were taking part in, which involved the theft of gemstones from a man in Rosebank in Gauteng. Khumalo put it to Mkhwanazi that no paperwork was presented about the alleged operation, thus pointing to the fact that it was a robbery.
Because if there's no criminal complaint and you go to somebody's house and you confiscate rocks and there's no paper, there's no record of where those rocks are, what happened to them, then it's an armed robbery to me.
You know, Commissioner, to answer you, after I've read the statement and they've said they've handed over evidence and the documents, I think the investigations will lead us to something. You see.
The City of Tshwane Mayor Nasiphi Moya says the city is working hard to improve water and electricity supply infrastructure. She says targeted areas include Hammanskraal, Winterveld and Olivenhoutbosch. The areas have been experiencing water and power supply disruptions for years. Moya says new water storage facilities have been constructed to minimize the challenges. Moya delivered the State of the City address during a special council sitting at the University of South Africa's Pretoria campus today.
Together, these projects will improve storage capacity and strengthen the reliability of the city's water supply system. In Hammanskraal, progress has been made in restoring access to clean and drinkable water through the completion of key infrastructure upgrades at Klipdrift. In January 2025, we were in Hammanskraal commissioning Module 1. The second module was commissioned in November 2025, adding more areas to receive clean and safe water to drink.
The Eastern Cape Provincial Government says the Bottasgau building in Mthatha has been declared safe for access by the King Sabata Dalindyebo Fire Department. This follows the successful containment of the fire and the sufficient cooling of the structure. Provincial Government spokesperson Kuselwa Ranji says the historic building that caught fire 3 weeks ago has been under close monitoring to ensure that the fire is completely contained. Ranji says this will open an opportunity for investigations to commence.
This marks a critical milestone as it allows forensic investigators and later technical teams to commence detailed assessments to determine the cause of the fire and the full extent of the damage. A comprehensive engineering assessment will also be undertaken to inform government steps regarding rehabilitation and long-term use of the facility.
The National Financial Ombud Scheme has noted a sharp rise in scams in which South Africans are tricked into letting criminals use their bank accounts to move money. The scheme has warned that this could lead to accounts being frozen. Lead Ombud for Banking and Credit, Nirosha Maseti, have urged members of the public to be vigilant.
In what would initially appear as a harmless opportunity to make some money on the side, but then what ends up is that you have some serious consequences because you are pulled in by third parties to use your personal accounts to receive and transfer funds. People are finding it very difficult financially. So when people are approached, which, as I said, with what seems to be a harmless opportunity to just make some extra money and put some food on the table, and they do not think through the consequences, I think that's what entices them to be drawn to these scams. It's the vulnerability of customers right now.
Recapping the top story, the regional court in Gugompo City in the Eastern Cape has granted EFF leader Julius Malema leave to appeal his sentence. Malema was earlier today sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment for unlawful possession of a firearm and 2 years for possession of ammunition. The sentences were to run concurrently. I'm Lambana for SFM News Headlines at 1:30.
30-year-old Dineo knows all about saving on her car insurance with Outsurance.
I'm saving 1,094 rands.
That's an unbelievable 1,094 rand monthly saving on Dineo's 2025 Kia Sonet. And she'll get an out bonus.
If I'm claim-free for 3 years, then I get an out bonus back.
Ready to see how much money Outsurance could save you? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Mandlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Oh,
members. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Point of order. Honorable member.
Honorable here.
It is Tandiswa Mazwai coming through with Gunzima's Dark Side of the Rainbow. And this particular song comes from her latest album, Sankofa. We kick off the show with it because of its relevance to the political landscape in South Africa at the moment, reflecting on just where we find ourselves in the history pages of the country, and also pertinent to the moment that is unfolding in real time in our breaking news as of today, with, of course, the Economic Freedom Fighters leader, Julius Malema, having been sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment in his firearm handling and discharge case, as well as receiving a combined 60,000 Rand fine. And Malema's lawyers appealed for leave, or rather applied for leave to appeal the magistrate's decision just within minutes of it being read out into court record in Gugompo City, formerly known as East London. Coming up a little bit later in this hour, we're going to be in conversation with legal heads around the next steps for the fighters, and in particular for their leader, Julius Malema. And we'll unpack the appeals process in as far as it relates to gun laws and criminal law in the country, and see what is to be expected. Are we going to see a full-term conviction of 5 years, a minimum sentence of 1 year with possibility of parole in the worst-case scenario? And what do all these things mean? That conversation is coming up on the show, and you can always be a part of it on 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line if you'd like to share your thoughts and your perspective on it. Of course, the other thing that is happening, the other matter of great attention that is happening simultaneously is the Madlanga Commission, day 91 of the Madlanga Commission. That broadcast being set aside for a few hours across all news networks just to cover this live sentencing, of course, of Julius Malema. But the process of the commission continues nonetheless. So we'll catch up with Usbahle Mota as per usual in the next few moments to give us a comprehensive rundown of what's happened in Pretoria this morning. There's a lot more conversation on the show today, and we'll definitely get around to it. Our WhatsApp once again is 061-410-4107. A quick pause, and then we come back with Usbahle Mota.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours, and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's catch up with SABC News reporter Usbahle Mota right now as we get a rundown on day 91 at the Madlanga Commission, where suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi is still on that stand. Good morning to you, Usbahle. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Much appreciated. I mean, the presumption is that Julius Mkhwanazi is still very much under cross-examination at the Madlanga Commission. You can understand that I could be wrong on that because all networks today are highly focused on what is going on in Kugombo with EFF leader Julius Malema. So give us a recap of the Madlanga thus far this morning.
Okay, great. But before I get into Julius Mkhwanazi's testimony, I just need to say that, as you know, Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim was supposed to present himself before the commission today. But on Monday, he fell sick and was hospitalized due to a heart attack. And what we heard or what was presented before the Madlanga Commission is that his testimony will stand down until the 29th of April. And this is if he's gonna be feeling better. So if things stand, if he is feeling better, then we can expect him to present or return to the Madlanga Commission on the 29th of April. And to just get into Julius Mkhwanazi's testimony, a lot of the testimony today and the cross-examination was about this alleged theft of precious stones from a man in Rosebank. And this is what, the commissioners as well as the evidence leader spent quite a significant portion of time just questioning. He claims that this operation was actually a police operation where the JMPD as well as Gauteng Traffic was also present and, included in this operation. But evidence before the Madlanga Commission actually points otherwise. It shows that only his police officers as well as a member of a private security company, were actually the people who were present in this alleged police operation. With then we heard, Commissioner Sandile Khumalo putting it to him that it was actually not a police operation, but an armed robbery where he alleges that Julius Mkhwanazi actually sent his officers to go and take or rob these precious stones and bring them back. And on top of that, there's no record of this police operation from Julius Mkhwanazi. And this is a recurring theme that was even heard yesterday, where certain operations that they embarked on were never really recorded. So that was a large part of his testimony today.
Yesterday, just to touch a little bit also on yesterday afternoon's testimony, especially after we spoke, Julius Mkhwanazi told the Madlanga Commission that an IPID investigator had guided him on how to frame statements that were related to the 2023 operation.
No, definitely. That's what he alleges. He claims that this investigator, Mr. Magagula, had actually guided his statements and told him what he needed to fill because he didn't have time. And he was really surprised that, Mr. Magagula was putting him under so much pressure to draft these, statements relating to this alleged operation. So, I get a sense that he's definitely somebody that will try to defend himself and say that he did no wrong and actually, make an excuse and say that it was a police operation. So this has definitely been a recurring theme where he makes these allegations. But I think when Mr. Magagula from the IPID actually returns to the Madlanga Commission, then he'll definitely have to defend himself, as these allegations will definitely be put to him by the commissioners as well as the investigator, the evidence leader rather.
We'll leave it there for today, but it is Thursday. This marks the fourth day of Julius Mkhwanazi on that stand. Are we anticipating that the commission is going to wrap up the week with him before we move on to the next witness?
That's the sense that I get, because even, the evidence leader was saying that if she doesn't hurry up, then we'll be here until 11 p.m. So I'm not even sure if she has plans of concluding with his testimony today and that they may have a new witness tomorrow. So we'll only get, more perspective and more clarity once the commission actually adjourns today.
All right. Spahle Mota, we appreciate you, as per always, SABC News reporter, giving us the lowdown on the Madlanga Commission. It's 1:20 on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAFM. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side and we unpack and delve a little bit deeper into what has transpired at Kugombo as Magistrate Court this morning. I want to understand, what does the appeals process look like now for the Economic Freedom Fighters leader Julius Malema? That's coming back on the other side.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we go into this conversation, Julius Malema is addressing his supporters outside the Magistrates Court in Kukompo City, formerly known as East London, on the back of course, that sentence being handed down this morning by the magistrate in question there being Toinette Olivier. And of course, you know that you should know that he's been sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment in his firearms handling and discharge case, as well as having received a combined 60,000 Rand in fines. Count 1 being 5 years for discharge of a firearm, and count 2 being 2 years, and both serving concurrently, from what I recall. So we thought we'd invite some legal minds to join us on the conversation today, and perhaps give us a broader understanding as to what this all means and how the appeals process is going to take course. Ulu Babalo Dada, who is our SABC News reporter, is going to join us to set the scene. And then we've got Usnenhlanhla Mnguni, who is the director at SN Mnguni Attorneys, coming to just help us understand and navigate the political, or rather the legal element of it all. Lubabalo, let's go to you firstly and just get a little bit of a picture of what is happening. I mean, if we're looking at our screens right now, Julius Malema is addressing his supporters outside the Magistrates Court.
Yes, that's correct. He's addressing the the supporters of EFF. Now, this follows a sentencing process, as well as the appeal which has been granted, because they were appealing the conviction and the sentencing, but the magistrate court only granted the sentencing, but dismissed or denied the appeal for the conviction. So basically, when he was giving the sentence, Advocate Antoinette said that it was quite concerning that an event that was supposed to be celebrating the growth of the EFF, but ended up with an incident of committing crime. She was saying that this whole situation was planned, because there's no way that one would just be excited and just fire shots in the air, knowing that there could be dire consequences for that. It's putting lives of people at risk, and some people could have died as a result of that. So she was not very pleased with the conduct of Mr. Malema. She said that it was irresponsible of him to actually do that.
And in terms of the mood right now on the ground, visually we're seeing a lot of attentive fighters, focused and hanging on to every word that their leader is saying. What is the mood like there? What is the energy like?
Well, at first they were not happy, when there was the sentencing. They were not happy at all. Even you could look at the face of Mr. Malema, as well as his wife, and even the people at the gallery. They were not happy at all with the sentencing. Even the defense, his legal team, did indicate when they were appealing that it was quite shocking that he was granted 5 years. You'd remember that they were calling for a non-custodial sentence. So hence they decided to appeal. And right after the procedure or the proceedings inside, there was some exchange with the members of the AfriForum, some members of the EFF. It's somehow insulting the members of the AfriForum, saying that they are the reason why the leader of the party is in this situation. So outside, people were singing since the day one. They've been very supportive in terms of Mr. Malema. Some of them saying that they will support him from until rather the day that he gets the justice that he deserves. You remember that there were 2 night vigils day before yesterday and last night. So we saw some young members of the EFF. I would say maybe they are the student command mostly on the day one. They were there singing and pledging their solidarity and support for their leader, saying that whoever is behind this thing, this whole situation is a political ploy to just destroy the EFF, not just Julius Malema.
Got you. Lubabalo Dada, we appreciate the report back. That was SABC News reporter Lubabalo Dada. Let's switch gears now and engage Usinenhlanhla Nguni, who is the director of SN Nguni Attorneys, looking at the legalities of this particular case, particularly in understanding the 5 various counts. Good afternoon to you, Usinenhlanhla.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you so much for the time. We dearly appreciate it. So the EFF leader found guilty on all 5 charges that he had faced. Count 1, unlawful possession of a firearm, and that holding a 5-year imprisonment, direct imprisonment. Count 2, the unlawful possession of ammunition, and that's a 2 years imprisonment. Let's deal with those 2 first, or maybe let's deal with those 2 first, because 3, 4, and 5 seem to be the lesser of the 5 charges, and hence the option of a fine was rendered upon them.
So, it's quite interesting because, I mean, if one has regard to all those charges, in essence, they can all separately be considered serious charges. So it would be quite interesting to see how the learned magistrate arrived at the sentences imposed on Mr. Malema in this instance, because it is, in my view, a bit of a harsh one with regards to the unlawful possession of a firearm, that you give such a lengthy custodial sentence. So the reasons thereof must be scrutinized quite substantially, so that we can establish why she chose to impose such a hefty one. And then when you look at what some may perceive as a more serious offence, the discharging of the firearm, only a fine of 20,000 rand was given. So it is quite interesting. And of course, we understand that the sentence is going to ultimately be appealed. So it will be interesting to see what arguments Mr. Malema and his legal team raise in their appealing of these sentences.
Yeah. I mean, would you say that creates a bit of a legal wobbly for perhaps for the magistrate when it comes to the appeal of the sentence itself? When you talk about the fact that count 1, the unlawful possession of a firearm, warranted a 5-year imprisonment, direct imprisonment, whereas count 3, in your opinion, discharging of the firearm is as serious or even perhaps even more serious than count 1, only warranted a 20,000 rand firearm. Does it create a legal wobbly and some room there for his team to navigate? Maybe hold that thought for us, and we'll come back after the headline news and we'll explore that.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the regional court at Kukombo City in the Eastern Cape has granted EFF leader Julius Malema leave to appeal his sentence. Commissioner Sandile Khumalo has put it to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi that he tasked officers Keisha Lee Stalls and Aidan McKenzie to go and commit an armed robbery involving precious stones. And an Israeli minister has confirmed that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak to the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun today. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are chatting to the director of SN Nguni Attorneys, Usinenhlanhla Nguni. And just before the break, we were talking about count 1 versus count 3. And, in your opinion, you had pointed out that count 3 carries just as much weight as count 1, discharging the firearm, and in some legal circles might even be considered as even a more heavier count than actually the possession of a firearm, and yet it only solicited a 20,000 rand fine.
Yeah. It's again something that we would have to look at the ruling as a whole of the magistrate and trying to establish the reasons for it. But I myself cannot, reconcile the facts with the ruling. But one obviously never knows with these things, because ultimately everything is subjective when it comes to these things, and sentencing can never really be objective, as much as we try and use some sort of a science in achieving the sentences. But I mean, you would have seen, for instance, Oscar Pistorius, who discharged a firearm in a public place as well, being a restaurant, and he was given a suspended sentence in relation to that. So one has to really try and understand why the magistrate arrived at the sentence. And I have no doubt that this will be raised by Mr. Malema's attorneys in the appeal, and these issues will be ventilated.
You're sort of just initial, without obviously having laid eyes on the judgment and being able to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, but having followed the case and hung on to the judgment and everything that the reasoning that the magistrate outlined for us in real time. You say you cannot reconcile with sort of the sentencing as it is structured. Where would be some of the areas of maybe concern, or even the loopholes that can be exploited for his appeals case in this instance?
Yeah, so I mean, ultimately, I have no doubt, in as much as the leave to appeal wasn't granted for the conviction, I have no doubt that the conviction in its entirety is going to be challenged. So I think one might need to first look at how that is looked at, because there were a lot of factual disputes with regards to this matter, and I think that the legal team will probably look at that first, the conviction as a whole, and then thereafter, if they're not successful, look at the sentence. I think to really move from the premise of appealing the sentence on its own without dealing with the convictions would be the wrong way of doing it, I think. So that's just my 2 cents with regards to that. But with regards to the sentence, I think that a higher court might, and we've seen it on many instances, such as the Duke case, and there was a State versus Humphreys case, where you find that the upper courts are a bit more lenient when it comes to sentencing.
In this situation, the appeal has been articulated and launched, and of course granted on condition, and we'll explore that a little bit later. So the next step becomes what in terms of this immediate step now, after the leader steps down from the podium?
Yeah. So, I mean, as I stated earlier, leave to appeal the conviction was refused. So Mr. Malema would then have 21 days to prosecute, or rather to petition the High Court with regards to an appeal to that forum. I highly doubt that would be refused, and I expect that the High Court would give him leave to appeal there with regards to the conviction. You may then see a scenario where the matter as a whole is consolidated to some effect, and then the entire appeal is heard before one forum. I think it's pragmatic in that sense, and I fully expect Mr. Malema to follow that route. So yeah, I think he is still probably going to appeal the conviction as a whole.
All right. We'll leave it there for this afternoon. Snenhlanhla Mnguni, thank you so much for the time. And maybe before I hang up, actually, just I know we touched on counts 1, counts 2, and counts 3. 4 and 5, failure to take responsible precautions to a person's or property, and reckless endangerment to a person's or property. Again, you said at the beginning that in the context of this conversation, we're saying the lesser of the 5 charges, but still very serious charges if they were to stand alone in a court of law.
Yeah, no, certainly. And I think, again, once you're charged, I think every charge deserves to be treated with the seriousness that one would approach them with. So, I again anticipate that those will also be appealed because ultimately a conviction, irrespective of how significant or slight the sentence is still a conviction and may have an adverse impact on you as a person who's been convicted. So, I think in totality, all 5 convictions stand to be appealed, and I think that potentially a different forum may arrive at a different conclusion with regards to this matter, or at least a conviction and or sentence of Mr. Malema.
In reality, if an appeal was not lodged, for instance, let's just play devil's advocate here, a 5-year direct sentence, and the magistrate said the 5 years and the 2 years would run concurrently. Would that mean serving a minimum of 1 year before he could, and the parole system in South Africa, what would that look like?
It depends in terms of what section he was sentenced. But if you recall, Oscar Pistorius, for instance, was sentenced and given 5 years initially, which effectively meant he would have had to serve a sixth of that sentence, which was in essence 10 months in custody. But there are instances where you're not sentenced in terms of that section and the subsection 1H, where 5 years effectively means you have to serve at least half your sentence before you're eligible for parole.
All right. I mean, lots for us to learn, I guess, by way of the legal mapping around this situation. Snenhlanhla Mnguni, thank you for the time, Director of SN Mnguni Attorneys. It's fast approaching 2 o'clock. We're going to hit a quick reset button, and then we're going to come back on the other side with Zoe Mudiche.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mwekezi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mwekezi.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Under the theme, Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Zoe Modiga is in studio, and of course we are live streaming, so if you want to see the fabulous singer-songwriter, all you have to do is log on to our social media platforms at SAFM Radio. We were just keying amongst ourselves because, you know, she looks, you can hear, she's a jingling, she's a jangling. The hair is as big and as high and it's touching the gods. She's channeling all kinds of fabulousness. And so rightfully she corrects me and she goes, "This is how I look when I come to work, Bridget." And I'm like, and I got to appreciate that because, you know, there's a sense of seriousness about who you are, what you do, and what you represent. And I think sometimes it's lacking, you know, in some creative avenues for others. So when you come across a creative that says, "Hey, yeah, I'm clocking in now."
Literally,
I'm clocking in.
Clanking my bangles all about. Look, I have a deep reverence for the music, the platform, doing what I'm able to do, what I've been given the opportunity to do, and of course, just your time and the listeners' time. Well, I know they don't get to see how I came in, but really, it's just my way of it's my love language, my respect to you and everyone.
We appreciate it. Well done and congratulations on a fabulous performance this past weekend with a tribute to Hugh Masekela. All I saw on social media, I mean, you were amongst your peers, all equally great. But all I saw on social media were people going, "Oh, Zoe Modiga. Zoe Modiga."
I mean, it was great for my little confidence there. But yes, it was a fantastic tribute that we did for our cultural icon, Ubabu Hugh Masekela at the Joburg Theatre, a 4-day extravaganza. There was Ubab Vuse Mahlasela, Sis Judith Sepuma, Trezor, and an incredible world-class band, a band that actually played with Ubrahu.
Oh, lovely.
So it was a beautiful opportunity to be able to keep his legacy alive. I mean, I met him at the age of like maybe 12, 13 because he came to my high school to do a talk. And I mean, he would not have taken a picture with me in this hair.
No, he would not have.
He would not have. So I definitely had my cornrows out for the gig. But it was so beautiful to just, you know, be able to keep his legacy alive because he really gave so generously of himself to so many different generations of songwriters, musicians, performers. So it was an honor. And I really felt him there. I had a trance singing his song, Bachabula Bonke, every single night. I just felt like, whoo, I'm going into another place, you know. But it felt like he was present. He was there. It wasn't somber. It was a celebration.
I love that. I think befitting of the late Brahu, indeed. I was chuckling when you were starting your story about you met him. Instantly, my mind went, I was like, I wonder when she met him. Because I think everybody has had those encounters with you. I mean, I feel from the back.
Really?
What must happen with this horse here?
That sounds about right. So all protocol observed.
Right.
But Masigela, wigs off. Okay.
Wigs off, indeed. You've had such an incredible journey, Zoe. I mean, from your days as an art student, she's an alumni, by the way, of the National School of the Arts, amongst other kids who went there who've gone on to do fabulous things, to the multi-award winning singer-songwriter. You know, Zoe Modikge is performing on international stages, garnering audience love and fandom everywhere you go. When you reflect back, I mean, was this the vision as that 12, 13-year-old? Was this what you envisioned for yourself, and does it supersede that, or there's still a long way to go because perhaps your markers consistently move?
My goodness. Well, I mean, I'm a millennial, a young millennial. I am a born free. There's that as well. So that means I grew up when media was talking about Rainbow Nation and the world being your oyster. I was raised by Hannah Montana and Raven. So I was, raised around the idea of just being successful very young. There was that whole culture of thinking and of being. So for me, I mean, I could have gone to the moon already. That's where my mind was. I was then raised to be very ambitious about, music and the places that it could take me, because it was always my wonder world. It was always my friend. It was always my hiding place. It was always my place to dream. And I think from that point to now, I've been able to experience so many beautiful things. I love what music has shown me. It's shown me a lot of goodness, a lot of opportunities, a lot of pain, a lot of having to be steadfast and to have willpower over time as well. So I've seen every kind of thing going through this path, but it's all worth it for me, because it's always really been about how music can make people feel. That's what I always loved about music the most. And if I could be a part of that story in some way, then I've done everything I could possibly do.
Living in the dualities, though, sounds like it opened up an infinite wealth of possibility and imagination for you, and which ultimately also just fuels and drives the creativity. Hannah Montana and That's So Raven, come on, girl.
Literally, when Hannah Montana sings her goodbye song, la 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 la. Absolutely, I think being able to be an artist is to reflect the times. That's what Miss Nina Simone says. And to reflect the times is telling the whole story, not just the parts you like, not just the beautifully wrapped parts. And being a human being is also a part of that. So seeing what music has shown me, which is both good, bad, ugly, delicious, scrumptious, rewarding, thankless, beautiful, every kind of thing, also allows me to be an honest storyteller, because all I'm doing is reflecting who it is that we are. And maybe for whoever's listening, it's not you being an entertainer or a storyteller, but in your everyday life, you also have to face different kinds of things. So mine is just to be led in what it is that I do, and to continue to jump as far as jumping at the opportunity of telling stories and awakening who it is that we are, our condition as people, our imagination, our healing, our collective joy, especially in this oddly burning world. I mean, there's been a lot more flames even just today. So and I hope to be able to do that for as long as I'm here, for sure.
We are in conversation with award-winning singer-songwriter Zoe Modikge, joins us in studio. And of course, we are delving into your fourth studio album, The Vault. Aptly named so, because from what I read, it's 18 years worth of unreleased music. And we're going as back as 2007.
Yes.
Okay, so firstly, why do you not release the music initially?
Well, it's so funny, because I don't think the music would have been cohesive with anything that has been released. We look at my first album, 2017, and It's like a pop of yellow out of nowhere. An album about self-realization. Inganegwane was about our identity as a people. Nomthandazo was basically a hymn book. I don't think that the work that is in the vault would have been cohesive with any of that work, but it was actually created alongside some of the favorites that people loved listening to and have made memories to, thankfully, because it means I get to keep my job. But it's been beautiful to now feel like it is the time to hop onto the spaceship, and it is time to then share from my treasures, share vulnerable pieces of myself, share my versions of what love has been over more than 2 decades. I mean, the first song, Little Girl, there's a part at the end of the song where I sing, I'm glad I'm not falling. And I remember jumping up and down a bed, not older than 4 or 5, making up that song. So it's all these pieces of myself that I've brought together for this work, and I hope the audience in some way also collects pieces of themselves, you know, and we get to be childlike, we get to, imagine, we get to be ourselves freely, we get to make peace with all of the expansiveness that we come with, so yeah.
So now when you go as far back as a track that you started working on when you were 4 or 5.
When you say track, it sounds funny.
Well, what is it called?
I was working on this track.
A record? Never know the lingo. When you go that far back, firstly, was it completed at the time? Was it more poetic at the time, like a poem that you sang? Or did you then, when you decide to work on the vault and start putting together this compilation of work, do you then visit some pieces and rework them from the perspective of an older Zoe while still keeping that essence?
Literally. You have said it verbatim. I mean, it was definitely not a track when I was 4 or 5 years old. I'd like to claim being like this genius, but I guess recollections may vary, But it was really just going into a childlike space. The vault came from a very tumultuous time, actually. I've heard this a lot. Just having conversations with people about how 2025 was such a challenging year for some, transformative for others, transitional for some. And with me, it was that way. I needed to remember why I do what I do. I needed to be a child again to music and to quiet down the noise of all the things that can come with it. So I thought of the first thing, and I thought of myself free, with no inhibitions, and that song came to mind. I'm glad I'm not falling. And while collecting all the pieces of myself, I found that childlike thing, that being obsessed with music and loving the impact it has on people is something that I was pulled to. So it really was just pieces of myself over the years, and then in some way making peace with the pieces.
Were they, speaking of the making peace, were they pieces that opened up doors that perhaps were unhealed in that moment?
Oh my goodness, yes. I would definitely say that. Again, being a human being is not just the carefully wrapped up parts of who it is that we are. It's all of who it is that we are. And the thing about going down memory lane is that there is the gift of hindsight. But I think about myself at 5. There were beautiful things about being 5 years old, but I remember things that I found odd about the world even then. There's a song called Legendary where I wrote it in high school. Gifted, privileged opportunity to go to an art school. Beautiful things were happening around that time and being exposed to seeing the world a certain way. But it was also a challenging transitional time as well. So at every part of the different people that I've essentially been, there was beautiful things to pull from that, and definitely painful things that I'm also still, trying to make sense of as a grown woman now.
Yeah. I wish we had more time. I wish it was a Friday, because I wish we've just scratched the surface. But we got a message here that said, wow, Zoe is a one-of-a-kind. What a diverse muso. Love. Yahweh 2017 album is my favorite. She does amazing collaborations with Manana and yet can still keep it African. It's the artistic expression when she performs on dresses, as she is today.
Ooh.
Hi. she's just extra. Emoji, 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 emoji. And this is from Champ in Polokwane.
Thank you, Champ.
Had to put in the emojis there.
Emoji, emoji, emoji.
Emoji. We are going to, okay, so I've got 2 songs, right? I'll let you say which one we should play into the news with as we close our conversation. So it's Invisibility Cloak.
Yes.
And When the Rain Comes.
Absolutely. So we can start with Invisibility Cloak, a song that was inspired by a disenfranchised man that I would always run into in Johannesburg, who then disappeared. And I was like, where is he? He came back again, and I realized that there is an invisibility that he experiences, and that's something a lot of us can relate to. Even myself as a platformed person, I can in many ways feel unseen as a human being as well. So that's what that song's about. And then When the Rain Comes is really the joy of things that don't seem like a joy. When you think of the rain, it's like, oh man, I don't want this to be happening. But rain can also be a blessing, you know, and in many ways is a blessing. So it's being able to have that perspective and say that I'm warm within myself, even in the rain.
I love it. Zoe Modiga, I appreciate you as per always, and thank you for making all the effort and stepping out in your workwear to come and visit us. That 4th album is out, The Vault. We'll go into the news with the Invisibility Cloak, and then, as per usual, in the second hour of the show, we'll wrap it up with When the Rain Comes. She'll be listening to us on the radio then.
I do want to actually invite music lovers very quickly to our album launch, Market Theatre, 23rd of April. That's next week, Thursday. Grab your tickets, and thank you for having me.
We are invited. You're to an album launch. Did you say Market Theatre?
Market Theatre, iconic John Gunny stage. It's going to be one for the books.
Wonderful.
One for those who dream, disrupt, imagine, who want to be emancipated within themselves. So let's see each other on the spaceship.
23rd of April it is. That's Zoe Modiga at the Market Theatre launching The Vault. For now, Invisibility Cloak.
Invisibility cloak. You don't see me, you won't see me. Saying hi to the busier folk. They're trying not to see me. No, I'm a person with a story. There weren't many soft landings. Someone meaning well birthed me. They had hopes and dreams for me. To them I was somebody. Even then your eyes don't see me. Wearing my invisibility cloak. Call me Joseph. Coat of many colors. Coat of many colors. Coat of many colors. Wearing my invisibility
the top stories, Malema granted leave to appeal his sentence, and Mkhwanazi continues with testimony at the Madlanga Commission. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. The regional court at Gugombo City in the Eastern Cape has granted EFF leader Julius Malema leave to appeal his sentence. Malema was earlier today sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment after being found guilty on firearm-related charges. The court, however, has denied leave to appeal the conviction. Magistrate Toinette Olivier, who delivered the judgment.
In respect of sentence, there is always a possibility that another court may come to a different conclusion regarding sentence. Therefore, this court does not have any intention to stand in the way of such a possibility. Safe to say, the court will not stand in the way, and therefore leave to appeal sentence in this matter is granted.
Law enforcement officers have fired rubber bullets at EFF supporters in Mbombela who have gathered outside the Mpumalanga High Court. The supporters took to the streets to demonstrate their frustration towards the sentence that was handed down to Malema. They blockaded traffic on both directions of the N4, refusing to back down despite police firing rubber bullets at them. The road to the High Court has been temporarily closed. The Independent Development Corporation has made another 200 million rand available to enable the sugar giant Tonga Tulid to continue its operations until the end of June. This has emerged in the Durban High Court, where business rescue practitioners filed an application in February for the company's provisional liquidation. Advocate Arnold Subel has told the court that the IDC's additional money provides an opportunity to try and agree on a viable rescue plan. It will also enable Tonga Tulid to open its mills for the 3.5 million ton sugarcane harvest to be processed. They are now asking for the case to be postponed. Commissioner Sandile Khumalo has put it to suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi that he tasked officers Keisha Lee Stolz and Aidan Mackenzie to go and commit an armed robbery involving precious stones. Allegations before the Madlanga Commission suggest that Mkhwanazi had concocted a story about an alleged police operation that his officers were taking part in, which involved the theft of gemstones from a man in Rosebank in Gauteng. Khumalo put it to Mkhwanazi that no paperwork was presented about the alleged operation, thus pointing to the fact that it was a robbery.
Because if there's no criminal complaint and you go to somebody's house and you confiscate rocks and there's no paper, there's no record of where those rocks are, what happened to them, then it's an armed robbery to me.
You know, Commissioner, to answer you, after I've read the statement and they've said they've handed over evidence and the documents, I think the investigations will lead us to something. You see.
An Israeli minister has confirmed that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak to the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun today. Lebanon earlier cast out on U.S. President Donald Trump's claim that the leaders were due to hold talks. This follows Trump's earlier announcement that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon will hold talks today for the first time in more than 30 years. The BBC's Yolandi Nell reports.
We're starting to see on Israeli army radio a cabinet member has come out saying that the Prime Minister is indeed expected to speak later today with the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun. And still, though, what we've been hearing the latest from my colleagues in Beirut when they have been contacting their sources in the Lebanese presidency is that they have no information on any kinds of talks. But if this does happen, it will break a huge taboo, and it would have, especially in Lebanon, major political consequences. These are two countries that have never had diplomatic relations. They remain technically in a state of war.
Recapping the top story, the regional court at Gugombo City in the Eastern Cape has granted EFF leader Julius Malema leave to appeal his sentence. Malema was earlier today sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment after being found guilty on firearm-related charges. I'm Ondilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAFM to to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Brilliantly taken!
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Be unbreakable.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 2-litre Spar Extra Shelf Life Full Cream or Low-Fat Milk for $31.99. Save £5. Or 200-gram Baker's Blue Label Murray Biscuits. Buy any 2 for 33. Save £11. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe, and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
When the rain comes, pitter patter, pitter patter, thunder roaring, lightning storming in. I'm safe and sound, cozy and homebound. Oh, when the rain comes, pitter patter, pitter patter. Thunder's roaring, lightning storming in. I'm safe and sound, cozy and homebound. Praying for those who don't have the warmth that I do. Brother, sister, let the warmth find you. Praying for those who don't have the warmth that I do. Let this warmth find you. Let the warmth find you.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It is the incomparable sounds of Zoe Mudiga. When the Rain Comes, that is one of the offerings from her new studio album, her fourth studio album, The Vault. And as you heard, she's invited you and I to come through to the Market Theatre on the 23rd of April to come be in song and conversation with her as she presents this body of work that spans 18 years, music going as far back as 2007. All worked and reworked for this latest contribution. 2:10 on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. And the conversation still continues today because, as anticipated, the story that is going to be dominating the news circuit today is that of EFF leader Julius Malema, who has been sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment in his firearms handling and discharge case and received a combined 60,000 Rand fine. Now, the sentence is confirmed to go to the appeals court. That is what we saw there, of course, with the magistrate granting that application for the sentencing to go to the appeals court to be appeals, but denying the application for the conviction in its entirety. Earlier on the show, we had a conversation with Usnenhlanhla Mnguni, who is the MD, the director of SN Mnguni Attorneys, and we're going to continue with that analysis and just looking at the judiciary and the justice system in the country and trying to figure out what does the appeals process look like for Julius Malema now. And we're going to be in conversation with Mpumelelo Zikalala, who is a legal practitioner at Zikalala Attorneys. How are you doing this afternoon, Mpumelelo?
Good afternoon to you, and also good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated indeed. So we've had quite the eventful morning coming out from that East London Regional Court for the second day today. It was the highly publicized sentencing of the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Last October, he was convicted of 5 counts, including violating the Firearms Control Act after firing live rounds during the party's 5th anniversary celebrations back in 2018. Yesterday, we heard the heads of arguments in the case for pre-sentencing proceedings that got underway with the members and supporters of the EFF being out in Gukompo in support. I think what we're trying to understand today is where to from here as the first base question, right? Because the Economic Freedom Fighters have been saying that they are ready to take this to the highest court in the land. They are ready to appeal this and take it as far as it could possibly go. So talk to us about the first immediate steps for Julius Malema.
So the first immediate step would be to deal with the issue of the merits. Remember that when the magistrate granted the appeal, they said on merits I'm not granting you that appeal, but however on the sentence I'll allow you. That means that Mr. Malema needs to petition the High Court now to say, well, your learned sister has granted me a petition in terms of the sentence, but I want to deal with the merits as well. Can you come to the conclusion to say there are things that can be stated on that particular appeal? And once the petition has been granted, then you can deal with the sentence and the merits all at once and determine whether they were meant to be given in the manner in which it was given in. So it's quite a long way to go. There is a one hurdle before the real matter is able to be heard. But it won't one which will take that long. It's just a question of the magistrate substantiating a judgment if she wants to, and then when that particular process has taken place, then it goes on to the High Court for the adjudication of whether the merits should be appealed upon, and on the merits, because the judge has been agreed, you simply deal with the argument of saying why are you saying that the judgment that was issued or the sentence that was issued is not an appropriate one.
So here's where I like to slow down legal experts because the rest of us are just layman's persons trying to really just understand this, from the most basic of levels. When we talk dealing with issues of the merits,
Yes.
Explain that to us as though we were in elementary grade school. So what are they dealing with there? What are the issues of the merits?
Now, on the merits, you're asking the simple question, are you guilty or not guilty?
Okay.
So we're saying on the evidence that was provided to you, was it enough to convince you to find Mr. Malema guilty? If you are saying yes, that they were, now you move on to the second leg. You found them guilty. What is the appropriate sentence that you are going to give it? Hence why this appeal process, if you look at the two, the magistrate is saying, on whether I found them guilty or not, I'm absolutely certain and that there's nothing wrong that I've done.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the sentence, maybe there's a chance that I may have gone overboard, or maybe I issued a sentence which was minor, which is again a chance that you take if you take a matter on appeal.
Mm-hmm.
But he can go and deal with that. But in terms of whether I was right or wrong in finding him guilty, on that one, I have no doubts whatsoever. I was correct. If you think I was wrong, then go to the High Court, petition them, maybe they'll come to a different conclusion.
Oh, I see. And I think that was the other thing that we were going to ask, but you've made it clear here, because I received a tweet from someone saying, well, she's denied the appeal for conviction, but granted the appeal for sentencing, as though is it within her purview as a magistrate to deny the appeal of conviction. I think the other thing this case is opening up an opportunity for the legal fraternity to also educate us about how the legal systems in South Africa works. So if she says, I've denied you the appeal for conviction because I feel I'm absolutely correct in convicting you, as you've stated now, no one will find otherwise. We assume that magistrates are within their purview to do that, right? You can't challenge that once they've said that. Once they've denied you a particular appeal, you can't then challenge their denial, or can you?
You can, but you don't call it an appeal now, you call it a petition. So you said, in that magistrate court that I went to ask for an appeal, they've said no. Now, can I petition you? Let me use a very loose word called ukfel.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go and try and court the High Court, the judges there, to see if they can come to the same conclusion. In certain instances, the High Court will come back and say, well, maybe you're right. Let's hear what we've got to say. State those reasons, highlight those differences within the judgment that has been issued. Before we do so, we are going to ask that magistrate to provide substantive reasons or to add onto a judgment. And if they want to, if they don't want to, we simply adjudicate the matter based on what we have. But it's one of those ways in which our legal system was trying to say, even if you find a magistrate who's so biased against or so wrong against you, let's not close the door in terms of the appeal process. You can do this petitioning process from the High Court to the SCA. Even the Constitutional Court can be petitioned. You just have to follow those processes.
I got you. We want to just take a little break now. We'll come back on the other side and continue this conversation as we try to understand what the appeals process will look like for the economic freedom fighters, but also at large, just understanding court processes in South Africa and what certain terminologies and the various stages that matters go to within the court. If you have an observation or question, 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Pay your rent, take care of your daily needs, build your life, and when your family needs you, you don't wait. You send money home, quickly, securely, from wherever you are. Because this is more than money, it's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
We are in conversation with legal practitioner at Zikalala Attorneys, Mpumelelo Zikalala, walking us through the appeals processes in South Africa, and particularly as they pertain to the sentencing of Julius Malema, economic freedom fighters leader, of course, in this case. The other thing that I noted this morning was the reports coming through from SABC News was that the sentencing was awaited at Gugombo. Simultaneously, there were legal representations across the country in Makhanda, in Johannesburg, and even Limpopo was communicated by our colleagues at SABC News. What is the purpose, perhaps, of having those legal representations stationed in these particular regions? What steps does that speak to?
I think we were trying to anticipate a situation where the magistrate is going to say, well, I'll consider it some other time. You must go to jail in that meantime. So they wanted to make sure that they note that appeal. The appeal is drafted and submitted. So you can't hide between the fact of saying that I have no appeal which is in front of you. So why it made it easier for the magistrate to then rule and say, on the merits, guilty or not guilty, I find you, there's no appeal that I'm granting here. However, on the sentence, I'm granting that appeal. They didn't want the CIC to spend even one day in jail while they are preparing that particular application. So it was quite prudent from the side of the legal practitioners to say, let's be prepared. Make sure that you go to court and you must file all the necessary papers. We do not want our client to spend a single day in jail.
So those necessary papers that would have been filed, I'm presuming Makhanda would have been the High Court. Yes. And then in Johannesburg, would that have been the Supreme Courts of Appeals?
I think so, but at the same time, if you go and you miss one step, you risk your application being thrown out due to non-compliance. So I think on that one, it may have been on the process of saying this, the magistrate is denying us the right to appeal with no apparent reason. We are appealing this matter to you. It's a matter of life and death in terms of bail that we want. Can you please come to our assistance?
All right. Talk to us about South African law and the legal grounds perhaps that are typically required for a convicted persons like a Julius Malema to successfully appeal a firearms conviction. If you track all these big headline stories on social media, suddenly everybody has a legal degree and everybody has analysis. But from a practitioner like yourself, an expert like yourself, walk us through what the law says typically around there being grounds for launching a success at a legal appeal.
Well, noting an appeal, you simply say, well, let's look at the evidence that was provided compared to how the presiding officer judged it or assessed whether it has merits or not. And one of the things that would attack is the way evidence has been collected, whether that evidence is sufficient, and would a rational magistrate or a rational judge in the shoes of the one that was judging this particular matter come to the same conclusion. So you would say, for example, one, there was no record to say that the gun was real or not. There's no evidence that seems to suggest. However, there's an assumption by the judge or the magistrate that was so. On that basis, we want this matter to be thrown out. You can find another one to say, well, the expert witness was brought in, was not really an expert. There are certain points which were not considered. However, she's placing much emphasis on what the expert witness stated. So it is all those things in which we would look at it. If you go to this case, you then find certain procedural irregularities that have taken place. For example, let's look at the co-accused who has now been acquitted. On what basis is the co-accused acquitted compared to Mr. Malema? And they meant to be assessed on the same basis of facts. If it's good for the second accused, why is it not good for the first accused, which is Mr. Malema? So it's all those things in which we then sit down and say, I want to decipher every single aspect of evidence that has been provided, look at it whether it was considered in its appropriate manner, whether it was obtained properly, and how it was assessed. If there's a discrepancy in terms of that assessment, that is what I'm going to rely on my appeal to say, a reasonable presiding officer would have not have found me guilty had they had considered this evidence in its proper manner.
Someone, and I want to go to WhatsApp, 0614104107. I also want to make an observation around something that we saw on Twitter. Perhaps let's go to WhatsApp first, and then we'll come back and we'll tag the two together.
Fellow SFM listeners, good day. My name is Tulani Nzima in Croydon. Succinctly, when does a sentence or call it a sentence or conviction gets to be suspended? Is it on getting the right to appeal or lodging the appeal? Because I heard that it's going to take about 20, it should be done within 21 days. Does the sentence or conviction get to be suspended immediately or on appeal? Because remember, Julius would then have had to apply for bail. I suspect that it does not automatically suspend it, but on appeal, yes, it does, because you can be granted the right to appeal but not appeal. You can be granted the right to appeal but not lodge the appeal that one has to lodge. Thank you.
All right, Tulani, thank you for that. Mpumelelo, maybe let's deal with that, and then we'll go to the other observation.
Let me put it like this. Remember, once an appeal has been lodged, how do you know that it has been lodged? There are papers that are there. They've been submitted. In the magistrate that you are in now, there are a set of papers that says to her, make a decision on whether you are right or wrong. If then she comes back as she did today and says on the merits no, on the sentence yes, that means that the appeal is live. Once the appeal is live, you then go back as if that judgment was never issued at all.
Oh.
So we can then consider Mr. Malema to be a person not to have any judgment issued against him. So you then go back and say you can go to and continue with those appeal processes. You're not going to start with the sentence immediately, which is why his legal rep were waiting in line in all the different places that you've calculated, which is the High Court and also in Johannesburg, to say, just in case we come back and the presiding officer doesn't want to listen to the matter, what is it that you are going to do? Okay, we can launch an urgent application requesting that he be released immediately and citing all those rights of his which are going to be infringed. Why? Because he's now taken as an innocent man after a lodging of appeal has been noted. Because the one thing in which the court is the law is trying to run away from, if you are found not guilty at a later stage, how are you going to repay the amount of time in which you spent in jail if at the end of the appeal it is then discovered that you are now a free man? So it's better to let you go and allow the process to go through, and then if you are found guilty, you still continue to serve your sentence.
Makes sense. Someone tweeted, and this was at Baliso Mlamli. I'm hoping I'm getting that correct. And Mlamli says, don't ask me what I think Malema's sentence should be. I'm still stuck at the fact that the man who handed him the firearm, in this case Adrian Snyman, walked out scot-free. I still can't make sense of that. A lot of people seem to be tying this together that, well, and someone made a comment saying, well, if I give you a match and you light a fire, am I now an accomplice in you lighting a fire? Whereas I just simply gave you a match. I know it's the worst example to give, but that was the example given.
I think the appropriate one would be, in this case, to say the Firearms Controls Act says you as the owner of the gun, you bear the responsibility of keeping the gun safe. Now, if I hand it to someone else and they utilize it, then the question should be, should I also be punished? But the more pertinent question is, according to the Act, is there a provision or a section that bars me from doing that? So if it's found with a gun, I handed the gun to somebody else, is there a section which is going to find me guilty? If the answer is no, then it's going to be acquitted. But if the answer is yes, then he's not supposed to be acquitted. But that is a mistake or a procedural flaw which was made by the magistrate. Now, he can't be tried twice, but you can rely on that in terms of your assessment as Mr. Malema to say, you know, when I say there's an element of biasness against me from the judge, this is what I mean. A reasonable magistrate would have been able to find both of us guilty, but because they were so obsessed with me, they ended up overlooking all the other important points that I've stated and focused on this one. And there's an element of biasness that is there, which is why I'm quoting. Remember, the Constitution guarantees us that whenever we go to court, procedurally and in terms of the merits, everything must be done constitutionally, and justice must prevail. If there are elements of where justice hasn't prevailed, then the person ought to be found not guilty.
I mean, I wish we had more time around this because the questions are coming in fast and furious, and folks want to know what happens if the appeal is unsuccessful. Maybe just to steal 30 more seconds, Ondela, my apologies. What happens if the appeal is not successful?
And then he will be called to come and start serving his sentence, which will be 5 years.
Plain as that. Thank you so much for your time, Mpumelelo Zikalala, legal practitioner at Zikalala Attorneys. It's gone 2:30. Ondela Mbane standing by with the headlines.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the NPA has welcomed the 5-year sentence imposed on EFF leader Julius Malema on his firearm discharge case. In October last year, Malema was found guilty of contravening the Firearms Controls Act. Deputy President Paul Mashatile has emphasized the importance of ensuring that the country's human resource development system remains responsive to rapid technological change, including artificial intelligence, digitalization, and automation. And Turkish police have ordered the arrest of 83 people over social media posts about this week's deadly school shootings. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Nali Bali. Did you know that kindness is one of the most powerful gifts we can give to others? When you share, help, or say kind words, we make the world a brighter place. Sometimes it can be tempting to keep everything for ourselves or want more and more without thinking about others. But being greedy often makes us unhappy in the end. Kindness, on the other hand, spreads joy, and not only to those we help, but also to us. Think about it. When you share your snack, your toy, or even just your smile, how does it make you feel? It feels good, doesn't it? That's because kindness connects us while greed separates us. So today, let's remember that even the smallest act of kindness can make a big difference. Now get comfortable and open your hearts as we listen to today's story called The Magic Peacock, written by Bradley Pauls. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... In a small village nestled among towering trees and rolling hills lived a boy named Uthman. He was the son of a farmer, a job that earned him much respect but little else after years of poor harvests. Every day after school, Uthman would wander down to the river bank and watch other children play with longing. He could not join them because he was too weak from hunger. One afternoon, as Uthman sat by the river's edge, a majestic peacock approached him, his tail feathers shimmering in the sunlight. The peacock said,
"I hope you don't mind me asking, but why do you never join in the games of the other children, young child?"
Uthman sighed, his gaze drifting to the other children.
I wish I could, but I'm so hungry and I'm too tired to join in. My family has suffered for years because of bad harvests,
he said. The peacock nodded solemnly. Then he said,
Oh, poor child, let me help you. Take one of my tail feathers and place it right above the mantelpiece of your fireplace. Soon, all of your worries will disappear and you will 100% be able to play with the other children.
With a gentle nudge, the peacock encouraged Uthman to pluck out one of his feathers. Though hesitant, Uthman followed the peacock's instructions. Then he carried the magic feather home like a precious treasure. It was his new lucky charm. As days turned into weeks, things changed remarkably on Uthman's farm. The once barren land now flourished. Golden fields of wheat could be seen everywhere, and fat ears of corn hung from stalks on the mealie plants. And because Uthman now had plenty to eat and was no longer feeling weak, he could enjoy his afternoons playing games with other children by the river, and he spent time with his newfound feathered friend. One day, as Uthman sat by the riverbank, the peacock noticed that he frowned on his young friend's face.
Why do you look so worried, Uthman?
The peacock asked gently. Uthman sighed, his eyes downcast.
My parents have been talking about how they wish they had a little more money. They want to buy better tools to make the farming easier. Yes, the crops have improved, but the work is still hard. I feel bad for even thinking about asking you for more help.
He said. The peacock tilted his head. Then he said,
Uthman, your parents work so hard, and it's natural to want to make your lives easier. Don't feel bad for asking. I'm always happy to help you.
Uthman looked up, still hesitant.
But it won't hurt you if I take another feather. And you've helped us so much already.
He said to the peacock. The peacock gave him a comforting smile.
Please, Uthman, don't worry about me. I will grow new feathers. Your happiness is my happiness. Trust me, Uthman.
The peacock said as he fluffed his feathers which sparkled in the sunlight.
Oh, thank you, dear peacock,
said Uthman. That evening he returned home with another feather. He placed it on the mantelpiece, hoping it would turn into the money that his father needed to buy new farming tools. Uthman's family farm began to flourish even more. With the good harvests and new tools, they became the wealthiest family in the village. Their neighbors, who used to pity them when they were poor, grew jealous and suspicious of their good fortune. One day, the village elder confronted the family.
Hey, what kind of magic are you using? You guys were the poorest family. Now you're the richest. And why are you not sharing the secret with the rest of us?
The village elder asked Uthman's father. Other villagers were starting to join the elder. They looked angry and spiteful. Feeling scared, Uthman shouted out the truth.
Wait, guys, please. It's my friend. You see, the peacock. He's been giving me his tail feathers and they've brought good fortune to my family.
He said. The elder's eyes widened with greed. Without a moment's hesitation, he rallied the villagers, and together they rushed to capture the peacock. They plucked all of his beautiful feathers, hoping to claim the magic for themselves. Later that day, Uthman found the peacock in a cage, his once magnificent plumage all gone. Tears streamed down Uthman's face as he knelt by the cage and said,
Oh, I'm so sorry for what they've done to you. I never expected this to happen.
Oh, Uthman. The peacock looked at Uthman with kind, understanding eyes and replied,
I know, Uthman. Your sadness is my sadness, and they will be punished for their greed.
As the peacock spoke, rain started falling from the sky. The rivers began flooding and the fields were soon covered by flood water. Water seeped into the houses and ruined the furniture inside. As the villagers rushed around trying to save their belongings from the flood, Uthman freed the peacock from the cage.
Okay, come. Fly away, my friend.
Uthman urged through his tears. The villagers watched in shock as their crops were swept away by the floods. Uthman stood tall and called out to them.
This is punishment for your greed. You took what was not yours, and now we all have to suffer.
The storm subsided, leaving the village covered in mud and debris. A harsh lesson had been learned. As Uthman stood looking at his family's ruined farmlands, a beautiful peacock tail feather floated down beside him. The peacock, now free, circled around Uthman's head before flying away, never to be seen again. Years passed, and Uthman grew into a wise and compassionate man. His farm prospered, and there was always enough food in his home to feed his family and to share with others. Villagers, now guided by Uthman's wisdom, learned to value kindness over greed, and they never forgot the story of the magic peacock. And so we come to the end of another Nalibali story time. Today's story was called The Magic Peacock, written by Bradley Powles. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nalibali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nalibali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nalibali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bongi Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
SAFM Music. Good times, good memories.
I'm just like somebody
Old school sounding so good. SAFM Music with you wherever you go.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we're going to catch up with Stefan Burton, our CEO of Optimi Group. There's a critical segment of our education system that is often overlooked, and that's adult education. And this is in accordance to the CEO himself, Stefan Burton. So we thought we'd unpack this a little bit as to why adult matric is often overlooked. What are some of the challenges in this space and perhaps even the implications? How are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm doing well, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. I think it's a super important topic.
Oh, no, we welcome the conversation indeed, and we appreciate your time. So every January, we focus obviously on the National Senior Certificate results, but the conversation really says nothing about the working age South Africans without grade 12 certificates. And you point out and highlight that this is a significant barrier to entry for the formal economy. Firstly, I guess let's talk about why we don't pay much attention to adult matriculants at all. This show is particularly engaged on tracking the conversation around matriculants, but we've never had a conversation around adult matriculants.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it, like I say, it's a topic that I think is so important and close to my heart. It's interesting that it's not really at the forefront of what we talk about, because all the statistics show that a matriculation certificate or a matric certificate is such an important entry point into employment, into further studies, etc. And yet we know that there's a few million people in South Africa, adults, that do not have matric certificates. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's a topic that we need to press more on.
Why is it often overlooked? In a country like ours, where we talk about development, where we talk about skilling up our population for the potential of them to plug into the economy, why is the fact that there are millions of adults walking around without the piece of paper that allows the most basic entry to the most basic pathway to economic freedom and liberation? Why do we not engage this conversation more frequently?
Well, I think you can unpack this in sort of many dimensions. Firstly, we see stats every year coming through of how many learners that start a cohort in grade 1. And what we mean with a cohort is, they would start in grade 1, and how many of them actually make it through to matric. It's an extremely low portion. We talk about a matric pass rate of 87%. I think that was the one last year. But actually, if you take the whole cohort, only about 50% of the people who started in grade 1 go through and finish matric and pass matric. So there's this missing number of learners every single year that we churn out in our country. And like you say, it's not really actually something that's focused on. I also think there's barriers. There's lots of issues with access. People might think that a matric is a once in a lifetime type of opportunity, and when you miss it, you've missed it. But that's not true. There's definitely maybe some education to be had across our adult population, that if you've missed your matric, there are multiple pathways for you to go back and obtain that. And even if you feel like you've maybe gotten your matric but it wasn't good enough, maybe you want to improve some of your results, there's definitely pathways afterwards that you can pursue to rectify that. And I think many of these things play a role that people don't not necessarily understand or realize that. The last thing I would say is there's also maybe a bit of a societal change required to emphasize the value of a matric certificate. I remember when I was still small and growing up, there was a almost like a pervasive idea. Many people used to tell you, don't worry about matric, or don't worry about studying after matric. It doesn't help anyway. Just go and get a job as quickly as possible. But if you look at, for example, our employment stats, if listeners will know this, but unemployment in South Africa is the highest, or one of the highest in the world. But if you unpack the unemployment stats, unemployment, I think in our country last year they were saying was about 33%. But for people that don't have matric, that unemployment level jumps to close to 40%. So you have a much better chance to find employment if you do something around your level of education and push it at least to matric. But I would say even beyond that. And I think that societal realization or that societal change is something that we also need to talk about and push for.
You're also calling for the system expansion, saying that the system must expand access, not only through new infrastructure but through practical models that also help people train, qualify and enter work faster. Elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, so I think that goes beyond just adult matric. Adult matric is important because that we view that as a gateway into further opportunities. Firstly a gateway into employment, but also a gateway into further studies and training and so on. But you're right. Once you've done that, I think people should, and it's part of that societal change which I talk about. People should not stop. I always talk about the fact that we as humans, we are learning organisms. Right? We are wired to learn. You learn every single second of the day. You see something and you choose to, recognize what you've just seen and unpack and interpret that into your brain. And over time, that becomes how you learn and how you change. And I think that is as important for a person's, call it, formal education, right? It doesn't stop at school. And if you take on that mindset, and again, it's a societal mindset. If you take on that mindset that I'm improving myself, I'm learning every day, I'm pushing forward. Matric is important, I agree, and to me that is an entry point into even further, studies and further training and upskilling. And just by the way, on that point, there was a report recently released where they spoke about what they call the human capital. It was by the World Bank, building human capital. Now, human capital, what they meant was people's skills, people's knowledge and experience. And what they said sounds very obvious, but I think it's important to repeat here, and that is the foundation of economic growth and prosperity, poverty reduction in any country in the world is based on that human capital. And as South Africa, I think that's what we need to start focusing on, is to say, if we want to really solve unemployment, if we want to grow our economy, if we want to lift ourselves out of poverty and drive prosperity, that societal change for human capital, by improving ourselves, by training ourselves, by, like I said, by getting at least to matric and then pushing for further training and education after that. That is super important.
At Optimi Group, you guys support well over 200,000 learners and champion a second chance. Talk to us a little bit about that movement.
Yeah, so Optimi is not just about adult matric. We do a whole range of things. We have one of our offerings is called College SA, which is focused on adult occupational education and skills training. That's typically where we help adults that want to further, improve themselves. So it's either adults who don't yet have a matric, so we have a matric program, or we also have a bunch of programs around just skills training and occupational education. In addition to that, we also, in the Optimi Group, we have Impact, which is a homeschooling and online schooling business. So we can help learners all the way from grade R through to school, through matric, and then, all the way into adulthood. So, our tagline is accessible learning solutions. We want to make learning as accessible as possible to any person, whether they are a school learner or whether they are an adult, and that now starts realizing, listen, I want to actually do something with my life. I want to push forward. So, maybe there are people that are listening to what we are talking about today. And like I said earlier, a matric, if you've missed your matric chance, it's not a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You can always go back, you can always improve, you can always take a second chance. And that's what we're about at Optimi.
It's a worthy cause indeed, and we thank you for championing it. That was Stephan Botha, CEO of Optimi Group, championing the cause there and giving second chances to those who missed the opportunity to secure their grade 12 certificate. It's fast approaching 5 to 3 o'clock, and we want to do a Madlanga roundup for you before we wrap up the show as part of our new scheduling and how we keep you covered and abreast with all things at Madlanga Commission. But first, let's take a quick ad break and then we'll be right back.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at TicketPro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we round off the show for this afternoon, we are delving back to the Madlanga Commission. If you missed our 10 past 1 o'clock live coverage with Uspahle Mota from the Commission, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department boss Julius Mkhwanazi was continuing his testimony for the fourth day at the Commission today, marking day 91 of that Commission. And it follows yesterday's testimony where he had said that the allegations against him have destroyed his life. And today, Julius Mkhwanazi had been probed further on how the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department officials, together with the civilian, allegedly stole precious stones that were valued at around 14 million rand. And this was done through the Commission's examination of the statement of one Peter Prinsloo, the complainant, dating back as far back as March of 2023. Approximately 6 weeks after that alleged incident that's said to have taken place in February of 2023, Prinsloo laid a criminal complaint against one Constable Keisha Lee Stools and Constable Adrian McKenzie of EMPD, and he stated that the semi-precious stones removed from his apartment had a market value of around 14.9 million rand. We want to just play you a little bit of a recap of this afternoon's exchange from the Madlanga Commission.
We spent a significant time debating, I think from yesterday. You said Mr. Magagula told you that you were with a senior traffic person in your car.
Yes, he said he got that.
Yes. And I'm saying, and he said he learned that from Mackenzie. He learned from Mackenzie.
Yes.
And I'm saying it's in this statement of January 2026 that he first learned from Mackenzie about the presence of this person.
You are now putting it correct, not to say I took advantage.
I'm still getting to the
vagueness.
advantage. I'm still getting there.
You can't say vagueness of what I don't know.
Okay, now Mr. Magagula told you.
Yes.
So you didn't identify the person?
I did identify.
No, Mr. Magagula, did not.
Humble apologies.
Yes. So I'm saying because that person had not been identified, and you decided that you are going to identify that person as Deputy Chief Inspector Maseko, because you knew by then Deputy Chief Maseko was late and had passed on in October 2025. That's why you have that in your additional statement. And you have that in your supplementary statement.
I'm repeating it maybe for the seventh time now, since from yesterday. That's not like that.
Yes, and then even for the seventh time, you cannot provide any evidence to this commission that Deputy Chief Inspector Maseko was ever a part of this operation. You've got nothing else to base your claim on except your say-so.
And this says so.
I promise you that doesn't say Deputy Inspector Maseko was there. It doesn't.
Okay, who's here? Who's this person with many ranks?
Anyone. I think the point that is being made, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, is we don't have, except for you telling us it was Inspector Maseko, Deputy Director Inspector Maseko, we have nothing else that confirms that it was Inspector Maseko that was in the vehicle with you, so who has now passed on.
Yes.
So what is being suggested to you, and if that's not what is being suggested, I want to suggest this, that it's quite possible, because we don't have any record, any evidence of who was in the car with you except your word that it was Maseko. It's quite possible that it might be a Mr. Kubeka who is still alive and is in the traffic department. We don't know.
Yes, Commissioner. Hey, Commissioner, he's putting it in another way and always putting it in another way. I accept what you're saying, Commissioner Balui.
All right, on another note, the testimony of Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim has been postponed for the 29th of April. Of course, this follows the health situation that had taken turn earlier this week after he had suffered an undisclosed medical emergency whilst at a gym in Sandton. So the commission continues, And you can catch the latest updates from the National Pulse with Ashraf Gada at 5:45. That is where we leave it from our end. Anything that you had missed by way of our conversations today, and in particular, unpacking the appeals process for that conviction of the EFF leader, Julius Malema, you can certainly rewind back on our podcast on safm.co.za. From myself and my team, we'll be in conversation again tomorrow. Hopefully, we have a lighter, brighter Friday tomorrow to wrap up the week. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. NPA welcomes sentence imposed on Malema and concerns over a sharp rise in bank scams. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. The NPA has welcomed the 5-year sentence imposed on EFF leader Julius Malema on his firearm discharge case. In October last year, Malema was found guilty of contravening the Firearms Controls Act. Malema fired shots during the EFF's 5th birthday celebrations at the Sisa Dugache Stadium in Danzane in 2018. Eastern Cape NPA spokesperson Luxolo Kyali.
This sentencing today, which is precedent setting, is very important in that it reaffirms the NPA's commitment to ensuring that the rule of law is applied to everyone equally in the country, irrespective of your position you hold in the society. You'll understand we've been saying in court that we have a serious problem in South Africa of proliferation of illegal firearms that are used recklessly.
Meanwhile, the South African Police Service says nationwide gatherings in support of Malema's court appearance have remained peaceful and orderly. Thousands of EFF members have gathered across major cities and towns in the country. Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate says public order units remain on high alert.
The SAPS has observed that despite heightened emotions around recent developments, the marches have taken place without incidents. This responsible conduct by EFF members and supporters of Mr. Malema reflects a shared commitment to upholding the rule of law and respecting the rights of others. Public order policing units remain deployed across various provinces to monitor the situation and to ensure that all gatherings continue to be peaceful. These deployments are part of our standard operational approach to maintain safety and stability in the country.
Deputy President Paul Mashatile has emphasized the importance of ensuring that the country's human resource development system remains responsive to rapid technological change, including artificial intelligence, digitalization, and automation. He was delivering an opening address at the 5th Human Resource Development Council Summit at the Gallagher Convention Centre in Midrand, Gauteng. He says the summit coincides with the launch of the reconceptualized Human Resource Development Strategy for the period 2025 to 2035, as well as the Master Skills Plan.
Guided by the National Development Plan, the reconceptualized strategy identifies 4 goals and 12 interventions across the HRDC's 3 thematic areas. In schooling, these include early childhood development, reading for meaning, and curricular differentiation, each requiring deep collaboration as we move forward. In youth development, the emphasis falls on relevant short courses of scaling technology-driven skills programs.
The National Financial Ombud Scheme has noted a sharp rise in scams in which South Africans are tricked into letting criminals use their bank accounts to move money. The scheme has warned that this could lead to accounts being frozen. Lead Ombud for Banking and Credit, Narosha Masetti, has urged members of the public to be vigilant.
In what would initially appear as a harmless opportunity to make some money on the side, but then what ends up is that you have some serious consequences because you are pulled in by third parties to use your personal accounts to receive and transfer funds. People are finding it very difficult financially. So when people are approached, which, as I said, which with what seems to be a harmless opportunity to just make some extra money and put some food on the table, and they do not think through the consequences, I think that's what entices them to be drawn to these scams. It's the vulnerability of customers right now.
Turkish police have ordered the arrest of 83 people over social media posts about this week's deadly school shootings. They said the post praised crime, criminals and negatively affected public order. The BBC's Rachel Wright reports.
The authorities are moving quickly after the country was rocked by 2 school shootings in as many days. Several children are said to be among the dozens of people to be arrested for posting inappropriate messages, and almost 1,000 social media accounts and nearly 90 Telegram groups are to be shut down. Meanwhile, the funerals are to be held for the 9 victims shot by a 14-year-old pupil at a high school in the south of the country. The attacker, who died in the incident, had 5 guns understood to belong to his father, a retired policeman.
Recapping the top story, the NPA has welcomed the 5-year sentence imposed on EFF leader Julius Malema on his firearm discharge case. I'm Ondolambana for SFM News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, fans slam soaring transportation costs ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Macheke emotional after Proteas call-up, and SA sides brace for high-stakes URC clashes. I'll have more on this and other sports stories at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Sorry for that. All right. After careful consideration, and I can show you I have done so, free of any interference, this judgment or sentence is the sentence of this court and this court alone. In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1.
Well, there we are. I think it goes without saying, welcome to the Malema Show. There's no question about what you're going to talk about, isn't it? So when you heard this morning, because I was at a conference, I was moderating a brand conference, and someone messaged me next to me, he's like, check this out, 5 years. What did you think when you heard that he's been sentenced to 5 years? Yes, he can appeal that. Yes, he has appealed that. But as it stands, he's been sentenced to 5 years. What do you make of it? There's also a monetary fine as well, which may be seemingly less important than others. And significantly, he's been allowed to appeal the sentence, not to appeal the conviction. That means the conviction of discharging a firearm in a public space, that one, the judge refused an appeal, essentially saying nobody else will come up with a different answer to that conviction. Welcome, not just to the Malema Show, certainly welcome to the National Pulse. My name's Ashraf Garda. Thank you for joining us here. Of course, you're going to react, so give it to me, your one-word reaction. Just one word. Malema, 5 years, yes on appeal, one word, what is it? WhatsApp us right away, I'll pick it up immediately, 0614 104 107. You can call us live when we open the lines to 086 000 2032. Tweet as well, anytime. SAFM Radio, you can tag me, Ashraf Garda. Use that hashtag. As always, the National Pulse. Right, I wonder what you're going to say. Let's now get reaction from, firstly, Julius Malema, who responded, of course, to this, to the sentence, and said that the magistrate, Toinette Willefeer, he spoke about her, and he made 2 specific comments, one about a civil society movement and one about race. Listen to this.
To salute you, the ground forces, for always being there from since 2018 until to date. They thought you were going to be tired, only to find that you have an appointment with the future and you are not going to be discouraged by a white magistrate who kept us here for so many years. She kept us here for so many years and comes back and blame us for disturbing the courts. We did not come to court on our own. She invited us to the court and we responded. You know, if you don't come to court, you get arrested. If you come to court, they say you are disturbing court. Therefore, you must go to prison for disturbing court. So we don't know what to do anymore. But that was not the law. That was racism speaking. Magistrate Olivier is a racist of note. And she must know that in her sleep, that she's a racist and she's possibly a member of AfriForum. That's why when you mention AfriForum, she cannot hide her emotions. Yesterday, when SC Mugai Toby mentioned AfriForum, she jumped. But it was not Mugai Toby who was mentioning AfriForum. It was the state which wrote in its heads of argument about AfriForum. When he was responding what the state wrote, she said, don't bring AfriForum. And Mugai Toby said, I'm not bringing AfriForum. The state wrote AfriForum in their documents, and I'm responding to what they said. She said, let me read. By the way, she got those heads of arguments 2 months ago. She was not aware that by saying she wants to read inside court, she was confirming that she did not read the heads of arguments. She just entered court without knowing what is contained in the heads, in the arguments that the lawyers were putting before the court.
Okay, if you think that was rather provocative, she's a racist. Can he say that? How does he deduce that she's a racist? It's a person, a magistrate, someone who upholds the law, upwardly coming up and saying she's a racist, and then possibly a member of AfriForum. Is that okay for him to say that? Anyway, he said more. He then made the point, Julius Malema that is, that Magistrate Toinette Olivier knew about the judgment before it was delivered. Listen to this.
So we must make sure that she gets reported to the Magistracy Council Commission, because the prosecutor knew about the judgment before she could read the judgment. A day before, she told accused number 2, you must go and fetch your gun tomorrow. And the accused number 2 said, you can only fetch a gun if you are not found guilty. How did the prosecutor know that accused number 2 is not going to be found guilty, to an extent that he tells him to go and fetch a firearm? That's the first misconduct the prosecutor committed. The second one, which the Eastern Cape, East London sub-region must go and open a case of perjury. He lies in court yesterday. To lie to court is a criminal offense. He says, we gave the gun to accused number 2 after he was acquitted. When you said not guilty, that's when we gave accused number 2 the gun. But he forgets that when you collect a weapon or item that was used as evidence, when you collect it back, you must sign for it. There must be a date, there must be a time. So if it's 10 o'clock, they will write 10 o'clock, they will write a date. You look at the time of collection and then look at the time of judgment.
Okay, and there's more from Julius Malema. In this case, he refers to his conviction for firing a firearm in a public place, not shooting at anybody, but firing it, and he once again drew attention to the acumen, the logic, and essentially the integrity of the judge.
Power of the EFF, we prepare from all the fronts because we are fighting the enemy, and the enemy is white supremacists. We can tell you now, no sober judge will ever agree that a person shoot one bullet and then is sentenced for 5 years. It is because she has not read her own judgment to know that a reasonable, normal, presiding officer will never come to that determination. So, comrades, we are done with her. That's why when she said to me, you can leave now on a free bail, I looked at her and I said, bye-bye, because I've seen her ugly face for too long. So I'm going, I will no longer appear before that ugly white face. I'm going to the highest court where they don't use emotions. They use the law. What does the law say? And apply the law. So we must not even look back. We're going forward. The campaigns of the EFF must continue business as usual. I told you when she found me guilty that I'm going to appeal until the highest court, until the constitutional court.
There we are. Julius Malema being Julius Malema. So one is going to appeal, which is completely within his right. As my understanding is, at the moment, he can appeal the sentence. He can't appeal the conviction. That means he can't turn around a position from guilty to not guilty. And there's a whole lot of implications based on that. So that process will take a while. But what happens to him now? What happens to him in the EFF if he's got a conviction as a member of the EFF? What happens to him as an MP? What happens next? Although, because he's appealed, I mean, obviously he's not in prison now. He's out on bail because clearly he's appealed, right? What do you make of that? What do you make of his comments again, critical of the judge? And in fact, what's that word, calling her an ugly white woman? Necessary? Not necessary? Is that fine to say? Is that the type of thing you want to hear or not? How would you deal with that if it was somebody else as opposed to Julius Malema? So I asked you a reaction on the 5 years. Give it to me, one word, but also reaction on Malema's comments thereafter, because he said a lot of things and we played them all. Let's get the reaction from you. You can WhatsApp right away. This is the National Pulse. You've got your fingers on the pulse, don't you?
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, comment. Let's hear it.
Hi, my sister, with your listeners. Julius Malema is in jail or is not in jail, will vote EFF. Will die with EFF. There is no party such like EFF. There is no man who don't fear white people like EFF, like Malema. He's a man who needs honest all the time between blacks and white. They must agree honestly. Not one rob someone, not one be on top of someone. They hate him for that. There are many things they hate him for unnecessary. But wherever he's there or is not there, we will vote for EFF. We will die with EFF.
I remember Malema saying he'll die for Zuma once. I remember that too. But by the way, I hear what you're saying in your support of Malema or the EFF. But what about the rule of law? Do you think that the rule of law is now compromised? That means this person has made a political conviction? Is that what you're suggesting?
Good afternoon, Ms. Ashraf Mbongo, Sondisa Mbuisa. You see, the problem is the white Afrikaners did not taste the taste of their own medicine. After the release of Nelson Mandela, then this democracy, they are enjoying more than like black people. Everything to them is still the same. They don't experience any problem. But then it's fine, even if Julius Malema can go to prison, the government is still governed by black people, the leadership. So once he goes to jail, then there must be a reminiscence of sentence whereby the president will do exactly what he did to Jacob Zuma. He must release all those prisoners once Malema is inside the jail. Whereas while they think that he will spend 5 years there, maybe he will spend like 30 days.
You think 30 days in jail. By the way, if you are posting, keep it to 30 seconds. Really, far too many people recently going over the 30-second limit. And we've been kind, but it really becomes problematic. So please help.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Nkulin Timba here from Newcastle, KZN. Just a quick question. On this whole Julius Malema sentencing, I get the 5 years that has been served with. What about the owner of the firearm? Is there anything being said about him? Because from my understanding, it's not Julius Malema's firearm that he had. So, yeah, just wondering. Sure.
All right, I heard that. I mean, lots of people are asking about it. Remember, the owner doesn't discharge the firearm. You can separate the two, and this is why it has been separated. But I'll tell you what, we're going to get further legal opinion on that as well. So let's not speculate. We'll get all of that coming up soon. In terms of you, further comments, welcome. I see Hello, KG commenting. That's KG Makwale. When I heard 5 years, Ashraf, I was like, we are back to Zuma court mobilization for his part, visibly while going to court appeals. We'll get to, in fact, we're going to get an NPA response after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, we're going to get reaction as much as we can from different sources, certainly from you as well. So we'll get to your calls just now. Thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse, right? Okay, so we know that sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. He can appeal. He has appealed, in fact, but not been given the opportunity to appeal the actual conviction. Now, the National Prosecuting Authority, they argued for a 15-year prison term to be handed down to Julius Malema. Let's get reaction from them. With me is the spokesperson for the NPA Eastern Cape. That's Luxolo Tiali. Appreciate your time. You're live on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon and good afternoon to listeners.
Right. You asked for 15, you got 5. Bit of a discount. What do you think of it?
No, we think that the court did consider some other aspects that were mitigating factors which were advanced by the defense also. So we find the 5-year sentence acceptable, more especially in light that we believe that it shows and underscores the seriousness of this offense. And I think it will go a long way in even showing other people that using firearms in an illegal manner and reckless manner is punished for.
Okay, so asking for 15, you got 5. You satisfied that the 5 is okay. What convinced you? I mean, I know you didn't make the final call. I get that, but in terms of mitigation, what came through that convinced you that accepted that 5 is actually fine?
That was in the arguments of the defense, but on our side, remember the defense was asking for a non-custodial sentence. So even the fact that we were able to get a custodial sentence, let alone getting 5 years, is on our side a victory.
Okay.
For justice.
Now, I mean, I was at a function this morning when news broke out about this, and many people are, and I'm talking loosely now, not people of law, but loosely. It's like, okay, he fired a pistol in the air. Like, how do you get 5 years for that? When often enough, when people actually shoot at people, they either get less or they never get convicted. How do you respond to that? That Malema getting 5 years for firing a pistol in a crowd, but in the air, not directed to another person?
It was not a pistol. It was a semi-automatic rifle to start with. And again, the manner in which it was done and what transpired during trial. People sometimes, unfortunately, were not following the trial. In his defense, Mr. Malema told the court that they had planned everything that took place on that day. Even the simulation, what he said was a simulation of firing a firearm, was planned, which means it was premeditation. And that being done by someone who possesses a license for a firearm, who knows what is wrong and right, was an aggravating circumstance.
Okay, so you're saying, in fact, he convicted himself twice over, one by actually firing the semi-automatic rifle, but then confirming that this was not a spur of the moment thing, and that also it would be grounds for a further, let's call it further conviction, yeah?
Yes, it was grounds for our aggravation of sentence.
Okay. What about the other part that, you're calling for 15 years? Of course, he was given 5, which is certainly, I know defense asked for him not even to be imprisoned, right? Just a broad question. Other people, I mean, have there been similarities like this in other cases that you can share with us? Where people have been convicted for this length of time?
There are cases where people have been convicted between the sentence of 7 years and 10 years in similar cases. But this one is rather very peculiar in that it was done, even the defense was saying it was in a celebratory mood. And the person who's doing that, we don't have a case like that. And we are very glad that it's going to go to a higher court that is going to be able to maybe give some certainty as to what happens in a celebratory shooting.
Yeah, isn't that the point, that it was celebratory and there was no intention to actually shoot another person? And I've seen these celebratory gunshots being fired in many other parts of the world. Yeah,
you are celebrating in front of a crowd of 20,000 people with a semi-automatic rifle. What happens if those people were injured? So if you look at it in different ways, it gives you different interpretations. Because on this other hand, you are saying there was no intention to injure anyone. But on the other hand, you are putting the lives of these many people, let alone those who are not inside the stadium, because that is a built-up area. Danzane is a township that is dense. You don't know where the projectile is going to land, on who. You just do that because you're celebrating. It was extremely reckless, we believe, and it should be punished for. And if these things are let, they are done freely and people do not get punished for them, we are setting a very wrong precedence, because in the future, someone is going to say, I'm celebrating, and go down the street shooting in the air.
So, okay, I hear that. Even if you're celebrating, it's like, I have no intention to kill someone driving recklessly. But if you're driving 120 kilometers in the 50 zone or 60 zone, even if you have no intention, there's a good chance you may well do that. I mean, and that's your point, isn't it?
That is the point, and you reconcile yourself to the fact that you may injure someone.
Okay, help us understand.
In this case, now we were told by the accused person that was planned.
Okay,
it was the whole point, just to excite the crowd.
Right, we're getting different reactions from different people later on, but just for now, the last one. Help us understand what happened with the person who actually had the firearm, that handed the firearm over to Julius Malema. What's happened to him?
What happened is that when we started with the trial, we charged Julius Malema alongside the owner or the person to whom the firearm was licensed.
Mm-hmm.
But during trial, we were unable to prove that he handed over the firearm to Mr. Malema. The video depicts him taking the firearm from him. But the part where he's handed over the firearm, we couldn't prove it. And when Mr. Malema took the stand, he said, this person next to me shouldn't be here. He never handed me a firearm. I was handed by a certain Mr. Larry Mavundla.
Okay.
When the court asked him to point that Mr. Mavundla in court, he was not cooperative. His response was that, I won't assist you investigate the case.
Okay.
So Mr. Malema is the one who exonerated the co-accused.
Okay.
And he's the one who knows who handed him a firearm.
Okay, which means if later on footage then emerges down the line, that position could change, right?
If evidence comes to the fore that the firearm, if we could prove that the firearm was handed to him by someone, then we would prosecute that person.
Appreciate your time, and clearly what is a significant day in South Africa. Appreciate it. Kolo Tiali, the National Prosecuting Authority's Eastern Cape spokesperson. Reaction from you, bring it on. Let's get the news headlines. It's just gone 3:30.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, EFF leader Julius Malema has called for a special probe into the University of Fort Hare, citing irregularities in academic qualifications awarded to prominent politicians. The Madlanga Commission has played an audio recording in which a man identified as Mike van Wyk asked suspended MPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi about fitting blue and red lights to his private vehicle. And in unusual, forceful political remarks, Pope Leo has said the world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
Tumi, you want to talk about the World Cup?
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners, specifically for those that are going to watch the FIFA World Cup. Football fans are actually upset over high transport costs for the World Cup in the United States. In New Jersey, train fares to MetLife Stadium could exceed $100, around 1,600 Rand, up from the usual $13, which is $213. In Boston, return tickets to Gillette Stadium will cost around $80, 1,300 compared to $20 normally, which is $327. Now, supporters say that the increases are unfair, arguing that transport was previously included or discounted, and claim rising costs are pushing out loyal fans. And talking about fans, did you see that now Mama Joy is actually going to go to the World Cup?
I was going to tell you. You see, make a noise, tweet a lot about it, somebody will sponsor you. Are you going to the World Cup?
I think I need to start tweeting.
Come on, man.
I need to start tweeting.
What are you wasting time for?
Honestly. Meanwhile, Egyptian giant Zamalek and Moroccan side Olympic Safi take slim advantages into the CAF Confederation semi-final second legs this weekend. Zamalek hosts CR Belouizdad in Cairo tomorrow after Yohan Ali's striker gave them 1-0 away win in Algiers. And Olympic Safi welcome USM Alger on Sunday with a tie finely balanced following a goalless first leg, though the Moroccans will be without suspended goalkeeper Hamza Abi Hamaini. Now, in terms of cricket, Proteas woman wicketkeeper wicketkeeper batter Tebogo Macheke has revealed that she could not hold back her emotions when she received the call to report for national team duty. The Titans player comes into the setup in place of injured Karabo Mesu, who has sustained a wrist injury ahead of their 5 T20 series against India starting tomorrow.
I didn't believe it, honestly. I was shocked. I was crying, and I was crying on the phone. I was telling the convener of selectors that I want to cry, and he said, "Yeah, you can cry," and I cried, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, it was so amazing, unbelievable." So yeah.
On to rugby. The pressure is mounting on South Africa's Vodacom United Rugby Championship franchises as they chase quarterfinal qualification in the fourth last pool round. The Bulls open against the Dragons in Wales tomorrow, while Saturday sees the Stormers host Connacht in Cape Town. The Lions face Glasgow Warriors in Ellis Park, and the Sharks meet Ospreys in Wales. The Stormers, who are second on the log, could reclaim top spot if Glasgow slip in Johannesburg, and the Lions, they are a top 4 push, while the Bulls and Sharks are fighting to secure top 8 places with the playoff positions at stake. Every point counts this weekend. Finally, in terms of basketball, Steph Curry delivered another unforgettable moment as the Golden State Warriors kept their season alive with a 126-121 win over the Clippers in a play-in thriller at the Intuit Dome, with the score tied at 50 seconds left. Curry buried a fadeaway 3 over 2 defenders, sparking a decisive runs. The Warriors now will face Phoenix on Friday, with the winner advancing to meet Oklahoma City in a 7-game series. With that said, it is a wrap from our side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Ask me if I want to go to the World Cup.
Do you want to go to the World Cup?
Unless I do it for strictly work, I have no desire to go. Not even with Mama Joy. No. So what I'm saying, if I get sponsored as a holiday, then no.
Would you go? No.
No. If I have a specific work agenda that can fit into this FIFA World Cup, then yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Done.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
And just so you know, we reached out to the EFF for their official comment. They said they'll be reacting to the sentencing tomorrow. So nothing today coming from the EFF itself. There is reaction, however, from others, including AfriForum, right? Now, you may recollect that it was AfriForum that laid the criminal charges against Malema in the first place, which happened in 2018. Can you believe it? 2018 August. That's after he fired several shots with a firearm during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at the Caesar Ducache Stadium outside of East London. So Jacques Broodryk is the chief spokesperson for community safety at AfriForum, and this is their response.
AfriForum welcomes the sentence that was handed down to the EFF leader Julius Malema today in the East London Magistrates Court. It shows us that the wheels of justice do turn, even though they turn very slowly, and even though it took 8 years of constant fighting and pressure by AfriForum to ensure that they kept turning, today we have reached this verdict. It shows us that no one is above the law, and that politicians and those with political connections need to realize that they are no more important than any other ordinary member of the South African public. AfriForum will continue to hold reckless politicians accountable, and we will continue to fight for equality before the law.
Okay, that's one. There's also a response from the African Christian Democratic Party. Their deputy president is Wayne Thring, and this is their reaction.
The African Christian Democratic Party welcomes the sentencing of Julius Malema in the East London Magistrates Court today. This is a moment that reinforces one of the most fundamental principles of our democracy, that no one is above the law. The court found that Mr. Malema was guilty on serious charges stemming from the 2018 Mdantsane rally, which includes unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition, the discharging of a firearm in a built-up area, and reckless endangerment, amongst others. These are not minor infractions. They are offences that put lives at risk and undermine public safety. What matters today is not the individual alone, but what this outcome represents for our constitutional order. In South Africa, the law must apply equally to all, whether one is a private citizen or a prominent political leader. Accountability cannot be selective, and the strength of our justice system lies in its ability to act without fear, favor, or prejudice. This case sends a clear message. Equality before the law is not just an ideal, it is a practice that must be upheld consistently. Our courts have demonstrated that they remain committed to this principle and that justice will be pursued regardless of who stands before them. As citizens, this should strengthen our confidence in the rule of law and remind all South Africans that accountability is the foundation upon which a just and orderly society is built. This is Wayne Thring, the Deputy President of the African Christian Democratic Party.
Interesting one from a tweet from Musi Maimani saying, we must never rush to celebrate another man's downfall. We must never rush to celebrate another man's downfall. Right, let's get a comment from you. Right, here's one.
Hi, Mario from Elders. Regarding this whole Malema issue, the most important thing is that the law prevails, the rule of law prevails. Whether you are a public figure or not, the rule of law will always win at the end of the day. And that should, show South Africans that whenever there's a crime being committed or whatnot, please do report it.
Okay, got that. Rule of law prevails. Does Malema prevail?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I hear people asking that has anyone been convicted and sentenced for firing a firearm, including you, Ashraf. I think that's not the question. The question is that what is the act? What is that law saying? That's the question. If the law says that it's not like then somebody must be convicted first, then you can still convict Malema thereafter. Is that what the law says? So if in that case you're going to keep on asking who has been convicted of this kind of a crime, then no one will be convicted. Because if the act is written today and no one has been convicted, then nobody will be convicted until someone is convicted. I think this is misplaced. Thank you, Ashraf.
Well, I don't know about that. Thank you for that. By the way, if you're the NPA spokesperson, he said, yes, people have been convicted for 7 years. And in fact, whatever Malema's conviction was initially, or what they felt about it, he then made it worse by being very clear that it was completely premeditated. But I'll tell you what, maybe we need to dig up to say how many people besides Malema have been, in fact, convicted and imprisoned or fined or whatever for firing a firearm in a public place. In Kululeko, in Potchefstroom, right? Go for it. Hello.
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good indeed, right. Thank you. What's your point?
No, my take is, in fact, I want to speak about Fikile Mbalula. I've just read the statement of Fikile Mbalula now on Facebook.
Okay.
It's like he's now putting color on the justice system, because we can't say the AfriForum, but then immediately Julius Malema was found guilty last year already of a crime. he was found guilty of a crime. So immediately there must be something happening after. There must be a conviction of some sort. But then if we say AfriForum does not want us to protect the black people, I say that the justice system must only protect the black people. If a person opens a firearm in a public space, what does it mean in terms of the Constitution? Is it not a crime? It's a crime. And then is there any other reason where we can say, but then it's a crime, but not a crime? I don't see any other reason. A crime is a crime. As a person living in South Africa, I don't believe I would get the same sort of favors or response from your high-level politicians if it was just a layman on the street opening up a firearm in a public space.
All right, point taken. But I mean, that's the point. That's why the judge, the magistrate, in fact, working according to the letter of the law, saying you are guilty of that. That's what the NPA felt as well, by the way, and that is why she refused permission to appeal the conviction. You can appeal the sentence, not the conviction. In Kululeko, thanks for that. Right, let's get from Postmasburg to go to Cape Town now. Shata, go for it. Hello, Shata.
Afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good indeed. What's your point?
Ashraf, we just had a GNU verdict. This is not a judicial verdict. I mean, that's according to me. It's a GNU verdict. It's a Phala verdict. It's an AfriForum verdict. 3 enemies of the EFF, 3 enemies of Julius Malema combined together, and they have made sure that the verdict has to have the outcome that should suit their agenda.
But if the verdict was not guilty for firing, and then separate the verdict from the sentence, if the verdict that and remember the guilty verdict took place already before, not today. If he was found not guilty of firing a firearm in the public space, then you and I can also do it.
Ashraf,
yeah.
What I'm saying is the verdict, not a sentence, the conviction on its own. The court failed to prove, the state failed to prove beyond reasonable doubt that in fact, indeed, it was this particular gun. They failed. They were talking about multiple shots being fired, but what's standing there is one shot being fired. They failed to prove that beyond the reasonable order.
Okay.
Ashraf, we go back again to let's look at now the sentence. You get white people in Colony killing a child, they get almost the same sentence. Where's the consistency there?
What do you mean the same sentence?
White people, you get even white people in Mpumalanga, the coffin guys, where are they? You did not need to even have the evidence. It was there. The video on it was there. They put the guy in the coffin. And they assaulted the guy. Where are the guys?
Okay.
You get a black man who acted foolishly. That one we should have.
All right. Let's move on. I think you made your point, Shata. You've made your point strongly. In fact, you're saying this is the verdict of the GNU, Shata in Cape Town. You agree? You don't agree with Shata? What's your one word to describe what we now know, that Julius Malema effectively sentenced to 5 years imprisonment? Yes, he's appealed the sentence, but as it stands, that's what the sentence is. Many people say we can't quite believe it. What do you make of it? Yeah, further comments from you. Yeah, in fact, we'll get to other comments from you in a moment. Now, outside of that, there's another issue about crime in the country that we ought to be very, very concerned about, because it's also not opportunistic crime. It's actually people being bumped off. I'm talking about hits, assassinations. There's been many like that, and it is growing in frequency. Andy Mashaile will talk to us about that after this.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, so you know this, the recent assassination of the Mfuleni municipality finance official, that's Martha Ransofu, follows a string of attacks on professionals whose workplaces them at high stakes. And in this case here, they've got to make legal calls, financial calls. It has huge implications in the organizations that they serve, right? So what's the story? Do you see this trend? This is very different to other forms of hits. These are hits to eliminate. Babita Deokaran is obviously number one on that one there. And we also know that many others have had to go into hiding, into exile as well. Athol Williams wrote a piece just yesterday about going into exile because of just this. Let's understand it. Ambassador Andy Mashayile is a security strategist and retired Interpol leader. Andy, I appreciate your time as always. Thanks for joining us.
Ashraf, it's a blessing once again to be talking to you on these serious matters that must be stopped. We should not look at ways and means to stop them. We should actually stop them, and let's talk throughout this interview.
Okay, well, let's pick up a trend on this. Clearly it's wrong, it should not happen, but it's happening. And do you agree? I mean, the numbers suggest it's increasing in numbers, where groupings who feel threatened feel that the way to avoid being, convicted, for example, is to knock off the whistleblower in this case. So the person who knows more than anybody else is being eliminated. What do you make of that?
It says this is just the tip of an iceberg. The worst is yet to come. The worst is yet to come. I will cite an example of those who worked with Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, those who worked in the Tshwane Metro, those who benefited from those ad hoc security services when they did not have the expertise or the authority or authorization once again. They will not want to lose what they have acquired from those millions that were siphoned or stolen or corruptly or fraudulently acquired. And what they will do, they will go after all those who know, so that they must not use the posh properties, the beautiful cars. So hence I am saying the worst is yet to come. Upstream, people are now being arrested. Downstream are the runners, and the runners will not want to be compromised because they received a pittance of the lion's share that upstream members of the organized crime networks have acquired. And they will go to all extents to make sure that they don't lose the 500,000 that they got and the property that they received.
So how do we put a stop to this? I mean, someone who's been part of Interpol, you understand global trends. When other countries have had similar experiences like this, how do you put a stop to it?
Ashraf, look at Mexico, look at Brazil, look at the Americas when you are searching for this for the solution. It has continued to rise in the Americas, the Middle Americas, and the Caribbean communities. It is difficult when your crime intelligence is as weak as it is now, because in the process of infiltration, those who can successfully infiltrate, they end up being criminals themselves. So long story short, we have a lot to hope from the Madlanga Commission, given the revelations by Ntanhla Mkhwanazi, and that would be aimed at refortifying and changing the crime intelligence architecture. In the next few days, there's going to be a summit that speaks on enhancing and strengthening the crime intelligence.
Are you hopeful at all? I mean, do you get a sense that you and I will have a similar conversation in a year or two's time, or out of that summit, something significant will happen?
Something significant will happen. You will have to change the dynamics of the intelligence architecture. And from there, it means your deployment tactics and your strategies will have to change. We will have to go, we meaning you and I, represented by crime intelligence. We will have to go into churches. we will have to visit those institutions and those places where we can be able to pick up on the conversation, take that information, convert it into a product of intelligence, and that product convert it into arrests and convictions. That would be aimed, 1, at preventing, 2, at combating, 3, at detecting crime in its infancy.
All right. You mentioned the Central American countries, and in fact you said go and learn from them, but you also admit that they have not been able to stop it.
It's true. They have not been able to stop it. Even though you have the Guzmans of the world in jail, they are still able to operate. They are still able to close police stations from inside of their jail cell. And you know that when you go to Brazil, in some of the favelas, it's a no-go area for the police. And for you to change that situation, you have to change your game. And changing your game means upping it, means becoming part of those operations, those criminal networks, so that you can understand how they operate and mount a strategy and tactics that will, 1, decapitate the organized crime syndicate. When you decapitate a cartel, beginning at the head of the cartel, and you decapitate the lieutenants, the whole lower structure, including the runners, is going to go into a mode of confusion. And in that mode of confusion, that's where you will be able to extract maximum information that will be used to target those individuals. A case in point is the story of Al Capone and the Untouchables, if you remember very well. Elliot Ness used that strategy, and we have got to go into the books, do the research. Those of us who spend time reading, like you and I, can share this wealth of rich experience and expertise and knowledge harvested from the likes of Elliot Ness and his unity, the Untouchable, and how they dealt with the American mob boss Al Capone and others.
Let's leave it at that. Andy Mashaile, hopefully better news when we next chat. Security strategist, retired Interpol, a member of Interpol itself. Andy, thanks for your time here on the National Pulse.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, you're on the Pulse too. I need to feel what you feel. Here's one.
A good day, Ashraf. Ashraf, what about these people who shoot in the funeral? You go to a auction, you find people shooting in the air in the funerals. Whether a gangster or a taxi person died or whatever. But what about them? Or it's because no one is opening the case against them because they are never arrested. So this one of Malema, my brother, I think there's more than it meets the eye. It's a harsher sentence. No one died, not even a bed. Yeah, it's wrong according to our law. But there's more than it meets the eye. Let's all in East London. One word, bizarre.
One word, bizarre. Well, you see, I think the point of difference as per your funeral of gangsters and taxi drivers is that they need proof of that. So somebody has to report it, and then they need proof. And if they're unable to determine proof, then it's difficult to make a conviction. That is why they made the point about the person who the claim is who gave the gun to Malema, right? So that applies, I would think, to the funerals as well. If, however, there's evidence that can be proved, then yes, and somebody would have to charge them and report it at the police station. So there we are. Pasika in the Eastern Cape, right? What's your point?
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good indeed. But it is the Malema show today, and you know that, right?
That's where exactly. That's where I'm going. Yeah. With the scary part, as I'm listening, it's the comparison that is done by us. I don't want to say by people, but by us as citizens. Here you've got an individual who is a leader, a member of parliament, a policymaker. who is a member of the Justice Committee, and who keeps on making mockery of the judiciary each and every time he gets a chance, especially when a white or someone who's not black is sitting on a case. And you are saying it's correct from what I'm listening and looking, and even the interviews that were done by SABC with the leaders of EFF, both the chairperson of Gauteng and the Eastern Cape, where they take the whole matter and say, this is our government taking calls from Washington to say this guy must be arrested. And I ask myself a question: a member of parliament, a leader that is supposed to be an example in the society, and sees nothing wrong from firing a gun in public and making mockery and pulling a race card in whatever that he did, not acknowledging, because there is a difference between someone who's remorseful about what he did. We understand maybe the spirit was hyper, EFF finishing 5 years celebration and all those things. Instead of apologizing and taking accountability of the wrongdoing, but you continue seeing nothing wrong. And what are you saying must be done by ordinary citizens, like the voters, us, for example? I shoot a gun on top, I'm sure by today I will be booked in a Ngeleni police station and be being sentenced, and I would have no one who's going to be speaking on my behalf in defense, all arms up to say this guy must not go to prison. What example are we setting in the country now itself? Because we are going to have a joke of our country where policymakers.
All right, I think you've made your point, and you made it very, very clearly. You're saying poor example for someone in political leadership. Pasika, thank you for that. What do others feel about not just what happened at the shooting, right, the pistol shooting, then the conviction, but certainly even Malema's response today after that, like calling the judge, the magistrate in AfriForum, possibly an AfriForum member, and then an ugly white woman, and a whole lot more. 4 o'clock, let's get the news. It's Yezon Della.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Malema calls for probe into Fort Hare University, and Pope criticizes tyrants who spend billions on wars. For SFM News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good afternoon. EFF leader Julius Malema has called for a special probe into the University of Fort Hare, citing irregularities in academic qualifications awarded to prominent politicians. Malema was addressing party members in Gugombo in the Eastern Cape following his sentencing proceedings. He was sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment after being found guilty on firearm-related charges. The court has, however, granted him leave to appeal the sentence. Malema says the university needs special attention, highlighting Premier Oscar Mabuya and his qualification scandal.
That University of Fort Hare, it needs a special attention. A lot of ANC people are graduating from that University of Fort Hare, and majority of their qualifications is fake qualifications. So we need an SIU report on the qualifications of Fort Hare. Most of these people of the ANC in Eastern Cape are going to be exposed that they are not friends with books.
The newly elected DA leader and executive mayor of Cape Town, Jordan Hill-Lewis, has welcomed the sentence. Hill-Lewis says this is a reflection that no one is above the law.
I welcome the sentencing in the matter relating to Julius Malema's illegal use of a firearm. Gun violence is out of control in South Africa, so any crime involving illegal gunfire is extremely serious. It's important to punish illegal firearm crimes harshly. Only when people understand that there are consequences for crime will we get gun violence under control in South Africa. The sentence today also sends a clear message that in South Africa no one is above the law. And so today is a good day for the rule of law in South Africa.
The Madlanga Commission has played an audio recording in which a man identified as Mike van Wyk asked suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi about fitting blue and red lights to his private vehicle. In the recording, van Wyk also asks Mkhwanazi about placing EMPD markings on his new bakkie. Van Wyk's exchange adds to mounting evidence implicating Mkhwanazi in the alleged misuse of municipal resources.
Would I be able to put blue and red lights in? It will only be ready on Friday, but I don't want to drive with something and then I get arrested for impersonating a police officer. and then I need to register just on the fleet, and then just tell me the signs. Can we put EMPD at the back of the bakkie? Will you find out for me, please? I'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
The Gauteng Department of Health says it has activated a contingency plan to safely relocate mental health patients from the Talisman Foundation amid uncertainty over its property lease. The department says the process will be phased, clinically supervised and aligned with safeguards introduced after the Life Esidimeni tragedy. However, the DA has raised concerns about transparency, patient placement and the level of consultation with families. The department's Deputy Director, Siyabonga Jigwana, maintains that patient safety remains their top priority.
All relocations will be conducted in a controlled, phased and clinical supervised manner to safeguard patient safety and dignity. A comprehensive contingency plan has been put in place to ensure the continuity of care. This includes forming a multidisciplinary task team to oversee the process, conducting individual clinical and psychosocial assessments of all residents.
In unusually forceful political remarks, Pope Leo has said the world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants. The comments come amid a spat with the U.S. President Donald Trump, who has called Pope Leo weak on crime. Addressing a crowd during his visit to a region of Cameroon suffering from a separatist insurgency, the head of the Roman Catholic Church condemned the people who, he said, manipulated the very name of God for their own gain.
The masters of war pretend not to know that it takes only a moment to destroy. Yet often, a lifetime is often not enough to rebuild. They turn a blind eye to the fact that billions of dollars are spent on killing, on devastation, yet the resources needed for healing, education, and restoration are nowhere to be found.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema has called for a special probe into the University of Fort Hare, citing irregularities in academic qualifications awarded to prominent politicians. I'm Mondela Mara for SFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Two Oceans Marathon male runners disqualified from women's race. Moody moves wide as Bulls reshuffle for Dragons clash, and French Open prize money rises. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's not a bad start to a drive time this Thursday afternoon. Joburg's got a bit of pressure on the Mike 1, but only really from Parktown down into Crown. And the N3 running south, not too bad today. Busy, but moving quite nicely between Limbro Park and Germiston. N1 up through Midrand, looking good as well. There is a crash in Pretoria. It's on Sefaka Makato at the N1 highway. If you're leaving Montana, that's quite a delay. And some roadworks on the Montbody highway going into Shoshanguve, Block XX territory, just slowing things up. Durban looks okay. Spaghetti Junction, Umgeda Road, moving quite nicely today. If you're heading up to the airport or on your way to Belito, looking fine as well up through the Gateway Junction. Cape Town, bit of pressure on the South Peninsula, the main road from Fishhook through Corker Bay, and then St James up to Musenberg, both busy, and Campground Road through Newlands. Heavy backlogs there between Palmyra and the main road, slow both ways. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Welcome to the Julius Malema Show. There's no doubt about it. That's the biggest issue that moves the National Pulse today. So bring on your comments. And we're getting it from all different sides. The EFF itself, they'll officially respond tomorrow, not today. Still to come, we will touch on a significant move with Slovo Park and a judgment handed in their favor over a decade ago and what happened since then, right? But for now, well, let me first give out the number so you know it. 086 000 2032 and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107. We'll talk Home Affairs and Zimbabwean exemption permit holders right after this.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Your weekends now have a rhythm on SAFM. Start your mornings with music of Africa, 3 to 6 a.m. with Sheila Ndikumana. Followed by Bongi Zwane on The Weekend View, 6 to 9, Saturday and Sunday. Then ease into your day with The Alternative Breakfast, 7 to 10 with Khomotso Matunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. From 10 to 1, it's Seasons with KG Mwekezi. And your afternoon soundtrack comes alive with Ernest Pillay on the soundtrack of your life, 1 to 4 p.m. Drive into the evening with the classical fix, 4 to 7 with Dino Maduramutu. Saturday nights, it's Spotlight with Zai Khan, 7 to 9. And on Sunday, stay informed with the Santon Times Hour, 7 to 8. Then revisit the best moments on SAFM Rewind, 8 to 9. Followed by drama and documentary series, 9 to 10. And we round off the weekend in style with the Vinyl Corner with Kitty Petla. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
I see, are we getting different responses? City Modiba saying harsh and he has every right to appeal, referring to the Julius Malema sentencing. There's more comments. We should be connecting regarding Zimbabwean exemption permits just now, but let's get more. Now, how's this one here?
This qualification scandal.
Ashraf and the ACFM listener, this is for Julius Malema. You must grow up now. I mean, you're 40-something now. You're not 30s. You're not at early 80s or, early 20s or 30s. You can't just say like the ugly faces of what. You should have like just teach like those your followers, actually the manners. What you're doing, they're gonna do. And like now you're ruining the world. You're ruining the country for the forthcoming people who are like looking up at you.
Julius must grow up. That's what you say. What do others think?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM. Ashraf, my message is similar to Musima Imane when he was saying we mustn't get excited for the downfall of the black man. But during his tenure at the DA, he was celebrating the downfall of Jacob Zuma, the very same Musima Imane. But today, Julius Malema, he says we mustn't get excited for the downfall of the black man. Thank you.
Did he actually say get excited for the downfall of the black man? Did he use the word black man? I don't think so. I'm looking at the tweet that I read out. He did say don't, and I'm paraphrasing, don't get excited on the downfall of other people, whoever they may be, without mentioning a single person, right? Okay, I think we can now pick up on the conversation regarding Zimbabwe exemption permit holders. The Department of Home Affairs has clarified misinformation that Zimbabwean exemption permit holders can apply for permanent residency in South Africa. The confusion comes after a Home Affairs official made the confusing, statement in an interview. We have the department itself to clarify and talk about what that really means then, this Zimbabwe exemption permit. With me is Thulani Mavuso, the spokesperson for the Department of Home Affairs, as well as Deputy Director General for Operations. Thulani, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon and good afternoon to the HFM listeners.
Thank you. Right. So help us understand that there were some misconceptions. What has happened?
So I think the Deputy Minister had an interview in Newsroom Africa, and I think in his explanation he was indicating that those who are holders of ZEP, they need to move to the mainstream visas, for example, to apply what they would qualify for. Let's take, for an example, someone with critical skills can apply for a PR on the basis of critical skills. If, for example, they would hold a temporary resident visa and then they apply for another mainstream visa. So basically that's what happened. The ZEP as it stands, the conditions are quite clear from inception. When it was DZP and DSP, was the reason why it kept on changing the naming was precisely to say that it actually is for a limited period. That is why the condition says you cannot qualify for permanent residence on the basis of the ZEP. So I think that misconception, therefore, was taken, that misinterpretation was taken to social media, and as you know, social media, anything that people post and then misinterpret and even maybe cut the interview to suit the narrative. So this was basically misinformation. There's no policy change in relation to that.
All right. So thanks for clearing that up. So let's go back then to understanding when we talk about a Zimbabwean or a Zimbabwe exemption permit, what does that permit, who receives that permit, and what does that permit allow you to do?
So when this was introduced in 2009, all Zimbabweans that were carrying fraudulent documents were required to surrender them and be able to get for this exemption permit. So obviously, the idea was that it will transition them into mainstream visas at a later stage. Now, when the first permit expired, and then their name was changed, then the population that applied for the first time was the only population that was allowed to extend into a new DSP and later to the ZEP. So this population started at about 241,000. It has been reducing. As we speak, with ZEP, we have 178,000. So there are no new joiners into this particular exemption. So that's one issue. The second issue, obviously, it allows them to work in South Africa, to study in this regard. So those are some of the categories that sort of the things that they can be able to do. That is why there's been a lot of issues about ZEP. For certain companies, then they will decide to employ, let's say, ZEP holders only. Hence, you recall the issue of the truck drivers in Durban. They were raising that particular issue. So in 2021, then there was a decision by the Minister of Home Affairs to say that we're not going to extend, we are coming to an end. Hence, then we were taken to court by the Helen Suzman Foundation after we had announced. And then there was a ruling in the High Court in 2023 and also 2024 in the Concord. So where we are now, we are starting a consultation process because the court instructed the Minister of Home Affairs to do a meaningful consultation with the affected parties and all other stakeholders in relation to the future of the ZEP. We've started that process, and once we have concluded that process, we'll have a policy position on that in terms of whether we're concluding or what type of form or shape this will look like in the future.
Okay, got that. Thanks for clearing that up. So I think now we know. Thulani Mavuso, thanks for your time from the Department of Home Affairs, right? By the way, I mean, listen to this one. If I asked you, there's a ranking, and I understand rankings are rankings and different people do so, but there's a ranking for the most tolerant, let me get it right, the most religious tolerant nation on earth. Who do you think got it?
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Well, let me tell you who got it. South Africa, number one, at 92%. I mean, seriously, come on. Of all the things we talk about in our country, hold on to that. We are a pluralistic country, religious-wise. We largely very, very tolerant of the different religious persuasions. So South Africa, number one, followed by Singapore, then the United States, then the United Kingdom, then Brazil, then India, France, Spain, Germany, South Korea. Interesting. Besides South Africa, no other African countries in that top 10 or so. But it's something open for discussion. I find it quite fascinating. How do they determine what religious tolerance really means? So maybe it's a conversation we'll pick up, but you can add your own thoughts on that too. Right. In the meantime, there's been comments from different organizations, understandably so, regarding what's happened with regard to Julius Malema. So there's a comment from, in fact, a statement from the Good Party, and they then talk, and I want to just read it out. The bedrock of any functional democracy is the principle that the law applies equally to all. This includes those who hold significant political power and those who lead major opposition movements. When politicians are perceived to break the law without legal accountability, it does more than just violate a statute. It destroys public trust in the state and creates fertile ground for corruption and authoritarianism to take root. However, an equally vital principle is that the state must wield its power fairly, consistently, and without fear or favor. Justice must not concede to public pressure or to achieve political ends, whether the individual in the dock is Jacob Zuma, Helen Zille, or Julius Malema. In the case of Malema, while it is correct that he be held accountable for his actions, the state's request for a 15-year custodial sentence appeared performative rather than restorative. It was a sentence the state knew well would never be imposed by a court for such a crime. Finally, they say in a constitutional democracy, the law must be a shield for the public and a stabilizer for society. It is important that the application of the law without fear or favor does not martyr a political figure. Okay, that's from the Good Party. Then there's another comment from the ANC, as per their Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, saying, the main message we are being told here by the racist AfriForum is that if we dare stand up for black people, dare stand up for the marginalized, and dare stand up for our generational mission, we will be targeted. When I fought for Julius to succeed me as the ANC Youth League president, we knew that the road ahead was treacherous and that the grandchildren of apartheid would never rest in their targeting of the freedom in our lifetime generation. The sentence is too harsh, and my thoughts are with my brother, Julius, and then other names too. So there we are. Now, I wonder, from a Fikile Mbalula point of view, he hasn't actually commented on the merits of the case, but he's talking about AfriForum. So we know that AfriForum were the ones that effectively charged Malema in the first place, right? It could have been anybody else, right? But they did, as they often do. How big an issue is that? The fact that it was AfriForum that put their name first up to say what Malema did is incorrect. What do you make of that? Do you see that as civil society, notwithstanding there are many other pronouncements, because in this case you have to separate each one, or do you see it as rank opportunism? But the court certainly finds, never mind who said what, that he has been found guilty. That's an important point to remember. But what do you make of the AfriForum factor that does come through? Well, we'll talk about the Slovo Park factor in a moment.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
What is it that ordinary citizens who are on social media should be doing differently when they see content related to this violation?
When you receive it, delete it and don't share it, because you are contributing to the violation. Don't share it. Don't get excited and want to be seen to have received the information, and you want to be the one out of the gates to show everyone else that you have this information. It is illegal. It's unlawful for you to share it and distribute, and for people to just keep on sharing and sharing. Don't do it. Delete it. This child's life has changed forever.
Advocate Brenda Madumisa, Director of Wise for Africa.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Don't forget, with the Madlanga Commission, we don't have, can I say ball-by-ball coverage any longer. What we do is we have highlights, wrap up around 5:45 on this show. So listen out for that coming up then, right? And we'll play some sound as well. In the meantime, the community of Slovo Park commemorated 10 years since the Melani judgment that was handed down, on the 5th of April, a decade ago. The High Court landmark judgment ruled in their favor against the city of Joburg's plans to evict and relocate them. Let's reflect on the past years in this case here, and the state of service delivery in that area of Slovo Park. Lerato Marole is with me, chairperson of the Slovo Park Community Development Forum. Lerato, thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Chief, and to the listeners.
Thank you. So first of all, just to get perspective, when we talk about Slovo Park, where exactly is it?
Slovo Park is in the south of Joburg, in between Eldorado Park and Mansfield Industrial. It's an informal settlement that has been there for the past 35 years.
It's amazing when you say 35 years, we still think of it as informal. I mean, there's
Just
nothing-
alongside N12.
Okay, so nothing informal about something that's been in existence for 35 years, right? So a judgment ruled in your favor a decade ago, right? What has happened to that community since? I mean, give us a sense of how people get on with their lives.
Basically, nothing much has happened. We only got electricity, which also had to come through fighting. As per the judgment, it's from pillar to post. One, the challenge is the unpicking of the judgment from the officials themselves. It's a problem. We had to assist them for about 2 to 3 years in trying to assist them to unlock what the judgment is saying. Afterwards, there's change of personnel. There's forever challenges. The next thing would be budgetary issues. Then when budget is there, people are appointed, they don't finish job, they don't finish the work of proclaiming a township. There's so much that is happening that is not right within the whole process. So in the 10 years that we were commemorating currently, really what we have achieved is just death of young people through pit littering toilets, leaders passing away, some being shot by police. So we have actually achieved only death from the actual government of our own.
But let's go back a step. When the ruling was handed down that ruled in your favor against Joburg, the city of Joburg's plan to evict you and relocate, right, your entire community, would that suggest that, in fact, it gave you a sense of permanence?
Yes, basically that's what it meant. The judgment meant that in saying, why do you remove people that have been there for 20 years, for more than 20 years in one place with all reasons that they were actually putting on the table in saying dynamite and all those issues. Then the in situ upgrading judgment was granted. And that on its own was a relief to the community, because it was saying within 3 years the process must have completed in regard to planning and everything. Then there should be then commencement of the upgrading. So 10 years down the line, we still having no flushing toilets, no proper drinking water. It's still a problem. So we're still using packet system.
Do you have a ward councillor that represents you and people can vote for that councillor in that region?
Yeah, we do have ward councillor. They have come and changed. We have seen them all. Nothing has changed for us on the ground. Basically, I would say, even apart from councillors, there is no one with political will, be it an official or a political head. No one is with a
But if it's a ward councillor, that councillor would be elected by you, right? By the people of the settlement itself, isn't it?
Remember, the ward on its own is not only the settlement only. So there is also a formal townships that are around us that also becomes part of the ward. So irrespective of what happens politically, really one would have just to partake in taking the responsibility of liberating these particular individuals, because we are partially the oldest settlement in Johannesburg, basically, and in this particular ward.
Okay, what then? So you're saying basically nothing's happened from Joburg. Has there been any representation to the city of Joburg? I mean, Joburg's got a mayor. It's got a fully elected committee. Although there's been lots of uproar about what Joburg's doing and not doing. What has Joburg been telling you?
Like I said, there's only been change of personnel. There are those that would see they've got a political will to assist in the cause, to take the documents and try to make what's right. But immediately one get committed to that, he's removed from that particular position. Then somebody else that is new would be brought forward. From the formulation, from the judgment onwards, there was a formulation of a tax team which dictated that we sit monthly and engage and plan better and implement this development. And I can tell you, it has been a struggle for the past 10 years.
What about the different political parties? I just want to start with Helen Zille because she's in the news trying to fix up, potholes and water leakages in the city of Joburg, right? But not just the DA. I mean, the DA, there's the ANC, there's the EFF, there's the MK party. I can rattle off every other party, Rising Mzansi to Boza. Which other parties are showing an interest in your community and effectively championing your cause?
In politics, everyone would always want to make people political cows or voting cows for a better word. But the challenge is always one. Irrespective of who can come in as a political aid, there are people that are consistently there, which are officials, and those are the implementers of policies. So our challenge is there. I don't see us changing any personal. Remember, in Joburg on its own, during this course, all political parties have basically been in control of Joburg, and we have all engaged them. And I can tell you, so far, they are as frustrated as us. We are even out of lies to tell us towards the elections. So we don't see political parties being a solution to the challenges of the needy. It's rather a political will from individuals that are working in government.
Okay.
That would then assist the official, the actual political aides to implement what needs to be implemented.
Okay, lastly, we're on to news time. What's the population of that settlement? I mean, how many people living there? And do they go to school or not? Just a quick answer on that.
We've got 1076 tents, which contains 3,734 households. The population is around 12 to 15,000 people. And we do have schools in the opposite townships. The nearest one would be a kilo. Then the rest would be around. Some students who even attend as far as to way to. So we don't have basically a school of our own, but we do have kids going to school.
Okay, I'll tell you what, thanks for speaking to us about all of that, Lerato. We need to follow up on that story. I think it needs a City of Joburg response. So really, I think it's an important conversation we've just had. Lerato Marole, the chairperson of the Slovo Park Community Development Forum, they had a judgment that they could not be evicted over 10 years ago, and effectively they're suggesting, according to Lerato, that largely undeveloped for something that should actually be permanent. What do you make of that? What is the solution? Right, news headlines. Here's on July's 4:30.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Eastern Cape top Judge President Selby Mbenenge faces possible impeachment. This after the Judicial Services Commission has overturned the Judicial Conduct Tribunal's misconduct finding against him and has instead handed the top judge a sanction of gross misconduct in the landmark sexual harassment probe in the judiciary. EFF leader Julius Malema has called for a special probe into the University of Fort Hare, citing irregularities in academic qualifications awarded to prominent politicians. And the U.S. Secretary of State Pete Hegseth has warned Iran that U.S. forces are locked and loaded on energy infrastructure in case Tehran does not agree to a peace deal. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Busy now on the run through Midrand with a breakdown between Olifantsfontein and Samrand. That's a stationary vehicle at this time of day, enough to push traffic back into Buccleuch interchange. Motorists driving between Magaliesburg and Rustenburg. A truck overturning just by Conker. If you know where Conker is, about halfway between Magaliesburg and the R30 Derby exit. That's where the truck's on its side. There is a bit of waiting around to get through that one. Durban, we've got a breakdown on the N2 coming southbound into Spaghetti Junction. That's pushing a queue back to Inanda Road Road, and some clog up going northbound as well. Separate incident there, possibly a breakdown northbound coming from Booth Road Bridge up at a 4 level. That's quite slow. Trucks are parked up on the Esplanade, so going into central Durban along that embankment section. That is busy today. Cape Town, N1 out of town, fairly tight all the way out to Kuba. Get a change, stays busy on the run really right through until about the Belleville area, and a lot of pressure coming off the south coast from Fish Hoek all the way up through Cork Bay, St James and into Muizenberg. Traffic all the way along Main Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
All right, to be Two Oceans Marathon, no Oceans Marathon, no marathon, I suppose, right?
Basically, 2 runners in the women's race at the Two Oceans Marathon have been disqualified. This is after it was discovered that they were men. They had used bib numbers assigned to female runners, which led to changes in the final results. And the issue was raised by the Running Man blog. Stuart Mann said bib swapping is a serious offense because it affects fairness and can cause medical and insurance problems. And he added that while the official substitutions are allowed, bib swapping is strictly prohibited. So basically, Ashraf, what happened is that these 2 ladies gave their race number to these guys to run in the women's race. They finished in the top 10.
Of the women's race.
Of the women's race,
number, yeah.
yes.
They did
And
well.
someone, literally they did well. But for me, it's like, these marathons, there's always someone that's cheating. I mean, I'm thinking of one story of the Comrades Marathon where one twin would run to the halfway point and then get the other twin would get into, they change the race number in the toilet, and then the other twin would finish it off. But then they catch them out.
Did they still catch them too?
Yes, they caught them out. Anyway.
What happens to them when they catch them?
Like these ones, they were disqualified, and also they're going to go through a disciplinary hearing and be banned. They won't be allowed to run again. It's just.
I wonder what got them. I want to ask, why would they choose ladies' numbers, like lady entrance?
The one lady says she just gave her friend the race number and was like
just take it. I remember Frith van der Merwe, by the way, legally, I think she came out 15th in one race of the Comrades about 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Meaning with the men, she finished 15th overall. It's quite the most incredible achievement ever for women runners.
Absolutely, absolutely. In terms of rugby, Kenan Moody will start on the left wing for the Vodacom Bulls against the Dragons in Newport tomorrow night, with Kurtley Arendse and Ches will just sideline through injury. Moody moves from centre to wing, while Creel shifts to the right, and Devon Williams comes in at fullback. Stedman Khan starts at outside centre. Kobus Visser joins the second row, and among the substitute, Mpilo Gumede replaces Jean-Ray Rudolph, and Paul de Wet comes in as scrum half over. The Bulls, 8th on the URC log, will be favourites against the 15th placed Dragons. Elsewhere, England have suffered a double blow ahead of their Women's Six Nations clash with Scotland, with Hannah Bottoman and May Campbell ruled out of the tournament through injury. Prop Bottoman requires a second ankle operation, while Hooker Campbell will undergo knee surgery next week. In terms of football, with only 6 games left in the 2025-26 season, reality is beginning to settle in at Magezi. Head coach Alan Fries admitted that his side are running out of matches after suffering yet another defeat to a heavy 4-1 loss to Kaizer Chiefs at the new Peter Mokaba Stadium in Polokwane last night. And Magezi have now collected just 17 points from 24 matches and sit 1 point behind both Marumo Gallants and Orbit College, who are level on the same tally.
And they are. Every day they get fewer and fewer. So, but there's still other games to play. We can never know what's going to happen. So now we're going to go prepare for the one game on Sunday. That is the one thing we must go and prepare for, is the one game on Sunday.
In tennis, organizers of the French Open have announced a 9.5% increase in prize money for this year's tournament, taking the total purse to 1.1 billion rand, which is around 61.7 million euros. The rise of 5.4 million euros, around 104 million rand compared to 2025, continues Roland Garros' push to boost earnings across all rounds, ensuring fairer distribution for players eliminated early as well as champions. The Paris Major maintains equal prize money for men and women, though it remains behind the other 3 Grand Slams in overall payouts. The US Open last year led with $90 million, which is around 1.7 billion rand, while Wimbledon and the Australian Open also offered larger prize monies. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Running away is to me, and I'm saying running.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwa's got all the numbers. And Makwa, you want to start with PSG's yearly results, right?
Yes, the financial services company. The results continue to highlight the competitive advantage of their advice-led business model. Favorable stock markets aided the results, leading to better asset performance, improved investment income, and a rise in performance fees. Profits as recurring headline earnings per share up 34%, assets under management up 20%, gross written premium up 5%, and total dividends per share up 25%. Ashraf, China's economy grew more than expected in Q1 as robust export demand and growing resilient local spending helped support growth. They grew by 5%, beating the 4.8% expectations. Dollar hovered around 6-week low as Iran's ceasefire hopes dented its safe haven premium. Most global equities climbed to a new all-time high as investors piled back into stocks on signs that the US and Iran may extend the ceasefire, helping markets to unwind the war-driven risk premium. Basically, markets are just returning back to pre-war flows and positioning as traders have looked past the war and moved on from conflict despite not being resolved. From here, we need new news for direction to go higher as the systematic buying is largely done. And history, Ashraf, of geopolitical crisis show that crises turn out to be a great buying opportunity. Gold as the yellow metal lifted by persistent weaknesses in the dollar, with focus remaining on more potential ceasefire talks, that is between US and Iran. And we see gold is up 0.3% at 4,803. Platinum is flat at 2,115. Oil prices rising as doubts, oil prices are up on doubts that the US and Iran peace talks will ease Strait of Hormuz disruption. And we see Brent crude is up 3% at $97 a barrel. Global markets pulling back from record highs, waiting for truce updates with the local pulse, which didn't reach record highs like its peers. We are now down 0.4%, dragged down mainly by our resources. Rand weakened 0.4% against the dollar, 16.43, 22.22 against the pound, and 19.31 against the euro.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that, Mark. We've got another hour of the markets coming up from 6 to 7, so get ready for that too. What we'll do is we're going to get your thoughts as well on absolutely the biggest story of the day, Julius Malema. I understand there's been developments with the city of Joburg now. You know, many of the stores they're being shut in because there's the anticipation of an EFF march that may or may not be happening right now. We'll find out about all of that, and the similar stories happening in other parts of of South Africa, and I'm talking specifically in the area of Mahikeng as well. So let's get to that right after this.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
Right, this is the National Pulse. We'll get legal opinion, by the way. We'll get legal opinion coming up just now. But for now, let's get the story of what's happening in fact, we'll get to Joburg just now. Lots of things changing as and when we talk about these type of things, right? Let's do this, however. We're going to first get to understand what's happened in the Northwest region. Thabiso Moss, SABC News reporter, covering the story of EFF supporters in Mahikeng. Thabiso, I appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, good afternoon to you and our listeners at home.
Right, what's happened? EFF, Mahikeng, Julius Malema, what's happened?
Yeah, what we have seen, Ashraf, since yesterday, EFF members from all 4 regions in the province, from Bojanala region, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Dr. Ruth Somuts Mumpati, and even here in the Ngakamudi Rumlema district, where the Northwest capital Mahikeng is located, they have gathered here, they slept over here in Mahikeng. They started gathering yesterday on the first day of the sentencing proceedings. So today they have gathered outside the High Court here in Mahikeng. And earlier on, they went to gather outside the Civic Center after they heard the outcomes of today that their leader, Julius Malema, has been granted leave to appeal the 5-year sentence that was imposed on him by the magistrate in KwaZulu in the Eastern Cape. So many of them were saying that this is politically motivated, emphasizing or stressing the sentiments that have been there, especially from some of the leaders of the EFF, saying that this is more politically motivated. They were mentioning organizations such as AfriForum and also blaming the U.S. President Donald Trump that he's also behind this. But I posed a question to them that these charges emanate from 2018 incident. At the time, Donald Trump was not even in office. He returned in the office for the second time just a few years ago. Already, Malema was charged was also indicted on those charges. So that's what they said at the time, that this is politically motivated, and they say EFF is not a one-party man, if I can put it that way, saying that even if Julius Malema is incarcerated, the party will continue to grow from strength to strength, and they are going to contest the upcoming local government elections with or without their leader, because now the EFF is an organization, it's not a one-man party, Ashraf.
Right. So how did they respond today after they found out about the sentencing, notwithstanding there's an appeal, but what did they do and say today?
They were very disappointed because at some point, when before lawyers started arguing on, lodging an appeal, many of them were not singing and were not as happy as they were singing before the sentence. But after the sentence, some of them were, we saw some of them sitting down, looking very tired and very stressed about the developments after the provincial leadership of the EFF, through its secretary, Papiki Babuile, communicated the outcomes of the court that Julius Malema has been sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment on some of those charges emanating from that 2018 incident. But as soon as they had the outcome of the leave to appeal, they converged again and gathered outside the Northwest High Court here in Mahikeng, where they continued with their singing until they were told by their leadership that they will go back to their branches. They need to disperse. They'll have to go back to their branches and start to work on the upcoming elections. Now that this matter is on appeal, they are hopeful that their leader will not be incarcerated. He will win the appeal as it will be heard at a later stage. So they are very hopeful after being granted leave to appeal that they will still have their leader in the future as they prepare for the upcoming local government election.
Okay. And did they respond to, one is the sentence, which, as you know, they've appealed, but in fact that Malema was refused the opportunity to appeal against the actual conviction. Did they respond to that? Do they understand the significant difference between one and the other?
Yeah, that question we spoke to the Deputy Provincial Secretary with regard to that So even though he has been granted leave to appeal the sentence, but the conviction, that one was refused. And he said they'll continue to keep on trying to, the EFF leader saying, the deputy secretary saying, the EFF leader will try to forge ahead with trying to appeal the conviction, not only the sentence, responding to the fact that the conviction was refused, declined by the court. He was given leave to appeal only the sentence. So he's saying they are still going to try to, petition the court to appeal the conviction, not only the sentence, saying that will have, acknowledging that will have dire consequences on their leader, taking into consideration that what does the conviction mean for him in terms of his political future. So that was responded by the Deputy Provincial Secretary of the EFF in the Northwest. But with regard to some of the members, were just happy that he was given leave to appeal the sentence.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that. I appreciate your time on this issue, Thabiso Moss. I'm sure you'll follow that story, that region, in the days ahead as well. Thabiso Moss, SABC News reporter, talking to us from the Northwest region. Well, what about Johannesburg itself? There's been reports, multiple reports, in fact, of EFF supporters marching in Joburg. That's one. In support of Malema, number two. But then forcing shop owners, in this case, management, to shut the shops down. This is in the city of Joburg, a report we've just received. Let's find out exactly what's happened there with Ms. Luyanda Danka, SABC News reporter in the city of Joburg. Luyanda, thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Good evening to you, and good evening to our listeners.
Good evening indeed. So, what has happened? Is it true that stores have been closed because EFF supporters have asked them or forced them to close?
Indeed, we spoke with few street vendors. We also spoke with the people who are working at the shops there. They were outside, literally outside. So they told us their experience. They are unhappy with this situation. Economically, this will affect their daily lives, because they said this thing, when though it's a once-off thing, it will definitely negatively affect them. We also spoke with the street vendors by the name of Sibongiwe Mkhize, who told us that they arrived in the morning and the EFF members told them that they must not pack today, they must not do business. And this lady explained to the SABC that this will negatively affect her, because this is the main source of income. And then later on, we spoke with Nkululeko Dunga, the MMC for Finance. He actually distanced the EFF from this because he said the EFF, there is no such thing. We've always taken a program of the EFF with a high level of respect and a high level of discipline. So this thing of that the EFF members asked people to close their shops, asked street vendors to don't do business, it's lies. So, but according to our knowledge and what we've seen, shops were actually closed and people were not working there.
Okay. In fact, we're going to find out just how many stores closed. We'll do that after this.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mweketi.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAFM. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
let's continue talking about what's happened in Joburg with Luyanda Danqa. So, Luyanda, you were saying that the call to close by some of these EFF activists happened even before today's judgment, right? That was much earlier this morning.
Yes, early, around 9 a.m.
So at that time, how many stores would you say then actually did close? This is in the morning.
It was in the morning. We were told by Sibongile Mkhize, who is a street vendor at the Johannesburg CBD. She told us ukuthi, they were asked to do not unpack their stuff because they are waiting for the sentencing, and then after that they can't guarantee their safety. So the lady explained that she was really disappointed because she was waiting to make money. The people that are passing are the customers who are actually bringing money. We have the record of that lady explaining to the SABC that he was told by the members of the EFF not to do business today. We also spoke with some of the members, when though the leadership is denying the claims or denying the reports or complaints, but we also spoke with the ground forces and they explained. We also have the records or the recordings of them telling the SABC that yes, indeed, we want our CIC not to go to jail, so that nothing will happen today. So that's what we got.
Okay, so what about the position now? This is after the judgment. Again, did EFF supporters march in Joburg? Were they called on to close stores? Did they call on others to close stores or vendors? And did that happen? This is afterwards. What's happened then?
After the sentencing, it was worse. We listened to the speech by the leader of the EFF, Julius Malema, and then we walked the entire. I think we walked about 30 minutes, Johannesburg CBD, and there was some level of vandalism because some members of the EFF were banning, sometimes knocking on the stores that are closed. So, though there are some others who were saying, no, comrade, high discipline, high moral, but there are those who were doing some acts of vandalism. So, people were really unhappy with the sentencing. They were demanding this sentence, or they were demanding the leadership of the EFF not to actually be in jail.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time on clearly a hectic day for you, I'm sure about that, Luyanda Danqa. Covering the story of Joburg City, many stores, vendors shut down earlier on, and then after the judgment with the sentence, in this case here, of Julius Malema, 5 years imprisonment, although that he's now appealed that. Therefore, I'm saying to you, it has been, without doubt today, the Julius Malema show. Right, we'll pick up comments from you. We go to the Eastern Cape firstly. We got Faisal on the line. Faisal, hello.
Ashraf, how are you?
Yeah, good indeed. Right, what's your point?
My point, Ashraf, look, this magistrate, she was very, very harsh on Malema. And everybody knows what is my feeling about Malema. I also mentioned in the station, I've got no time for Malema. But this lady, this magistrate, she totally, I think, she abused the powers.
But wait, let me understand you, Faisal. What is your feelings about Malema? I don't know. You say everybody knows.
Ashraf, what I'm saying, Ashraf, this magistrate, the sentence he gave Malema is too much. It was very excessive because there was no fight. He was not fighting with anybody. He was celebrating. Nobody was injured. He's a first offender. Now I can see her plan and what she wanted. She wanted to stop Malema being parliament. Why give him 5 year sentence? He's a first offender. Nobody was.
So what would be an adequate? What would be an adequate sentence? Because he can appeal and he has appealed.
He should have a fine. He should have a fine. Not direct to imprisonment.
Okay. She did say he can appeal and there could be a different finding regarding the sentence. What about the actual conviction?
But I think Ashraf, she went too far, Ashraf.
You went too far.
Supposed to do that.
All right.
She's not supposed to do that, Ashraf.
Okay, got that. Went too far, says Faisal in the Eastern Cape. Owen in Zanin. Hello, Owen.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it, man? Good. What's your point?
Thank you so much for taking my call and for coming back to me.
Thank you.
I would just like to agree with the previous speaker. I think the sentence was too harsh on the guy, on Malema. If you are to set an example, as a magistrate, as she rightfully put it out. Don't you think it would have been proper for her probably to fine Malema a huge amount of money and community service? He should have been sent to Western Cape to conduct workshops there on gang violence. That should have set a proper example and should have probably worked on MPA's favor. But my problem, Ashraf, it's with AfriForum. Yes, I commend it for opening or lodging a criminal complaint against Malema. But if you look at how selective they are in the cases that they refer to court, remember we are trying to rebuild this country along non-racial lines. A caller has just spoken, I think an hour ago, about AfriForum to say there are a number of cases against or racial cases or criminal acts against Africans that AfriForum is not talking about. As an organization that pretends to be working for justice, it should also focus on those cases that are.
Right, but can you tell us more? I mean, you know what happened? Yeah, I mean, okay. So you're saying AfriForum are being selective, right? I hear that, but that doesn't stop anybody else, for example, from taking to court or charging someone who they feel has committed a crime. Like, and there's been many crimes in the country committed. Why don't they do that? All right, let's get to another one. Anonymous, quick one from you before we get to the news. You have a point, go for it.
Yeah, they told us to close the site, construction site, and get out. And we had to do that.
This was where? Where is this now?
It's in the CBD on Albertina and Commissioner.
So this is Johannesburg. So who told you?
People in Regalia read the Regalia.
Okay, and if you didn't listen, then what?
Of course, it was going to be dangerous.
Did they tell you that?
They were. I mean, you could see that. Shambox and everything.
Okay, so you then obviously you stopped working, right?
Correct.
Okay. What do you feel about that? Very quickly.
It's not fair.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Anonymous, thank you for that. You see, that's this thing spirals into so many different sectors of South African society. Thank you for that call. We'll have more Malema calls than anything else that you want to raise. Right now, it's the news at 5 with Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. Eastern Cape Judge President faces possible impeachment and another warning for Iran from the US. Good day to you. The Eastern Cape Judge President Selby Mbenenge faces possible impeachment. This after the Judicial Services Commission overturned the Conduct Tribunal's misconduct finding against him and instead handed the top judge a sanction of gross misconduct in a landmark sexual harassment probe. Judge's Secretary Andisa Mengu accused Mbenenge of alleged sexual harassment in the form of in-person interactions and electronic communications. The matter will now be referred to the National Assembly for a vote where 2/3 is required for impeachment. The EFF leader Julius Malema has called for a special probe into the University of Fort Hare, citing irregularities in academic qualifications awarded to prominent politicians. He was addressing party members in Kgompo in the Eastern Cape following his sentencing proceedings. He was sentenced to 5 years direct imprisonment after being found guilty on firearm-related charges. The court has granted him leave to appeal the sentence but not the conviction. Malema says the university needs special attention, highlighting Premier Oscar Maboyane's qualifications scandal.
That University of Fort Hare, it needs a special attention. A lot of ANC people are graduating from that University of Fort Hare, and majority of their qualifications is fake qualifications. So we need an SIU report on the qualifications of Fort Hare. Most of these people of the ANC in Eastern Cape are going to be exposed. that they are not friends with books.
The father of one of the victims of a mass shooting in Delft on the Cape Flats says his son could have been the victim of gang-related extortion. 6 people have been shot and killed in 2 separate attacks on the Cape Flats over the past few hours. Police in Elsie's River are investigating the death of a couple whose bodies were discovered in an informal dwelling. In the latest incident, 4 people, including a teenager, were shot execution-style in Delft. Desmond Peterson says it's not the first time an attempt was made to extort his family.
I just started climbing up the step ladder and she started to scream. And I hear this bang, 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 and it's quiet. And then suddenly another couple of bang, bang, bang shots went off. I froze for a few seconds. I don't know what to do. 2 kids running to the windows. You know how kids are. I had to grab them away from the window. And my wife screamed. I said, keep quiet. Those people want to come back and come here and shoot us.
Congregants of a controversial faith, Mission Church in KwaMapubulo, north of Durban, say the possible closure of the church will not deter them from continuing their religious practices. The chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission is conducting an oversight visit to the church following reports of possible human rights violations. It's alleged that members are discouraged from taking their chronic medication or seeking medical care, as these are seen as conflicting with the church's beliefs. These congregants share their views.
We are joyful, we rejoice because the kingdom of God should be preached to the entire nations. We see it as an opportunity for God's salvation to go to people. Amen. We are aware that God is in control, and whatever that happens, it will be God who has allowed it to happen. So
if they happen to close Ikhala Bafundi, we are not bothered because we will stick to our decision because the kingdom of God has been revealed to us very clearly. So wherever they take us to, we will still continue to live for the kingdom. We will still continue to follow God's commands, and we will not change our minds. Whatever that happens.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has warned Iran that U.S. forces are locked and loaded in case Iran does not agree to a peace deal. He urged the Iranian government to choose wisely. He says the U.S. has unleashed only 10% of its military capability and can maintain its blockade on Iranian ports.
There is an alternative. As our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge. And we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy.
Top story: the Eastern Cape Judge President Selby Mbenenge faces possible impeachment. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khos.
In sports this hour, fans slam soaring transportation costs ahead of 2026 FIFA World Cup. 2 Oceans Marathon male runners disqualified from women's race, and French Open prize money rises. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg N3 South jam-packed today on the run from Buccleuch down to about the Modderfontein Road exit. We reckon it's a broken down vehicle that is causing that backlog, but it is fairly heavy. N3 North is slow coming from Heldenace up into Galulis. That's very unusual for this time of afternoon. If you're heading from Germiston, heading north up through that Bedford View area, it is all very busy. Still with that breakdown on the M1 North going up towards Samrand. The backlog of traffic there is into Buccleuch interchange. It's a solid trip up through the Midrand area today. N4, the Emelafeli Highway coming to Pretoria, that is heavy from Watermeyer, and a crash coming out of Mamelodi on Stormful Road before Deerdeport Road, still causing some backlogs as well. Durban, a breakdown running south on the N2 after Umgeri Road, slow from Inanda, and if you're heading north, there's quite a backlog between the M7 and 4 level. Again, very unusual queue on that N2 north for this time of day. Trucks are stacking up as we saw yesterday, seeing it again today on the Esplanade, Victoria Embankment, driving into the city centre. Those trucks are forming quite an extensive queue. You might want to avoid that and take an alternative route before you get stuck in it. Also, Umgera Road out through Springfield towards the N2 highway, very busy today. Cape Town, an issue on the Hout Bay Main Road between Hout Bay and Constantianek, very heavy if you're on your way up from Hout Bay, but a bit of a backlog going that way as well. And there's a breakdown at Hospital Bend, just slowing traffic inbound on the N2. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So we have been speaking about other things. We've been speaking about the Joe Slovo settlement, and they're saying 10 years after a judgment that they cannot be removed, like virtually nothing's happened in that community. We have been speaking about religion, and as per a survey that South Africa is the most religiously tolerant nation on earth. We have been speaking about other things too, right? But do you want to speak about that, including, for example, Andy Mashaile's conversation about, political assassinations that seems to be the vogue in so many parts, and the Home Affairs clarifying the issue of Zimbabwe exemption permits. Now, you can talk about any of those things and a whole lot more, including Donald Trump. But I have a sense that what you're going to talk about is Julius Malema, because it has been undoubtedly the Julius Malema show.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Mr. Beaumont, how easy was it to get hold of this report?
We began a process in April last year where we put forward a PIA application. We had every single delay thrown at us. Their email systems were down. It really stopped one short of the dog ate my iPad report. And it was only when we then initiated legal action in January this year that the Minister of Police announced the declassification of this report, and the declassification meant it was available. But we continued applying and they kept refusing us. And it was only when we issued a public statement a week ago, criticizing the fact that the document was still not available despite the declassification, that suddenly IPID moved to give us the report.
Michael Beaumont is the National Chair of Action SA.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bongi Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
I'm looking at a tweet from Sherwin Bryce Pease. He's saying the South African vaccine manufacturers, that's BioVac, right, has secured a financing package of 1.8 billion rands from the International Finance Corporation and European Investment Bank to build Africa's first end-to-end multi-vaccine manufacturing site that will advance self-reliance in vaccine production for South Africa and for the African continent. Check it out on his tweets. In fact, I've just shared that now. Because that's quite significant in terms of where we are in the country in terms of development and investment. Where are we regarding Julius Malema? 2 further takes on this issue right now. We'll have the Madlanga Commission wrap up at about 5:45, right? One is the socio-political impact of the Julius Malema sentencing to 5 years, although he's appealed. The second one is the legal aspect. What does that mean? So we'll chat to Ulrich Roux later on. But coming up next, we get a political analyst to provide that opinion.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, with me is political analyst Asanda Nkwasheng. Asanda, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Oh, it's evening. Good evening,
well,
and thank you so much for having me.
The sun hasn't quite set in some parts of the country anyway, right? So point taken. Has the sun set on Julius Malema?
Well, they say it's not over until the fat lady sings, as it were. So I don't think we can necessarily say that the sun has set on Julius Malema. He's planning, he's appealing, and what that means, essentially, he will be able to continue as if nothing has happened, technically, until he has exhausted all of his appeals. But, there's a couple of possibilities. He may find himself within his own party being asked to step down so that he can focus on his legal case, and a new leadership takes over and continues the political party. The other option is that he may appeal and find himself having the case succeeding, which is what he wants, in having the case dismissed and thrown out, and then being able to continue life as if none of this drama happened. Or he may find himself with a panel of judges who then decide the sentence was given was actually fair, and they basically they stay their sentence and they say that, the 5 years is what it is, and they're not going to change anything. Or the other scary, risky option, which is that another group of judges may actually decide this judge was lenient on him and he should be getting a tougher sentence. So he could end up with 7 years, or 10 years, or 15 years, which is the maximum. So it's quite a risky, it's a bold move, because of course appealing allows him to continue and kind of pull the string and make it a little bit longer because it had shortened. But it also means that he faces the possibility and the potential of actually making things worse for himself from where things are right now. From a parliamentary perspective, though, the ethics committee is going to have to give us some kind of opinion on what this means from a parliamentary legislative infrastructure rules perspective and what the impacts and possibilities are. But the laws are very clear that if you have been sentenced to longer than 12 months, then you have to stand down as a member of parliament. You cannot continue as a member of parliament, and you cannot be voted in as a member of parliament for at least 5 years until it's been 5 years since your sentence was passed. And so he may be kicking the can down the road and it will eventually catch up with him, or he may be kicking the can out of the ballpark, as it were, and may get his case dismissed. But the biggest issue, I think, is the fact that Julius Malema has built the EFF to be a political party that is centered on him, his personality, his particular brand of politics, and it is his interests and the things that pique his interest and the policies that interest him as an individual that end up making it into the headlines and being the things that are pursued in the EFF. And I'm not saying this just out of thin air. I'm saying it because most of the members who have left the EFF have said that this was one of the biggest problems with the EFF, was that if Julius Malema disagrees with you on something, then it's not going to happen. Rather than that, there's space to be able to engage and discuss, and that he's a kind of person that could disagree with something but allow the majority voice perhaps within the party to continue.
I mean, you've broken it down so interestingly that there's so many different aspects to this, right? So you mentioned with Parliament, if he's got to serve more than a year, then he has to step down as an MP, right? You're saying, right? If I got that correctly. What about EFF rules? Because he's been convicted at this point in time, right?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, so remember, he only has to step down if he loses his appeal. Because remember, he's appealing now, so Parliament can't really fire him right now because he's taken as the sentencing effectively doesn't stand up until the point where whatever body, highest body, likely to be the Constitutional Court, decides that it stands or decides that it's dismissed or decides that the harsher sentence is to be come.
Okay.
So in terms of the EFF, as far as I know, they, as I said, they will have to meet, I'm sure, after this and decide, do they want him to step aside a la ANC type of structure and focus on the cases I've said, or do they want him to continue? You must remember that for some people, he may become even more attractive now that he's a convicted criminal, effectively. He may become more attractive because they may feel that he's being punished for being outspoken about, white supremacy in South Africa, about the land issue in South Africa, and the ways in which he challenges and speaks truth to power a lot of the time. So this may make him more attractive to people because it'll look like to them that he's a tried and tested leader, that he's just facing the challenges, like a Mandela, a Sobukwe, and the many others who were persecuted.
I mean, do you think today he said today when after the sentencing he referenced the magistrate talking about hers as possibly being a member of AfriForum, possibly having her own agenda, being this ugly white woman, all of that. Who's he playing to when he speaks that language, and how effective would that be?
Well, he's playing to his supporters. These are the same people who have no problem, for example, with him singing the To the Broad tune, which he again was taken to court over. And there are some people within South Africa who do believe that, we are still living in a world wherein there is this battle between black power and white power. And that belief is valid. But here's where I kind of differ on those thoughts. So I differ on those thoughts in the sense that while as a politician, there will always be people who are against you, and you always have enemies and all kinds of interesting characters who want to take you down. And Malema is no different. And we could name any other political party and politician, and we will have reasons that people might want them removed or want their voices silenced. However, for me, this is a legal case. He had a gun in his hand. He shot it. There were people. In South Africa, there's a law that says if you shoot a gun in public, you may get arrested, and this is the maximum sentence, which is up to 15 years. And so even if we take into consideration that there may be influence, we take into consideration that there may be people actively pushing and actively lobbying for him to be sentenced, to get a tougher sentence, etc., etc., the fact of the matter is that a crime took place. And so whether it's Julius Malema or an ordinary South African who is nameless, the law only works or can only be, respected if it is applied equally and fairly across all South Africans. And so according to the law, he committed a crime, and according to the law, he must be punished. The biggest challenge is, to me, or to my mind, is not so much whether he committed a crime or not. The judge has ruled that, in her opinion, he committed a crime, and the judge is appointed by, the government. And therefore, if we are to believe in our judiciary, which is another arm of the same government that Julius Malema belongs to as a member of parliament, we must agree that then she made that ruling. And so the question for me is more, he did the crime, but does the punishment fit the crime?
Yeah.
And I think that's the conversation that we should be having and engaging with, rather than the validity of the crime. Because having a conversation about the validity of the crime puts us in very murky waters where some are allowed to commit crime and get away with it. Others are like to be punished.
Okay.
And so it was, I think that the judge was between a rock and a hard place in terms of applying the law. They could have set they could have set a suspended sentence. They could have set a sentence below 12 months. They could have set a sentence that takes him to jail for a longer time. There are many possibilities.
Okay, so just quick one, just yes, no. Does the punishment fit the crime according to you? Yes, no?
I don't know, in the sense that it's, again, as I say, I think it's tricky, because on the one hand, the law only works if it's applied fairly to all. And so we can't, because it's Julius Malema, say he can't be punished because it's a
because it's him,
It's AfriForum who influenced because it's him.
All right, let's leave it at that. Asanda Nkwasheng, political analyst, fascinating insights into that. We'll get a legal analysis after this.
Sorry I'm late, Sevi. Had to fetch my lucky putter. No worries, let's go. We're teeing off in an hour. Great. We're taking your car. Can't. It's already taken. What do you mean taken? It was right here when I left a few minutes ago. I sold it to Weber Cars and made a whole lot of green. Birdie told me that's the best way to sell your car. Not only the best way, it's the fair way. Kom ons vat die pad.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for a fast sale, geared for you.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Mandlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
So I see the Sunday World is tweeted with a picture of, Oscar Mabuyane saying, Oscar Mabuyane to sue Julius Malema for defamation. That's breaking. And Malema tweeted in response saying, bring it on. Okay, let's talk about the legal aspects of the Bring It On with Malema regarding what happened today. You know, what can he do next? What are the implications? Ulrich Roux is a legal expert, the managing director of Ulrich Roux and Associates. Ulrich, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I'm pretty sure I passed your legal firm today, if I'm not mistaken. If you're out in the Ilovo area, then you can say that I passed it like sometime this morning at 8:30. So there we are. Anyway,
okay.
Right. Let's talk about what's just happened from a legal perspective. A sentence was passed, 5 years, right? Yes, he can appeal, right? What other options does he have? Because I understand he's not been given the option to appeal the conviction itself. Help us understand it.
Yes, so any person who lodges an application for leave to appeal in a criminal matter can either appeal the conviction and the sentence or just the sentence. In this instance, Julius Malema appealed both his conviction as well as the sentence. He was refused leave to appeal the convictions. In other words, the magistrate found that there's no reasonable foreseeability that a higher court could reach a different conclusion, whereas she did grant him leave to appeal the sentence. And as I said now, the test which the magistrate had to apply was whether a higher court could come to a different conclusion based on the same facts. So he is free to appeal his sentence. He will be appealing to the Eastern Cape High Court, saying that the magistrate made an error in handing down a sentence of direct imprisonment of 5 years, whereas he will now have to petition the High Court in order to appeal his conviction. And what that means is that the High Court must first grant him permission now in order to lodge his appeal. So it's not an automatic appeal. He first needs to lodge a petition. He was released on warning once again. His warning was extended pending the finalization of his appeal process, which means that he is not in custody pending the finalization of the appeal. And accordingly, he's now free to approach the High Court saying that the magistrate made an error in handing down her sentence.
Okay, which means, to be clear, we'll talk about the sentence in a moment. I think the first one will be the conviction, right? That means although she's refused him leave to appeal, according to her interpretation, he does still have that option at the High Court if they give him the chance to effectively, in marketing terms, make his pitch, state his case, isn't it?
Yes, so we refer to that as a petition. So he first needs to approach the High Court now and say he still believes that the magistrate made an error in convicting him based on the merits and the evidence that was led during the trial, and that the High Court should grant him leave to be able to lodge an appeal against that conviction. Just on that, I tend to agree with the magistrate in that regard. When one looks at Julius Malema's version during the trial, he said that it was in fact not a real firearm that was fired off. It was in fact a toy gun. And the state retaliated by calling a ballistics expert who confirmed that it is clear from the video evidence that it is in fact live ammunition that was fired from that gun. So I think that version of his was not a good version. They also raised the fact today that the state has no DNA evidence which links Julius Malema to the holding of the firearm. But as I pointed out earlier, there was video evidence led which was accepted by the court, which clearly depicts Julius Malema handling that firearm. So I think that they might have some difficulties in appealing the conviction, to be honest. But one would have to wait and see whether the High Court agrees with him that the period of 5 years imprisonment is too harsh.
So let's set that conviction aside just for the moment. Let's talk about the sentence. There are many who believe that the wrong message has been sent here, that, being the political hot potato that it is, maybe a fine of some sort would have been better than an actual imprisonment. What's your understanding of it in terms of what would the options have been?
Well, the old cliche of everyone is equal before the law still rings true, regardless of whether he's a politician or the leader of a political party or a well-known person in South Africa, or whether he's just Joe Soap on the street. Everyone is equal before the law. So a sentence that's handed down to any normal citizen of South Africa should also be handed down to anyone who is in his position. So having regard to that, the state did ask for a period of imprisonment of 15 years, whereas the defense asked for a suspended sentence. And it seems as if the magistrate considered both arguments and really attempted to strike a balance between the two, to be honest with you. In all honesty, a period of 5 years imprisonment does come across as being quite a harsh sentence. The factors to be considered is personal circumstances, the severity of the offence, and the message that is sent out to society. Does it induce a sense of shock, or is it a good sentence which would prevent would-be offenders from committing similar offences? And I certainly think that was the case with this sentence. I think that the message sent out by the magistrate is clear that our courts will no longer tolerate any offences pertaining to firearms and the reckless handling of firearms, given that there's such a prevalence of crimes committed in South Africa.
If we didn't know before, now we certainly know. We're on to news time, so just a quick answer on this here, right? Because he's appealed, nothing will take effect now because he's got that right to appeal, right? What, however, are the timelines between appealing on both issues, the conviction as well as the sentence, in terms of when is that likely to happen?
Well, quite soon. He has 15 days within which to lodge his appeal with the High Court, as well as 15 days within which to lodge his petition to the High Court. So one can expect the appeal to be lodged soon. Unfortunately, after that, it is quite an administrative process, and it does take some time. And I think that the appeal on the sentence will most likely only be heard towards the end of this year, alternatively early in the new year. So we shouldn't hold our breath that there will be clarity soon. And Julius Malema has also indicated that he's willing to appeal to the highest court in South Africa should his conviction and sentence not be set aside. So I think we still have quite a way to walk and a long road ahead of us pertaining to clarity on this matter.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your input, Ulrich Roux, legal expert, Managing Director of Ulrich Roux and Associates. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg Gross.
Quick look at the headlines. KZN municipalities have shown limited improvement in the latest local government audit outcomes. The Eastern Cape Judge President faces possible impeachment, and Lebanon's president says a ceasefire is the first step before direct talks with Israel. A full update at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy backlogs trying to get home through Midrand today. Really heavy from Buccleuch interchange all the way to about Olifantsfontein Road. Possible broken down vehicle up by that Olifantsfontein exit. The problem, the N3 going south is easing through Limbo Park down to Edenvale, which is good news. The N3 north, though, remains static between Geldenhuys and Galulies going northbound. Quite an unusual backlog, that one. Beyers Nordier heading out from Cresta. There's a backlog of traffic out that way. We think it's a crash on Jim Forshire at Without Avenue, which is backing traffic on Beyers Nordier trying to turn in to Jim Forshire. N14 approaching Pinehaven on your way into Krugersdorp, quite busy. Pretoria looking fairly standard, including heavy backlogs on Eske and Patlele up towards the Paco Depot. Transorania and Bremer Dustport Tunnel, which is all jammed up last night, running nicely this evening. Durban, the N2 North jam-packed from the M7 through towards Spaghetti Junction. Umgeni Road out through Springfield Park towards the N2. That remains heavy. Cliffdale Key Ridge looking okay at this stage. Cape Town, if you use that old Lansdowne Road between Philippi and Mitchell's Plain, quite heavy backlogging both directions today. Robert Sobukwe queuing to get through the 35th Avenue Junction, and the N1 inbound from Sable Road to Kubo get a change, and outbound from the city centre remain heavy. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Chibi, clearly you are into the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, it's almost time, and football fans are upset over high transport costs for the FIFA World Cup in the United States. In New Jersey, train fares to MetLife Stadium could exceed $100, around $1,600, up from the usual $13. And in Boston, return tickets to Gillette Stadium will cost around $80, $1,300 compared to $20 normally, which is around $327. Supporters groups say that the increases are unfair, arguing that transport was previously included and discounted, and claim that rising costs are pushing out loyal fans. Meanwhile, with only 6 games left in the 2025-26 season, reality is beginning to settle in at Magezi FC. Head coach Alan Fries admitted that his side is running out of matches after suffering yet another defeat, a heavy 4-1 defeat to Kaizer Chiefs. They have only collected just 17 points from 24 matches and sit a point behind both Marumo Gallants and Aubert College.
And they are. Every day they get fewer and fewer. So, but there's still other games to play. We can never know what's going to happen. So now we're going to go prepare for the one game on Sunday. That is the one thing we must go and prepare for, is the one game on Sunday.
In rugby, the pressure is mounting on South Africa's Vodacom United Rugby Championship franchises as they chase quarterfinal qualification in the 4th last pool round. The Bulls open against the Dragons in Wales tomorrow, while Saturday sees the Stormers host Connacht in Cape Town, and the Lions face Glasgow Warriors at Ellis Park, and the Sharks meet Ospreys in Wales. The Stormers, who are second on the log, could reclaim top spot in Glasgow, slip in Johannesburg, and the Lions are eyeing a top 4 push, while the Bulls and Sharks are fighting to secure top 8 places with playoff positions at stake. Every point counts this particular weekend. And then in terms of athletics, 2 runners in the women's race at the 2 Oceans Marathon have been disqualified. This is after it was discovered they were men. They had used bib numbers assigned to female runners, which led to changes in the final results. And the issue was raised by the Running Man blog. Stuart Mann said that bib swapping is a serious offense because it affects fairness and can cause medical and insurance problems. He also added that while official substitutions are allowed, bib swapping is strictly prohibited. So if you were planning to do this in the future, stay away. In terms of tennis, organizers of the French Open have announced a 9.5% increase in prize money for this year's tournament, taking the total purse to 61.7 million euros, around 1.1 billion rand. The rise of 5.4 million euros, which is around 104 million rand compared to 2025, continues Roland Garros's push to boost earnings across all rounds, ensuring fairer distributions for players eliminated early as well as champions. I do understand that we do have a voice note.
I thought you were going to say we have a winner. In fact, here's an umper winner that didn't win. Let's play this voice note about the comrades, right?
Dear Ashraf, this is 007 from the Kurua. I liked your story about the guys at the Comrades Marathon, the twins. And the reason they caught them is because they looked at the TV footage and they looked at the guy's watch.
Yep.
And the watches were different. That's how they caught them. Great story.
Spot on.
Good night.
Incredible. I mean, there we are. Listen, I have to tell you, and I may have said this before, there was when we, much younger, I was the chairperson of a local football club, right? Like under, from under 6 to under 15 or something like that. And there were two players, they were twins, right? At junior level. And at that time, you make sure each one plays at least half a game, at least one half. So at some stage, the coach of the team took player number 1 off and replaced him with his twin brother, who was player number 2. Except they got mixed up in the replacement, and player number 1 went off and player number 1 went on again. And then after the game, the father said, I have a problem. It's like, why? He said, these are lighties. These are 6-year-old kids. And you don't let my one son play at all, not a single shot. And you let the other one play a full game. That's not fair. And then what happened was exactly that. It was rotating and back he went onto the pitch. Great
the
story.
joys of having identical twins. With that said, ke nna Tumi Nkgapele, Modimo ke yo.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Clippies, tell us about the meetings you had with her where she was raising questions about corruption in the municipality.
The fact of the matter is she was aware of things that were done wrong. Definitely so. And as far as my knowledge leads me, she did report it to the Hawks. She did make a case against of intimidation at SAPS. So this is a woman that died for standing up for what is right, and this is what a lot of people in the Vaal has been doing for a long time. This is the conduct in Mfuleni.
Clippies Kritzinger, CEO of the Vaal Business Corporation.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy, leading up to your show coming up from 6 to 7, tell me about IMF borrowing facilities for South Africa. Good news, bad news?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Well, we'll certainly find out. It seems as though these are recent developments. There's been a signing of a new 1.6 billion rand borrowing facility. I think the standout factor here is that the borrowing facility is a rand-based facility to provide local currency financing. So we're going to unpack that and dig into that in a bit more detail with the team at Citi that were involved in this as well, or in the creation of this facility. We're going to try and understand its use and its benefits, and hopefully question whether or not this is a good or a bad thing. We've also got a conversation taking a look at the results out of PSG Financial Services. They reported their full year's numbers. We're going to speak to the chief financial officer in that business and get a sense of how they fared. Then we have a conversation with the Financial Sector Conduct Authority on crypto licensing and regulation. Of course, the FSCA regulates all financial services in the country and financial services providers at that. And we're going to take a look at the crypto regulation and try and see where we stand on that. We've come full circle from the times where cryptos weren't considered real assets to them having their own legislation and regulation that governs how it is that they are treated. We're going to look at that. We're also going to have a conversation as part of our Small Business Thursdays. We're going to interview a company called Kasi Flavor. Some of our SAFM community might know which company I'm talking about. We're going to speak to the company's founder and see how he built that business and why he built that business. Before those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements throughout the day. Largely a sea of green on international equities, not so green on local equities, and that has a lot to do with the performance of resource stocks on the day's trade. Yes, the gold price was still above 4,800 and $10 a fine ounce. Platinum still above 2,100. Palladium still above 1,500. But the Brent crude price is dangerously close to $100 a barrel yet again, after having come down to as low as $92 a barrel earlier in the week. So markets still clearly seeing those tensions through. That's led to resource stocks being down about 1.3% on the day's trade. Industrials up about 0.25%, but financials being down almost 0.2% meant that the all share was down more than 0.5%, and the top 40 up down almost 0.2% as well. International markets, as I said, fared much better. The Nikkei in Tokyo up more than 2% on the day's trade. Hang Seng's Hong Kong, or the Hong Kong's Hang Seng rather, up 1.73% on the day's trade. European markets also in the green. The FTSE in London, the biggest winner there, about 0.33% to the green. US markets also in the green at the moment. So looks as though really South African markets, the only equity markets lagging behind at this stage. The rand weakening against the US dollar and almost all the other major currencies as well. It's at 16 Rand 41 against the US dollar at the moment, which means that the $74,000 Bitcoin price that we have is still sitting at around 1.2 million Rand, but around 20,000 Rand more expensive than it was yesterday. We're going to be back just after the 6 p.m. news with these and other updates to wrap up the week. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Fine, perfect. Enjoy your show, 6 to 7. Lots to consider there. With regards to the issues that you talk about, the IMF and others too. Jimmy Moyaha on the SAFM Market Update. Well, what about the Madlanga Commission?
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, so as you know, we don't have blow-by-blow coverage of the Madlanga Commission as part of a rethink from an SAFM management perspective. But what we do, most of the shows have a wrap-up at a certain time, 11:30 in the morning, 5 to 3, and then now, and then of course this evening as well, with an extended 1-hour coverage of that. So let's recap today. Suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi returned for day 3. The testimony was led by the Commission's evidence leader, Advocate Mhlapha Sello, together with Advocate Thabang Poe. Now, what's happened today? Advocate Sello questioned Julius Mkhwanazi on his message exchange with Mike van Wyk, which discussed money. Van Wyk, you may remember, was the CEO of Medicare 24 that he co-owned with, Vusi Muzi, Kat Matlala. Dramatic, isn't it? Listen to this.
And responds, the amount we spoke about, he says it's a PPT, but then he corrected it below and say approved. So that message should read, the amount we spoke about is approved. And that is on the 6th of December, 2021 at 10:20. And that appears as read by him, by you. And the money clip is on the 13th of December, 2021. So you either have to explain to us what amount you spoke about, what for, and it being approved, my question being by who. If you say you don't remember, then I suggest that conversation is directly connected to that video where he fends himself with words of money.
Wait. What is my first message here? Because I know I don't talk about money.
Your first message to him at 63A, salute.
I can see it here.
Yes.
No, is it the same thing? No, it's not the same. It's not the same, no? It's a different one. No, for the mere fact that I've said salute, I don't talk about money. He's the one that talks about money. It shows that I don't discuss about money with Mike.
But he discussed money with you, and he said the amount we spoke about is approved.
No.
So what amount was this, and approved by who?
No. I don't know this amount.
You don't know?
And I saw that it says red as you are saying.
Yes.
Yes, no.
And there is no record of you asking him, what are you talking about?
No, I don't remember me asking.
I'm saying there is no record of you asking him that.
No, I'm saying I don't remember me asking Mike.
I hear you. You say you don't remember. I'm saying from the
from
chest,
inside.
it doesn't appear that you challenged him and say, Mike, what are you talking about?
I get you.
So it suggests that you accepted that you and him had spoken about an amount.
No.
No, the chat suggests so.
Right, then there's more. Julius Mkhwanazi was further cross-examined on a video involving Mike van Wyk carrying a stack of money, to which he responded by saying this.
Please tell me what way we going. Have a lucky day.
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember? Yes, you had said, but my question was, would you know what he's talking about?
No, that's what I'm saying. That the first one I answered, the second one, I don't even remember what he's talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
Then we move on to the next.
There's a big difference between I do not remember and I never saw it. A video like that, there's no way you would not remember if you had seen it. Did you see it?
No, Commissioner. I don't, and I don't remember it, Commissioner.
But did I not see where you first referred us to? Did it not say red? Or was I looking at the wrong place? Oh, that was an audio. That was an audio. It's totally different. All right. Please.
Okay, and just to confirm, so there were lots of drama again. I don't remember. The Commission has granted Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim his testimony to be moved now to the 29th of April. Remember, he should have been on today, I think it is. Yes. And remember, he remains in hospital, initially suspected heart attack. I believe it was in ICU. I'm not too sure what the actual diagnosis is. So that's it for today's Madlanga wrap. But you can catch it again later on tonight in more detail this evening. We continue with talking to you on the National Pulse.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 2 kg Spar Brown Sugar for $39.99, save 12 Rand. Or 200 gram Nescafe Gold Coffee Jar or 220 gram refill, excluding decaf, for $149.99, save 40 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Get a free optical frame when you get tested at Specsavers this April. Purchase a comprehensive eye examination and get your optical frame free up to the value of 1,000 Rand. Choose your free frame from our wide range of trendy, affordable styles. Get tested today at your nearest Specsavers or book online. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
I see there's a DA response to the Julius Malema sentencing from, Jordan Hill-Lewis. He said, I welcome the sentencing of the matter relating to Julius Malema's illegal use of a firearm. Gun violence is out of control in South Africa, so any crime involving illegal gunfire is extremely serious. It's important to punish illegal firearm crimes harshly. Only when people understand that there are consequences for crime will we get gun violence under control in South Africa. The sentence also sends a clear message that in South Africa, nobody is above the law. Today is a good day for the rule of law in South Africa. Right, let's get your thoughts. We'll get to WhatsApp comments. We'll take your calls as well. In fact, we go firstly to, the region of Matlosana. Pule, hi.
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, good indeed. Right, what's your point?
All right. Look, my point is one, it's the appeal. I've listened to the appeal attentively. They are appealing the sentence, not the conviction. But when you listen to the Malema argument, he is saying he was not supposed to be convicted because of the firearm, alleged firearm is not in court. So he was supposed to be acquitted. Now, their appeal says, the argument was saying, when they were arguing why Malema was not going to prison, they're saying, punish Malema but don't send him to prison. Now, when you appeal a sentence, you are saying technically pleading guilty, but we are appealing the sentence of sending him to prison, but punishing.
Yeah.
I will argue differently, saying, look, when you appeal the conviction, will have an effect on the sentence. Because Malema believed that the firearm that was in court as evidence is a firearm that is not alive with live ammunition. But where is the firearm that Malema has shot eight rounds with it? It's not in court. It has been given to the owner. Ordinarily, the firearm that make crime should be in court. That was his
Well,
argument.
I don't know if it's in court today. I mean, the fact is he was convicted a while back, not today. He was sentenced today.
Yes, but the appeal, if I was him, I will advise my defense team, appeal both the conviction and the sentence. But they are appealing the sentence, not the conviction.
Yeah, well,
Now,
if you heard the
technically,
chat,
they're pleading guilty.
okay, I'm going to move on because of time. If you heard the chat I had with Ulrich Roux, in fact, he could do that. Although the current judge or magistrate said no, he can go to the High Court and appeal the right to appeal. So if they could reject the appeal right, then he can't appeal, or they could accept his right to appeal, then he can actually appeal, and then we'll see what happens. So, Pule, thanks for that. Let's get to an area very much in the news, Kugompo. Dumile, go for it. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, what's your point?
You know, what I found quite strange about the magistrate was the rhetorical statements that she made about the court being full and all mothers not being able to come and do affidavits and poor people and all that kind of stuff. I found that very strange because I don't know where that entered into the judgment. But then the other thing I'm also surprised about, I think I read somewhere today or yesterday that the lady who had fired, you remember, Inen Mkiti, kind of set up in Cape Town. The NPA has chosen not to press charges against it because they believe that was a toy. Now, I don't know if it's possible that you can call maybe the NPA to come and explain it to us, what's happening to that lady. Because if you have to send a message to society, I mean, 6 months for someone who's never stayed in jail, even 6 months is a lot in jail after you stayed one night. So 5 years is just nonsensical for someone who shot in the air.
Well, point taken. Nonsensical, says Dumila. Thank you for that. Right, more comments from you. Good afternoon, Ashraf. LK here. When the magistrate said the judgment is free of any interference, that is when I knew there was interference. Okay, here's another WhatsApp.
Good evening, SAFM family. We are happy today. Julius Malema is free. He's heading to his house now. He's going to sleep at home with his wife and his children. So we are all happy. Those who are not happy, it is their own baby. But now we are happy, we are free. Daniel Sikia here in East Section 5. Thank you very much.
Now you're happy, you are free. That's what you say. Here's another on the gun law.
Good afternoon, Absharaf. My name is Temba from Pretoria. I don't know, Faisal, does he knows the law, the act of the Gun Act? Does he knows it? If he doesn't know, please let him not tell us the magistrate was too harsh to Malema. No, what does the act says of the gun law? Thank you.
Well, point taken. I think a lot of people are being emotional based upon, you see, you can be supportive of a person even if he's done wrong, but you can still support him. But you can't make a wrong a right. If he's convicted and broke a law, it's clear cut, like in sporting terms, like you get a VAR that's a maybe, and then a VAR that's absolutely clear cut. If the law says you can't fire or discharge a firearm in public, and he did it, then he broke the law, right? It's pretty clear.
Hi, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Have you ever heard of AfriForum raising their voices or running courts for a black man? We've got cases like black people being killed and thrown in pig stalls, some fed in lion dens, some we see being thrown to dogs biting them, but you will never hear anything from AfriForum. But just a mere gunshot on the air, no one injured, but it's a big thing to AfriForum. What do they stand for?
Well, listen, there's no question that many people have a huge problem with AfriForum on multiple issues. So I think your question doesn't even need answering. But the question is, if there's other issues that they haven't opened up a case on because they don't feel it suits